Good morning, WFLA.com. Good morning to our YouTube audience. Hello there from the Stream Center. JB here with you live, getting ready for our live coverage this Tuesday, August 29th, 2023. We are currently awaiting the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, now we have Hurricane Idalia, that happening overnight. And the storm picking up speed as well. We got a lot to talk about. We're about 10 minutes away from beginning our live streaming coverage. Just wanted to show my face, say hello. Hope everyone is doing well out there. Meteorologist Eric Stone on standby. We're going to be breaking down all your biggest questions, talking about the latest model runs, talking about the 11 o'clock advisory and its track, and what we can expect in the hours ahead when it comes to Hurricane Idalia. Thanks so much for joining us here on WFLA.com, the WFLA YouTube page. Stand by for live coverage with the 11 o'clock advisory here from the Stream Center. We'll be right back, folks.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Idalia right on track, a Category 1 hurricane picking up speed, gaining strength. The 11 o'clock track is in, and we have activated WFLA's real-time wobble tracker to monitor Idalia's every move in the Gulf of Mexico. We are live in the Stream Center, breaking it all down with what you need to know here on Tracking the Tropics. Happy Tuesday to you folks. Welcome back. If you were joining us yesterday or perhaps the day before when we kicked off our coverage, we're back with meteorologist Eric Stone. JB here with you. Full night's rest, I hope, Eric.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready to go. This is like a marathon pinball tournament. We're going all day, all night, if you want to.
Yeah, look, we're going to be here for a long time, tracking every little update that we get with Hurricane Idalia. The big thing to remember is we're here to keep you informed, keep you and your family safe, keep you in the know as to everything going on with this storm, because it is going to impact Florida. Those Florida impacts are going to be significant. And this is the most recent track update that we have just received, Eric. We're going to send things over to you at the wall to break down the very latest here on Tracking the Tropics.
That's right, JB. And look what we have. It is back and better than ever. The real-time wobble tracker. Yes, here it is. And you can see I had actually took a jog to the east earlier this morning, but now it's following its track pretty consistently. And again, it is moving rather quickly right now. So again, you can see it's starting to get its act together. It's starting to look like a hurricane, right? But we still are seeing a lot of convection around the eastern and southern edge of this system. Again, it is encountering some of that wind shear from the northwest, but it's not stopping it from strengthening. Now it's 85 miles per hour. I'm not sure if you remember what I said yesterday when this was moving at 8. I said this is probably going to move around 14 miles an hour. That's rather fast for a hurricane. And what I have noticed over the years is that when a storm is moving more than about 13 miles an hour, it seems like the models don't keep up, meaning the storm will move further to the north each model run, and then that pushes the track to the west, and that's exactly what's happening, and that's exactly what we want to see here in Tampa. Still looking like it will be a Category 3 storm, somewhere now closer to St. Mark's, in fact, rather than Cedar Key, and then moving into coastal Georgia and the Carolinas. And again, if you look at all the plots, most of them are right over St. Mark's. The average is just to the east of St. Mark's, not even close to Cedar Key. So yesterday at this time, we're talking about Cedar Key getting a direct impact. Now it's looking closer to St. Mark's, and I wouldn't be surprised the next cone update at 5 o'clock if the cone was shifted even further off to the west. You can see none of us here in Tampa, even up to Citrus County, are in the cone. Cedar Key is in the right-hand side of the cone. But still, let's look at the models. GFS, not quite as strong of a hurricane predicted as it was yesterday, but it's still predicting a good Category 2 or Category 3 major storm. Pretty close again to Panama City, Apalachicola as it moves to the north. And again, the GFS model has been further west compared to many of the other models. And then, of course, it takes this well into the Carolinas late Wednesday night, rather. The European model, again, not quite as strong. but it still takes it well over 100 miles offshore of Pinellas County. So again, even the European model has shifted off to the west, and this is primarily where the cone is at, between Cedar Key and St. Mark's. That's where the European model is making landfall sometime tomorrow morning between about 8 and 10 o'clock, and then of course it moves into the Carolinas. So let's take a look at our in-house model, and this has also shifted to the west. At one point yesterday, this was making landfall just north of Crystal River, just north of Citrus County. Well, now it's taking a northerly turn all the way through the waterway west of Tampa, and then it starts to curve right around Cedar Key. So we're not even close to being into the eye wall. So again, that is all good news, as any movement to the west helps our conditions. But because the storm's to our west, we are still going to be dealing with storm surge. So storm surge warnings continue to be in effect again until this storm passes to our north. We will be seeing that wind coming out of the south and then eventually out of the southwest. That's going to happen all the way through Wednesday morning and into the early part of the afternoon. So Citrus County, the possibility of 8 to 12 foot storms.
Eric, I think your mic might have died there. Yeah, I think so. At least I lost connection with it. We lost it in our backup channel too. Okay, so look, wireless mics. Hey everybody, look, wireless mics. This is what happens.
The battery's a little bit low on this, so
watch this, everybody. Welcome to live streaming. Okay, so I'm gonna get you some fresh batteries. Hold on one second.
Awesome. Do we have fresh?
Let's try these.
All right, let's get rid of these.
Okay. Right now, Eric.
Oh, we're still running on one bar.
All right.
No, we're still blinking.
I got your levels. So let's go back to it here.
We'll go back to it, but give me a heads up if this dies out. Okay, so storm surge warnings again are in effect until this storm passes, and we are still looking at those strong winds out of the south and southwest between today and tomorrow. So 8 to 12 foot storm surge in Citrus County, and in the Bay Area about 4 to 7 feet. So again, hurricane warnings are still in effect from Manatee County to Citrus County, and tropical storm warnings inland, but I think we'll be hard-pressed to see any hurricane-force wind gusts. This storm is just tracking too far to the west, but hey, that's good news. Timing still between 8 o'clock this evening and about 10 o'clock between Sarasota and Tampa, and once we get into Citrus County, more like after midnight to about 2 o'clock in the morning. So again, we're looking at those winds later on today, still in the 20s to 30s gusting. And as we head to the overnight hours, look, we're not seeing those high 70s as we did yesterday, because this is tracking well to the west now. Still, possibility of 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts along the immediate coast, but I am not even seeing anything over 55. So that's even better news. I think tropical storm force wind gust at best. I don't think we're going to see any hurricane force wind gust or anywhere near that whatsoever. So good news there. As we head into the rainfall category, yep, GFS still a good 3 to 5 inches, and the European model a little bit higher than that, 3 to 6 along the immediate coast and 1 to 3 further inland. So this is what we can expect with Idalia in regards to rain and wind over the next 24 to 36 hours.
All right, meteorologist Eric Stone. All right, so look, Eric, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take these batteries here, and the batteries that gave out on us, let's auction them off for charity. What do you think?
Yes, I would love that.
All right, the American Red Cross. Maybe we can. What's the highest offer that we're gonna get on a pair of AA batteries that just
don't
gave
have
out
much life in them?
Folks, welcome to our Mojo Dojo, because we are gonna be here all day long tracking all things. There's the real-time wobble tracker.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
what I really want to focus on. Eric, on your computer, what I'd like to do is just solo in on the wobble tracker for a second. And I think that's what we're looking at on your screen, right? So,
Yep.
So here, I want to show people how to read this, because this tool, if you don't want to hear Eric and I speak, if you just want a link to the real-time wobble tracker, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this link in our YouTube Live and Facebook Live comment section. And to our YouTube moderators, this is a helpful link to have. This is a good tool to keep because regardless of what coverage we're in, if you just want to see a live stream of only the wobble tracker, that is the link that I just provided to YouTube Live and also to Facebook Live. So Facebook Live on the WFLA Facebook page, you'll see the link. YouTube Live, you should see the link as well. How you read this. The blue line is the past track, obviously. It says it right there in the key. And the red line is the forecast track. But one thing that I've talked about this with several people, this can get a little bit confusing. Don't hone in on the symbol that says 1. That's just marking where Idalia should be according to the National Hurricane Center at this moment. What you really want to look at here, you want to put on your meteorologist hat, and you want to look at where the center of circulation is, the center of the eye. And if the center of that eye is off the line, then that's a wobble. So this is the can you zoom in here, Eric?
Yeah, can you see it?
Can we? It is.
Can you see that
the
that
slightest
it looks
wobble
like,
to the west?
Right.
Yep.
And I had seen this about 5 minutes ago. I was, oh boy, this may be wobbling to the west a bit. You see at the very end, right there, the eye is, most of it is west of that red line, which again may even be a predictor of a further west movement. I mean, this is what we want to see here in Tampa, I'll tell you right now.
You know, it's funny. We were listening to Governor DeSantis give his press conference in Largo, and he's been giving multiple press conferences. He's talking about wobbles, monitoring wobbles. Wobbles are a real thing. And while, look, it is very possible that the wobble will correct itself and then wobble back east. We saw that so much with Ian and with Nicole last year. As the storm gets closer, wobbles mean even more because that could be a big difference for your town, your community. So again, the WFLA.com real-time wobble tracker is live. You can find it right now. It's on the homepage of our website, WFLA.com. We're going to start to take questions with hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. I haven't even looked at comments because I was busy getting you some batteries.
Yeah,
but Eric,
thank you.
It takes teamwork makes the stream work.
That's
man.
right.
So as far as the big thing to take away from the 11 o'clock advisory, I'm going to look now at some of the comments coming in and get some hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB comments loaded into the queue. But what's your big takeaway from the 11 o'clock advisory?
Basically, it strengthened 5 miles an hour. I mean, Idalia has been very, very slow to strengthen. We were talking about a possible hurricane at 11 o'clock yesterday morning, 24 hours ago, and it was still at 70 miles an hour. 5 o'clock, it was still at 70 miles an hour. And then it finally got to 75 at 11 o'clock. Then it finally went 5 miles an hour stronger. Again, it's dealing with a lot of wind shear, and this is what we thought would happen, right? And maybe this is why the European model took so long to strengthen this storm, because it encountered that wind shear, and even though it's over some very, very warm Gulf waters, the wind shear is still keeping it from rapidly intensifying.
Let me point out that we, of course, know that there's a lot of different live streams going on about Idalia, but one thing that I want to make very clear about our coverage is that your comments, your questions mean so much to us, especially if you are joining us from Florida, the Tampa Bay area, the Big Bend area, the Panhandle, Gainesville. If you have maybe you're a mother or a father who has a son or daughter that goes to Gainesville, University of Florida in Gainesville, we want to answer your questions. This is an interactive live stream. And while TV, of course, is going to get you a lot of pertinent information on, including our television station, WFLA, on your NBC station here in Tampa Bay, we are here to answer your questions. We're here in the Stream Center. This screen right here to my left is dedicated to answering your questions live. I'm the one who fields the questions. Eric is the one who has the savvy answers, and we're going to break them all down starting now if you use hashtag HeyEric or hashtag HeyJB. And we're going to start here with Jenny. Jenny, in our comment section, you were just talking about wind shear, and wind shear being a factor, Eric, that will inhibit development. So can you explain for Jenny and our audience what exactly wind shear is?
Yeah, basically wind shear is a strong wind in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So say you're flying up on a plane and you get to 10,000 feet, 15,000 feet, and the plane starts shaking, right? It's windy up there. That's wind shear. The wind is blowing in a certain direction. You see the center of the storm, and you see that most of the rain is way off to the east and the southeast. The reason why is because the wind high up, like if you're in an airplane, if the wind high up is blowing from the northwest to the southeast, and what it's doing, it's shearing off the storms, as we say, and is pushing the rain south and east of the storm. The stronger the winds are in the upper levels of the atmosphere, which is wind shear, then the harder it is for these storms to really get going.
Let's keep an eye, too, on the wobble tracker because, look, wobbles at this stage don't mean a ton. It could be an early indicator of something that we monitor, that because if there's a lot of wobbling that goes on at this stage, look, that could be it going off of the NHC's track, and that could indicate a shift in the track in the future. But also too, this is live on the center of your screen, so as we're answering questions too, we can monitor real-time wobbles. And it looks like right now, I can't tell if that was a jog to the east, but it looks pretty spot on the line to me now. I mean, I'm looking.
Close.
It's close. It's pretty close, which means the National Hurricane Center doing an excellent job so far with getting this forecast track correct. I mean, really, the models have come into tremendous consensus. Let's go to Lisa on Facebook Live. #KJB. What about Flagler and Volusia counties?
Yeah, Northeast Florida, it's not really going to be a crazy issue. I don't even think really now Jacksonville, this storm is now heading almost to St. Mark's rather than Cedar Key. And so Jacksonville and Northeast Florida, maybe seeing tropical storm force wind gust out of this. I don't think you'll be seeing hurricane force wind gust. And again, of course, we'll all be in the rain, but along the Space Coast up to St. Augustine and Jacksonville, I just don't think it's going to be much of a rain event.
Let's go to, let's go to YouTube Live. #KJB from Chris. All right, we've been talking about some nudging west. Does Panama City still look like it's in the clear? Chris wants to know.
Well, I don't think Panama City was really in the clear, but they were definitely on the better side of the storm. I still think this is going to make landfall east of Apalachicola and Panama City. But, you could get some pretty strong wind in Panama City, tropical storm force wind. And we'll see, based on the track, if it does continue to move to the west, then you may have to worry about, some strong wind. But you're not going to have to worry about storm surge because everything is going to be blowing in from the north. So, again, it's going to push water away from your coast.
By the way, some people are commenting. Did you catch my Mojo Dojo reference? Did you get that reference?
Are you talking about Austin Powers?
No. But that's actually, so that's when Austin Powers loses his mojo. Right. I think that's the second movie.
Right.
But no, Mojo Dojo. Our commenters. I'll fill you in later. I'll fill you in later on the Mojo Dojo. It's another movie that came out recently. Brenna wants to know on YouTube Live, #FirstBoth, should my partner, myself, and our 2 cats evacuate if we live in the Lake Magdalene area of Tampa?
I mean, I wouldn't
look, evacuation zones, right? I mean, knowing your evacuation zone.
If you're in evacuation zone A, and I don't think that's evacuation zone A, but if you live in evacuation zone A and they tell you, it's a mandatory evacuation, then yes, you should. But I mean, what I'm looking at with this storm is, storm surge amounts here in Tampa, 3 to 5-ish at most. Now, again, with a super moon tonight and the high tides running 2.5 to 3 foot, again, there will be coastal flooding. And if you live along, the immediate coast, if you live on the north side of the lake, that lake's not really a big lake, if I remember correctly. So, I don't think it's going to be really pushing water into the coast if you live like right on the lake. But again, if you are in evacuation zone A, I would definitely say if it's a mandatory evacuation, then yes.
We are also going to be pivoting here in a moment. We've spent a lot of time in the last 2 days. Our coverage began Sunday. We're into Monday now. And then Tuesday, today's a big day because we're going to get obviously the storm way closer to the state of Florida. It's picked up speed. This is the movement day with this storm, while Wednesday, of course, is going to be landfall day. We've spent a lot of the last 48 hours, or I should say rather 36 hours on stream, spending time talking with Facebook Live and our YouTube Live audience. In a few minutes, I want to give everyone just a heads up. In a few minutes, we're going to be pivoting to Twitter. If you have a hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyEric question and you felt maybe a little bit frustrated that your comment or question has been selected, we're going to kind of move over to that platform and spend 5-10 minutes there taking some questions as well. Do not want to forget about Twitter too. Even though we don't have our live stream active on Twitter, we still want to give people the option to tweet along with us. Let's go to Sophia. This one coming in on, actually, I'm not sure if this is Facebook or YouTube. It's one of the two. I live in Tallahassee. My boat is, I guess, lives or is stored at St. Mark's. What should I expect?
Yeah, the models keep on moving this storm to the east. Now, this storm's moving straight north, yet you see the forecast track in red, slightly east of north. Let's see if this storm continues to move straight north. And again, the spaghetti plots on average are taking this right into St. Mark's. So I think St. Mark's is going to really feel the brunt of this, with the possibility and likelihood of 100 mile per hour maximum sustained wind at least. So it looks like for now, this may be on the western side of the storm, but it's, if it takes a jog 20 miles to the west, now you're going to be dealing with storm surge in St. Mark's. So right now, if I had to make a bet, I would say this would make landfall closer to St. Mark's than Cedar Key right now.
All right, Wendy is joining us on Facebook Live. Hashtags for us both. I'm a widow living in Manatee County near Anna Maria Island and the Manatee River. I am fortunately in a Zone E evac, of course not, in A or B or C where it could be worse. But can you tell me what I might expect in this area? Shout out to you, Wendy.
So that means she's not on Anna Maria Island, or she would not be in Zone E.
Well, right. Yeah, no. So
she has to be further inland.
She's near Anna Maria Island, not on it.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, isn't the Manatee River a decent distance away from Anna Maria Island?
Hold on. Let me look at them.
Anywhere near Anna Maria Island or the intercoastal there would not be E. So if you're in evacuation zone E, then I would not. They're evacuating A. If she lived on Anna Maria Island, I'd say yeah.
Maybe she's just using Anna Maria Island as a point of reference. I don't know, Wendy, if you're more inland, towards Palmetto or Bradenton or
I would not. I would not be if you're in Zone E. I would not be evacuating. Again, in Manatee County, 2 to 4 foot storm surge, and that is basically. Anna Maria, Whitney Beach, Bradenton Beach, that area. But if she's inland, so I would say no. And it's not going to be this crazy flooding rain event like Ian, right? You remember Ian, all the rivers were crazy. They were all overflowing even days after Ian was gone, right? Because Ian was, first of all, slower at 8 miles an hour. And second, it tracked through the whole state pretty much, from Fort Myers to Orlando. So there was so much flooding. Look at where the rain is at. I mean, there's no rain bands that have even touched Sarasota County, Manatee County yet. And that's not going to happen till later today. So rainfall amounts are going to be like a typical heavy rainy season day.
All right, looking here at some more of the spaghetti models. We'll have some other graphics rotating here on your screen as well. We'll be monitoring the wobble tracker there. You can see it. We have a backup wobble tracker. We have wobble tracker, and then we have backup wobble tracker. We got a lot going on here today.
And even there, you can see that it does look slightly to the west.
Yeah.
But you know what's happening, though?
Yep.
What's happening, JB, is that the eye is filling in. And so you're getting rain into that eye. So it's making it a little bit harder to see exactly where that circulation is. So maybe it's going through what we call an eye regeneration. Usually that happens when the storm is a lot stronger. Or it could be, again, being sheared, and some of those showers are being blown into the eye. So, again, it's definitely an oblong-looking eye right now, right, from west to east. But yeah, we'll keep monitoring this. I mean, I'm so fascinated. You know, when Jeff pointed this or you know, created this last year. I mean, it was so cool to watch. I know you had fun with it too.
Yeah. Well, it was just it was interesting to see how many people appreciated it. We got a lot of emails. We got even local officials who had noted to us saying, you know, that they had it up in their office monitoring this. I mean, to think about some counties in our area that were utilizing the wobble tracker so that they could see, you know, the track in comparison to the actual satellite position of the storm. To think that we were able to develop something, and that's all Jeff Biunno, by the way, folks. That's all our chief meteorologist really taking the initiative there to work on this and get this published. So again, the Wobble Tracker is live right now on WFLA.com if you just want to monitor real-time wobbles. Some people literally just put up the Wobble Tracker, you know, on a screen in their office or a screen in their workplace just so that they could monitor the storm. I know that sounds crazy, but some people really do monitor storms that way. So we're happy to be able to help out our community and the state of Florida.
And it works too. I mean, I remember watching Irma in 2017, and I was watching at midnight, you know, the night before Irma hit, and I saw it wobble to the north, and I said, "Uh-oh, this is an indicator that, you know what, it's not going to hit Tampa, it's going to hit Naples, Marco Island," and I was working down in Fort Myers, and then 12 hours later, that's exactly what happened. So I'm telling you, these wobbles are such a good indicator of where the storms are going.
What's the risk for Orlando? Charles Barber wants to know on Facebook.
Yeah,
Live.
you know, the further west this moves, I mean, Orlando, I don't really think is going to get all that much out of this. Hey, that's great. You know, a breezy night / part of the day on Wednesday, and of course, you know, there's going to be a couple inches of rain at most. But this isn't going to be the 18 to 20 inches of rain that you saw in Orlando that caused all that flooding last year from Ian. This is going to be just regular rainfall amounts. You know, JB, I've seen on a typical rainy season day up to 5 and 6 inches of rain just on a rainy season day, right?
Yep.
This is going to be nothing like that. Nah, it's not even going to be close to that.
All right, let's get to one more question on Facebook Live. Then we're going to spend 5 to 8 minutes on Twitter. We're going to do a Twitter Q&A, and then we got to jump to television and about 10 minutes from now. So a lot of moving parts here in the Stream Center today. But let's go this one more from Wayna. Hashtags for us both. How does the southwest corner of Georgia look like? We were devastated by Michael. I remember covering Michael and how that storm moved inland. So yeah, look, some of these communities will take many, many years to fully recover. Some don't ever really fully recover to the place that they once were. What do we talk about for Southwest Georgia here?
Well, again, this is going to be moving well to the east of Southwest Georgia. They're still going to feel tropical storm force effects out of this. And again, Michael tracked pretty much due north, right? And this is going to move to the northeast once it gets close to making landfall. So this isn't going to be a direct hit by any means to Southwest Georgia. But again, let's keep an eye on these tracks and see. I mean, you can see the models not even taking it close, really, taking it more into southeast Georgia. I'd be more concerned if you live east of I-75 in southeast Georgia toward I-95 rather than southwest.
All right, our first one from Twitter, and this one comes in from Brendan Young, hashtag hey, Eric and JB. In theory, say I've taken all the precautions, prepared as best I can, and storm surge water is now making its way into my house. What are my options now that water is coming inside? Wow.
Well, I mean, you know, it all depends on where you live. Obviously, if it was Ian and you were in Southwest Florida, you know, and you were told to evacuate, basically, if the government officials think that storm surge water is going to come into your house, they are going to tell you to evacuate. There'll be mandatory evacuations. So they're not going to say, oh, no, don't evacuate. And then here comes the storm water into your house, right? So, you know, if they tell you to evacuate, you evacuate. If storm water's coming into your house and you choose not to evacuate, I mean, what can you do? Get as high as you can. I watched a story on Sanibel of somebody that was down in Fort Myers that was there in Ian, and that water was only a few feet away from their ceiling, and they were standing on tables and standing on chairs trying to get as much air as they could. I mean, but they were told to evacuate. So it won't get to that point if you evacuate, and they'll tell you that if they think stormwater is going to come into your house.
We got a few more minutes before we got to pivot for television. Let's go to, you know what? Hey, let's just get this one on screen. All right. Research Meg on Twitter, #KJB. Can we give a shout out to all the linemen who are already mobilized and ready to keep our power on? Can we light up? Can we light up our comment section with some emojis? I'll hit the applause button here. Our linemen, man, they sometimes the forgotten heroes. Hopefully not the forgotten heroes that really do everything.
Anyone forgets,
man. Just because I think they can be. They do so much to help restore power to so many communities in situations like these, and the linemen that will be coming in from other states so commonly looking out for one another. And so on this live stream, you guys are not left out of the equation, not forgotten about. We just want to let you know that we appreciate all the linemen doing everything that we can to just salute you guys. We know you have some really some hard hours ahead, and we share our appreciation for you here on this live stream. Anything else to add there, Eric?
No, I mean, there's so much hard work. I was in New Hampshire going to college in '98 when we had a huge ice storm, and linemen came from Connecticut, from south, to get our power on. I mean, we had an 1.5 inches thick of ice just coating everything, right, for a while, for several days. And I know we had 5 dogs, and we needed our heat, and we had the power on in 24 hours, which might sound like a long time, but I'm telling you, these linemen have been doing their job for several years.
Let's actually take a live look here at the emojis that are coming in for our linemen. This is from our YouTube live comment section. We have an emoji wall now. We've been we throw this up whenever it's appropriate. And so the emoji wall just shows some of the emojis that are coming in from our YouTube live comment section, because so often that's how people react these days. They're reacting with emojis. So people that are doing the hand clap, the hearts, really great to see all the linemen in Florida and beyond, the ones that are coming into the Sunshine State for this storm. We really appreciate you. People who are sending, trophy emojis. Hey, look, there's that's like the line. That's a construction worker, get. Right?
The beer, though. They get the beer after everything is over. Hey, we're going to go out, watch a football game. College football is starting up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now we're getting crazy. Before we get too crazy, let's come back here with you on stream. Let's sneak in one more question, and we will get this one in. I'm standing with Jay on Twitter. How should Spring Hill or Hernando County be affected?
Yeah, obviously you'll be affected. I still think even Citrus and Hernando counties, and Spring Hill is far away from the coast. So, if you get 2 to 3 inches of rain, that would be quite a bit. And again, 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts. I just don't think, and I said this yesterday when I saw the models, I don't think anywhere in our viewing area from Citrus County south is going to see hurricane force wind gusts. I really think they'll be confined to about 50 to 60 at most, even up in Citrus County. Again, this is moving still very far to the west. And as I had reiterated the last couple of days, even on the air over the weekend, storm surge is going to be what defines this storm. Now, it's here in Tampa, we'll see 3 to 5 foot, but up in Citrus and Hernando counties, upwards of 7 to 10 feet or so. So again, wind and rain, I don't believe will be the issue. I think the biggest damage is going to come along the immediate coast with coastal flooding.
Okay, so there you see the wobble tracker. There you see a little bit of a jog to the west.
You still see it. Yep. You still see that eye.
And again, this could correct, and this could it could jog back east. This doesn't mean too much now, unless we see a lot of wobbles.
But you see on satellite though, at the very end there, you saw a little blow up to the west. So again, I mean, this in my opinion is still moving due north rather than, as you see the cone, already east of north. And you see that red line is already moving Idalia slightly east of north. And like I'd said, I've seen this over the past 15 years that when a storm is moving quickly and 14 miles an hour is fast, the models don't keep up with it and it moves further north before it makes that easterly turn. And that's exactly what's been happening over the past couple days.
And let me point out again, let me please emphasize, and Eric will agree, at this stage and where we are with this storm, as because it's still over the Gulf and isn't, all the way to Florida yet, individual wobbles don't mean all that much because the following wobble could wobble back. It could wobble back on track. But a series of wobbles, if we put more wobbles together and we're noticing trends, this is what we do here on Tracking the Tropics. We're paying attention to trends, not individual events, but trends. And so individual wobbles mean very little. But if we start to see more wobbling going on, that could provide us with some intel that our meteorologists can dissect and analyze and provide an explanation on here on this live stream. So please allow me to explain. What we need to do now is we need to take about a 2-minute break to prepare for our live report on broadcast television. But we need your help right now in the comment section. If you put in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric, questions and comments, we're going to try to feature you live on television coming up here at about 11:44 Eastern, so about 4 minutes from now. We're going to try to get some of those comments going on screen. So put in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions now on YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Twitter. We'll try to get to as many as we can for our brief hit on broadcast television. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hey there, Ginger. All right, 2.5 minutes till television. Thank you. Talking to Deanne. Got it. Thank you. See you in about 2 minutes.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Okay, everybody, stand by for our live report here on broadcast television. We're going to do this quick hit on broadcast TV on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station here in Tampa Bay. And then, of course, back to our streaming audience and going through all of your comments here on our live stream. This is the juggling act that we do when we got to balance television and live streaming. So stand by for our live report, meteorologist Eric Stone and myself. Okay, so we've just been given the 30-second cue in our ear. Stand by. Yeah, Deanne, good to hear from you. So we've filtered through tens of thousands of comments in the last 36 hours. We've also activated the real-time wobble tracker on WFLA.com. Eric, we've been getting in a lot of questions. Let's get right to it. And let's start with our Facebook Live comment section. This comment coming in from Rachel moments ago. Hashtag AJB, do you think Clearwater will be losing power? And we can really talk about Clearwater and the larger Pinellas County area.
Yeah, that's right. Pinellas County being really close to the coast. You're going to be experiencing tropical storm force wind gusts. Wouldn't be surprised if you saw 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So any trees that would knock down on the power lines definitely have the potential of losing power in Pinellas County.
Yeah, and also should note that power outages, we'll be paying very close attention to that on WFLA.com. School closures, other locations that you need to know about. Let's go to YouTube Live. Sia wants to know, hashtag AJB, can we tell how much the eye across is from the eye's center to the walls? People are asking some really specific weather questions. This one, now that we have an eye with this storm, people want to know about it, Eric.
Yeah, that's right. You know, a couple of hours ago, the eye was more well-defined, and I estimated about 20 miles from west to east, but now you see that rain is starting to fill in the eye, so it's not really a well-defined eye, but a couple of hours ago, it was about 20 miles wide.
Yeah, let's go to this question. It comes in from Kevin on Twitter. I'm still calling it Twitter, you guys. Hashtag HJB, what's the possibility of tornadoes in Gainesville? And what will the wind speeds likely be? You know, man, I'll tell you, when we're looking here at the cone from the National Hurricane Center, Eric, Gainesville just looks like it's not in the best location. That's, of course, where the University of Florida is.
Correct. But the track has moved slightly to the west. So once again, Gainesville right on the edge of that cone. So definitely going to have tropical storm force wind speed, 50, 60 miles per hour. And it could be approaching hurricane force wind gust, again, depending on the track as this continues to move to the north.
I am punching this one in live. This one came in literally about 5 seconds ago. And we're going to get this one in from August Baby on YouTube Live. If it's an August Baby, then happy birthday. You probably just had a birthday. YouTube Live, hashtag KJB. What should we expect in the Ocala area?
That's
with
right.
The storm?
Ocala slightly south of Gainesville. I don't think you're going to see hurricane force wind gusts, but I definitely do see 60 plus miles an hour wind gusts. So strong tropical storm force wind gusts in the Ocala area, and definitely a couple of inches of rain.
Yeah, we've got a lot of questions coming in. We are answering those questions, as you can clearly see right now, from our Facebook Live comment section, our YouTube Live comment section on Twitter as well. Meteorologist Eric Stone, myself, will be featuring other members of the Max Defender 8 weather team all day long. And really important to note, folks, we were just talking about Clearwater may be losing power. Other areas of the viewing area may be losing power. If you lose power, we're right here in the palm of your hands on WFLA.com and our social media platforms. Deanne, we'll send it back over to you. And we're back on live stream. Meteorologist Eric Stone, JB Biunno here with you live, and that was our live report on WFLA News Channel 8. And Eric will be doing that over the course of the day, just teaming up with our TV audience, our TV team in the broadcast studio, doing everything that we can to get good information out there.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a Category 1 storm right now in Idalia. The eye is still trying to get itself together. It's a little bit messy. We call it a little dirty eye. But you know what? Again, the track has moved to the west, and that's the big story of the day so far. Combine that with a slow strengthening. So, again, we're just waiting to see what happens when this moves into even warmer waters.
How about let's go to Alan for this one, wanting to know how high the storm surge will be. And Eric, that really depends
where
on
you're at,
where you are at.
You know, maximum storm surge in Citrus County, 8 to 12 feet. I think it might be a little bit less if this does track further to the west. Hernando County, 7 to 9 feet. Pasco, 6 to 8. And here in the Bay Area, the possibility of 4 to 7 foot storm surge. Once you get southward to Manatee County, Anna Maria Island, all the way down towards Siesta Key, even toward Englewood, you're talking about 2 to 4 foot storm surge.
All right, let's go to this one. Facebook Live. Melissa's up. What about, you were just talking about Pasco County. Let's, look, coastal Pasco County, inland Pasco County, that's going to be, two very different sides of the coin.
Right. Yeah, what I'm looking at is 6 to 8 foot storm surge possible in Pasco County. And again, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind, especially along the coast. And those are wind gusts, rather. And, the further inland you get, of course, the wind won't be as strong, maybe 40 to 50 miles per hour if you're extreme eastern Pasco County. And again, you're only looking at about 1 to 2 inches of rain in eastern Pasco and 3 to 5 inches of rain along the coast.
All right. How about this one from Jacob? This is a good one for us to answer because we haven't really addressed this. Jacob asking us, are we going into wall-to-wall coverage? So let's talk about what our coverage plan is going to look like. Eric and I are going to be here. You're going to be seeing a lot of us on stream today. We are going to be taking breaks intermittently throughout the entire day. We do have to, of course, save our vocal cords, take care of one another, and of course, eat, do the things that we have to do as human beings to be able to be at our best for you. But really, we're going to be live on the advisories. So the advisories are when we get new info. And here on Tracking the Tropics, breaking down that new information. That's really, obviously, extremely important to what we do, one of our core functions here. So we are live right now. We're not going anywhere for the time being, but we will be back with you live at 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 11 o'clock. That's when you can expect to see us with some breaks in the middle there. And look, to tell you the truth, you guys, we might have an opportunity to even smile a little bit and try to go off topic just for the levity of the moment, just because live streaming is different than television. Live streaming, we can try to just have a bit of a back and forth conversation with you about our subject matter, and just to take a little bit of a break from the doom and gloom and being able to just talk and see how you guys are doing out there, what's on your minds. Because we can talk wobbles and models and wind speeds and storm surge all day long, but if we don't take a break, I think it's healthy for us to take a break from that conversation every now and again and talk to you guys about other stuff. As far as TV goes, they are going to be starting wall-to-wall coverage on WFLA News Channel 8 at some point today. That is, of course, when basically you won't see any of our other programming. It's just going to be Idalia all the time on your NBC station here in Tampa Bay. Streaming, we're here for you. TV, we're here for you. We, of course, have got you covered. Eric, it's going to be... look, we're strapping. We did this with Ian last year. We did this with Nicole as well. We did a lot of coverage for Nicole. We're ready for this.
Oh, yeah. I've been ready for this since the weekend. And I believe our TV WFLA is going to go wall to wall, I believe, at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, let's go to Alexandra. Hashtag Hey Eric on Facebook Live. Do you anticipate the Skyway Bridge closing today?
Definitely later on this evening, yes. Probably, boy, it's going to be calling it close for that afternoon commute. I don't think the winds are going to pick up until late in the afternoon into the evening hours, but for safety's sake, they may close the Skyway Bridge down earlier than later. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was closed all the way through at least the Wednesday morning commute if people are actually working.
Let's spend the next few minutes on, yes, Twitter, calling it Twitter. Until somebody marches in here and says, don't call it Twitter. Oh, you're marching in here. No, really. This
we've been told.
Colleen, come on in. I have several different bosses. Colleen here making a cameo. Can I call it Twitter? Yes. I can call it Twitter. Okay, I don't have to start calling it X. We're going to mute mics for just a brief conversation. Stand by.
Emojis.
Oh, wow.
The emojis was
I
still
forgot that the emoji wall was on there as we muted microphones. A few hurricane emojis there. Back with you on stream. We were just talking that actually there was really no reason for me to mute microphones there. It's just more of a precaution, but I'll tell you exactly what that was about. We are going to start to bring in live cameras from around Florida. That way that we can start to see what Idalia looks like. I mean, we had this video from yesterday, Eric. This was the NOAA satellite imagery, and this is old now. This is the one from yesterday. We hope to get an update on this today. But we're going to start to see some live cameras that we have stationed around Florida, across the peninsula, that'll be able to give us a real-time view of what Idalia looks like, even though it's a considerable ways from the coast right now, right?
Yes, and you know what? I just got an alert on my phone. I still have Southwest Florida alerts because I've worked and lived there for so many years. Collier County and Naples now under a tornado warning. And again, this is from the outer bands of Idalia. And I do expect these outer bands, as you can see right there on the top right corner of your screen, that red that's right over Naples. Again, this is what we're going to deal with throughout the day today as these rain bands move north, the possibility of isolated tornadoes.
Yep. That's something that we talk so much about: the rain, the storm surge, the winds, but spin up tornadoes also something that we have to monitor, and we'll get alerts here too, right? I mean, as far as giving people a heads up about tornadoes, what does that look like storm coverage wise?
Well, you know what? The alerts come in right away from the National Weather Service, so we'll get them in real time. We'll hear that buzzing, the bell when there's a tornado warning, just like we heard about 24 hours ago when the hurricane warnings came down, storm surge warnings, and all that. So, but again, I've got it on my phone to alert me in Southwest Florida as well as the Bay Area from all those years I've lived down in Fort Myers. So it looks like we're already starting with the tornado warnings down in Naples.
Wow. Yeah. So things, getting underway. As far as impacts in the Tampa Bay area, they're going to start to be felt at what time?
I would say we'll feel the first rain bands mid-afternoonish, maybe around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Again, it all depends on how fast this moves. It seems to be moving just what I thought, 14 miles an hour. So I'd say between 2 and 3 o'clock here in Tampa, we'll see that first bit of rain band coming in.
Chelsea, I see your comment. One of our moderators, Chelsea. So there is no, at least not yet, there is no wobble tracker app. Maybe should we?
Oh, wow.
You know what?
Oh, my gosh.
I see a future where we're just on a yacht somewhere, you and I.
Yeah? So
a
we
yacht
won the
of our
lottery,
own,
right? I love it.
With pinball machines left and right, because we are going to we're going to make the Wobble Tracker app, right? We're going to make the Wobble Tracker app. Yeah. That's what people are asking for. Look, folks, on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, we've put the link in the comment section to the Wobble Tracker. We know a lot of people are asking for it. The short link, you'll find it in YouTube Live and Facebook Live. Stand by. All right,
Yep.
Eric, I'm gonna allow you. Let's turn off emoji wall before we get some
Game over.
Some funny, hilarious emojis. Also, too, really quickly, while we're getting some live cameras up for you folks, lay the house. Where's Pickles?
They're asking me.
So
Pickles is probably at home sleeping. Lee didn't bring Pickles in today, unfortunately. You briefly saw the camera of not Pickles, right? Oh, we miss Pickles, even though she can be feisty and nibble on you a little bit. But I'm sure she's home sleeping.
Wow,
dreaming away.
Look, we're gonna have to verbally courtesy this for a minute. Hold on a second. I'm punching up a live picture, folks, of Key West, and you're gonna want to see this. Stand by. I have to get a courtesy up on screen. And this is going to be a courtesy. We're going to live punch this up. Courtesy. And and they've given us permission. 2 Oceans Digital.
Yeah, and there's some rain
Oceans
bands
Digital.
that are pretty close to Key West right now. So it should be a little gusty there.
Let's see this here. Change this and this and this. Hold on. 2 Oceans Digital. Oh, that's way too big.
Not really seeing too much with the wobble tracker. It still looks like it's maybe slightly west, meaning the storm's moving due north, which is what we expect and is what's happening now. And again, it's moving so quickly. Oh, look at this. Here we go.
All right, so this is the southernmost point. If you've ever been to Key West, Florida, by the way, look at that.
Oh, that truck just got some water in the pickup in the back
That
there.
looks like it might be a county truck, a Monroe County truck.
Oh, yeah. They're getting some water.
And the bed of that truck is getting some water thrown in it. Look at that. Yeah, this is one of the most photographed spots in the southeastern United States. This is the buoy for the southernmost point. I have been to this spot, and I can assure you, sometimes the line just to get a cell phone picture taken in front of this
20
buoy
minutes.
can be a football field long. I mean, really, that long, because it's such a popular spot to say that you are standing in the United States' southernmost point. And of course, it's located right on the water in Key West. And Idalia saying hello here, Eric, for sure.
Oh, definitely. Just kind of waving on by. And again, I've been there a couple times as well. And I've obviously never been in conditions like this. So really not the best place to be right now. As you can see, the water starting to splash up and over the wall, up and over the buoy. And it looks like some people are trying to check it out, or maybe, I don't know what vehicle that is, but definitely not advisable right now, especially since I lost my car in a Fort Lauderdale flood a few months ago when they got 26 inches of rain. I know all about flooding and all about losing my vehicle firsthand.
Yeah, I've been to Key West about a dozen times, I would say. And of course, it's right here in the state of Florida. It's a beautiful drive down, 7 Mile Bridge. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And I remember one time, Eric, that I was down there in this exact spot during rough seas, and the water would get thrown up, not this dramatically. I mean, this right here,
the
all
rain
this
band's
water
coming in
coming
right,
up.
literally as we speak. That heavy rain band is moving right into Key West.
Yeah,
and
so
you can see the conditions are worsening over the past minute.
And it's giving me some perspective, because I remember the waves crashing over that wall and coming up to maybe the words like southernmost, but they are towering over the buoy right now, and those waves are, and that just really goes to show. People in our comment section, look, that truck, free car wash. I mean,
salt water. Is that what you really want?
No, actually, that's a good point. You don't want salt water getting all up into your, into your car, into your vehicle. That is a problem. So people are stopping, observing, but this is not an area you want to be right now.
Once they get splashed, JB, I know there's a Jeep, but once they get splashed, they seem to be like, oh, I'm out of here.
Wow.
Yeah, this is something, And look how far away Idalia is from Key West. 200 miles more? 200 miles or more away? And look, we're seeing these kind of waves 200 miles or more away. And we're expecting Idalia to be 100, 120 miles offshore Pinellas County. So about half of that distance. And be a lot stronger by the time it's parallel to Pinellas County.
I'm sorry, I was just listening to something. Can you repeat that one more time?
Basically, Idalia is about a good 200 miles away from Key West right now, okay?
Yeah.
And look at what you're seeing from a storm that's a low-end Cat 1 hurricane, okay, mid-Cat 1 hurricane, 200 miles away. Look at this, look at this person.
What is this guy
All right,
doing?
here we go. He says, I haven't taken a shower in days, so I'm just going to come and, but yeah,
And then the guy with the T-shirt on his head.
Well, yeah, what's he trying to protect?
They're taking a picture, no doubt, right? The guy in the van is taking a picture.
Well, yeah, in the van maybe.
Look, this is
this is
not
crazy.
something you want to be doing, and that leads me to my next question, Eric. When is the worst going to hit Key West as far as the storm? Is it now?
I would say pretty much right now for the next couple of hours. So what I was saying is this storm is 200 miles away from Key West, all right? And you're seeing the effects along the immediate coast. By the time it gets to Pinellas County offshore, it will be 120 or so miles. So maybe half the distance that it is now, but it's going to be so much stronger. So if this storm is 200 miles away and you see what it's doing in Key West, it's going to be worse as we head toward Manatee, but mainly Pinellas, Hernando, Pasco, Citrus County, because it'll be a lot closer and it'll also be a lot stronger. Again, you're talking about a mid-category 1 right now, 200 miles away, and the rain bands are producing what you're seeing on the screen, right?
Are the cars in a line?
See, I was wondering.
Are they lining up for photos?
It almost seems like, I don't know, for photos or maybe just for the experience.
It's one after the other.
Yeah. And I don't think it's that's not a main road, right? That's just like
That's
a little.
Route 1. That's Route 1, isn't it?
Is it?
I believe it is.
But where they're at with a buoy, isn't that just like a little turnaround? I don't think it's like a road
Like
with a stop sign.
Right one.
Right.
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because I think Route 1 is a little bit further. I don't think Route 1's getting the big splashes that little area is getting.
No, and I'm sorry. You're right. It's not on Route 1. Route 1 is...
It's a little turnaround, I think.
It is.
Because I'm not seeing any other traffic. It's not like there's a traffic light and all these cars are waiting. I don't think it's anything like that.
Whitehead and South Streets.
Right.
But it's one after the other, so I'm just starting to wonder now, are people just driving to get their photo? But this is... Please be safe. The people that are in Key West aren't going to listen to two live streaming guys in Tampa, a meteorologist and a reporter. They're not going to listen to us. But we could tell our audience here, please make smart decisions in the hours and days ahead as Idalia, a potentially life-threatening storm with life-threatening storm surge, on the way. Just please make the best decisions for you and your family. And so while this is, we're getting a look at some of the impacts here from Idalia, even 200 miles away from this spot that you're looking at. Imagine what it would be like 20 miles from the center of the storm versus 200. So everyone, just please stay safe out there. Without me going on a big lecture, just please be safe. That's all. Any other notes before we...
Nah, it looks like that rain band is kind of winding down there. I'm not really seeing the big splashes as I did earlier. So again, that's what happens in these rain bands. It gets really intense for a few minutes and then it calms down until the next rain band comes in. But again, in these rain bands, isolated tornadoes are the major threat.
I love Key West, man.
I do too. I haven't been there in a while.
Any pinball places in Key West?
Yes, there are, but I haven't been to any. I used to take the Key West Express from Fort Myers down to Key West. It's a 4-hour boat ride, 3.5-hour boat ride. You get there about 11:30 in the morning, and you go walk around, have lunch, and 5:30 in the afternoon you leave and you head back to Fort Myers, and it's like $100. It's really a good deal, and you have a lot of fun.
We're gonna pivot now to talking about we promised that we were going to take breaks from the doom and gloom to just have some conversations with our audience. And I'm going to ask our audience, maybe we'll do a poll. Maybe there's a poll to be done here that we can have just a little bit of a break and smile a little bit. The number one vacation spot in Florida is what? Are you the pristine beaches of Clearwater and St. Pete Beach, and you love the tropical experience of some of the most beautiful beaches in the United States? Are you a theme park junkie who just loves Orlando, Disney, Universal, SeaWorld, you name it? Do you love that old traditional feeling of St. Augustine? Do you love traveling down here for the Daytona 500, Daytona Beach? Florida has so much to offer. Key West is one of the most popular vacation spots. And then, of course, you can't forget about Miami and South Beach. So right now, in our comment section, just to take a break from Idalia for a moment, we're going to be talking about Idalia for hours, but just to take a break, what is your number one favorite vacation spot in all of Florida? You don't have to answer, Eric, because this is, I don't want to get in trouble now.
I have so many. Oh, I'm not going to get in trouble, but I love Delray Beach. Have you been there? It's such a cool town, and there's a huge pinball museum there, walking distance from the ocean. So I could go play pinball. I could go walk to the ocean, cool off, hang out on the beach. Then later at night, have a nice dinner, go back to play. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff I could do at Delray Beach. That's one of my favorite spots. South Beach is really cool because of the atmosphere. But yeah, there's just so many. And of course, the West Coast, all the beaches are Siesta Key's great. Clearwater Beach is amazing. I just don't have one, JB. Do you?
I'm looking at the comment section now. I'm going to try to see if I can bring up our comment section live.
Even Daytona
here.
Beach is fun. Watching the cars driving on the sand.
I'm going to give you I'm going to throw a Siesta Key. Yep. Daniel in our comment section saying Siesta Key. O'Day saying Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to give you a sneaky one that people, that Floridians really know is a great spot. And some people outside of Florida know this is a great spot. I love Destin.
Oh.
Yeah. Destin up on the Panhandle. There's just, I don't know what it is. There's something about Destin that is really special.
I haven't been to any, I shouldn't say this. I haven't been to any Panhandle beaches.
Destin, look, folks, little inside baseball, I'm sure the folks in the Panhandle will be saying, JB, no, don't be talking about Destin. That's our spot. don't be giving out the details about our spot. But Destin's really awesome. Destin's some great businesses down there, restaurants. So yeah, the comment section is just loading up with different places. All right, so shouting some out. Deb says Madeira Beach. Joanne just says Disneyland, except at Disneyland, California. We know that you probably meant Disney World, Disneyland
right.
over in California. Yeah, Nicole has it right. Walt Disney World. Eddie says Key West. Wasser says Daytona Beach. Michelle, Boca Grande. Yeah, can't forget about Boca Grande. Harley's World says Indian Rocks. The fact that we're getting so many different answers just goes to show how much, Florida has so much to offer people. Yes, we have to deal with hurricanes. Yes, tropical storms are always in our mind and, in the back of our minds. But Florida is just a very diverse state with a lot of different places that you would want to visit and enjoy. Jay Scott with a great response. Have you been to Dry Tortugas? I haven't been there yet. That is the old fort. How many miles away from Key West is that? That's it's a national park. That's right. I always forget. It's a national park that you can only get to by boat from Key West. It is I wish I could bring up this picture. I don't have the rights to it.
I don't think it's too far, is it?
Folks, Google Dry Tortugas because it's a big fort like in the middle of like tropical paradise. Now look, right now Dry Tortugas is probably getting slammed, but on a normal day, it is just it's wild to think that they were able to build what they built in such a unbelievably remote place. That's another great answer. Yeah, I think that there's too many answers, Eric, here to do a poll because I could only pick 3 options. You know what? Well, maybe how about this for a poll? YouTube Live, we're gonna do a poll. What's your favorite Florida vacation?
And there we go. Let's see if this pickup gets some water in the back.
We'll do beach.
Oh, they're getting out. Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, look at this.
What are they doing?
Hey, guys.
Oh, geez.
Hey.
We're going to probably get off
this.
We
want to get wet.
We don't want to... Yeah. You know what? Look, we do not want to encourage this type of behavior. So we're going to do the responsible thing here and pivot back.
At least it looks like the waves are that rain band's quieting down there.
Beaches, theme parks.
Starting to see some dry air coming into the northeast part of this storm.
I'm going to here. We're getting back to storm coverage in a bit. We're just going to finish. We're going to actually, you know what? We're probably going to pivot back to storm coverage now. But I just want to put this poll up and ask on YouTube Live, what is your favorite Florida vacation? I gave 4 options, Eric. Okay, you ready for this?
Okay, 4 options.
All right. Beaches, theme parks, the old towns like Key West and St. Augustine, or to go boating, fishing, lobstering, scalloping. So we'll let people vote on that, and we'll come back to that later. But we got to get back to Idalia coverage. Just a little bit of a moment of a break. Give us a thumbs up in the comment section if you want more breaks like this where we can just take a step away from just all the hurricane talk and just having a little bit of a break in that conversation. Give us a thumbs up if you want more of that, or you can give us just a quick thumbs down if you just want us to stay on topic. As we have Chief Meteorologist Jeff Barradelli coming in, Meteorologist Amanda Holly coming in. We've got more and more folks joining us here in the Stream Center. So let's go to our next few questions and comments, and we'll do, how about Facebook Live? See what people on Facebook Live are saying. Let's go to Cliff's comment on Facebook Live. Cliff is one of our frequent commenters on the WFLA Facebook page. And he wants to know about Castor Beach.
That one I don't know.
Castor Beach.
I do not know where Castor Beach is.
And let's see if we can get an exact location for you.
And I know most beaches, but not that one.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where this. Oh, there. Okay, if I'm seeing this correctly, that's weird. It's not like popping up on the map officially. It might not be an officially designated location.
It's showing me UCF or USF.
Yeah. Well, then we can just use this as a general.
You know what that might be? Is that a beach that is on the bay?
I think it is. Yes.
I think it's probably a beach on the bay. So I mean, yes, and that's the north. I think that's the northeast part of the bay. So storm surge definitely be an issue there. Definitely at least 3 foot up to 5 foot of storm surge in the northeast portions of Tampa Bay. So yes, Castor Beach definitely inundated with some of that water from Tampa Bay and definitely some coastal flooding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go back to YouTube Live. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. We will be taking breaks to just enjoy some of the back and forth conversations that we can have when we're not talking about the hurricane. And now that we have some people that have vacated, let's go back to here. I'm
looking at the wobble tracker, and
let's go to wobble tracker.
It still looks like the center, which it's hard to tell exactly where the center is. But it definitely looks like it's west of the red line.
It's not a well-defined eye wall at the moment.
But look at the circulation, and you can almost see
westward
the
movement.
right-hand portion of the circulation over top of the red line, the eastern portion of the circulation over the top of the red line. And so the center would be just to the west of that. But yeah, the eye is just definitely not looking all that good. There's some drier air in the northeastern part that's wrapping around. So again, we'll continue to watch this, but I still think this thing moves more north than east of north over the next few hours.
Somebody just emerged in our YouTube comment section and put in huge capital letters that I saw, fix Facebook Live. Facebook Live, if someone... To our Facebook Live audience, is everything sounding and looking okay? We bounce our signals around to a lot of different places, and so if Facebook Live is experiencing any technical difficulties, please let me know. You can also shoot an email over to news@wfla.com if a signal in a certain spot isn't working as it should. I think YouTube Live should be working okay. Facebook Live, if there are problems, please just let us know so that we can tell our team, our stream team, if you will, to correct it. Let's go to Flowers. Hashtag, hey JB, how bad will Davis islands be, Eric?
Yeah, definitely getting some of that surge from Tampa Bay. I wouldn't be surprised if you got 3 to 5 foot surge, some of that water inundating the roads right along the coast. It's not going to be one of those events like Ian, but definitely seeing some of that flood water possibly inundating your house, especially if you're right along the coast. That's what we can expect for Tampa Bay, Hillsborough, Pinellas County throughout the evening tonight and overnight into early tomorrow morning, especially once we get those higher tides.
Just really quickly on Facebook Live, I'm seeing some of the feedback come in. So Facebook Live, there's some glitching going on. Can confirm with our team here that I'm talking to that it's not on our end. So Facebook is because our signal is working fine in other places. YouTube Live, can you guys confirm for me that we're not freezing or glitching in any way? Give me a thumbs up if YouTube is working for you without any glitches or freezes. And that, of course, lets us know that our signal is intact. It's just Facebook is for some reason glitching out, and we'll have to look at that when we're off stream. But Eric, let's go to this question from Andy. #KJB, how will the full moon / supermoon affect the tides and water level?
Yeah, the full supermoon, the closest it is to Earth all year long, the extra high tides will be around 3 foot in many areas. So you add that to the 4 to 7 foot storm surge that we're expecting, Pinellas County toward the Tampa Bay, and you add those two, and it's called a storm tide. And that means you got the storm surge on top of the extra high tide with a supermoon. So, of course, that supermoon definitely adding to the coastal flooding concerns.
All right, folks, we are going to be wrapping up this advisory live stream. So we've been live since 11 a.m. We're going to be wrapping up at 12:30 Eastern. So this is a 10-minute Q&A starting now with Eric and I. And we will be back, of course, at 2 o'clock with the 2 o'clock advisory. But right now, we're going to just exclusively answer your questions. Also monitor the Wobble Tracker, which you can find on WFLA.com, and just try to answer as many of your questions as possible. Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and yes, I will be monitoring Twitter as well if they have #HeyEric or #HeyJB. Let's go to Eric. Let's get to as many as we can in the next 10 minutes. From Eric Stone, or from Eric Barone to Eric Stone.
Wow.
#HeyJB, sustained winds and gusts in Seminole Heights area.
I would say 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, tropical storm force, sustained winds are possible there.
Okay, let's go to Steve in our comment section. #HeyJB on YouTube Live. Is it going to be a strong Cat 3 when it makes landfall?
Well, a Cat 3 is pretty strong on its own, but I think it will be a minimal Cat 3. But it's a major hurricane. It's a Category 3, so even if it's 115, 120 miles an hour, still going to do devastation as it makes landfall somewhere between Cedar Key and St. Mark's. But again, my gut instinct is that this is going to continue to move west. We've been watching this wobble to the west over the past hour, so I think it's going to be closer to St. Mark's.
There's less comments on Twitter right now, so I'm just giving everyone like YouTube. Our comment section is plentiful with comments. Facebook Live is kind of in that medium tier, and then Twitter. Look, your odds are best right now on Twitter. I'm just giving everybody a little bit of some insight as to if you really are trying to get your question answered. That's the most likely spot right now, provided that you use #HeyJB or #HeyEric. And that's, again, a form of consent to get your content and your comment, rather, on screen. Let's see. This is from Rita Kiner3 on Twitter, #HeyJB. How far inland will a 6-foot storm surge come? Asking from Port Richey, that, of course, being in Pasco County.
Right. Yeah. I mean, definitely coming in, I would say at least, a tenth of a mile. It's looking like right now Port Richey could see 6 to 8 foot of storm surge, which, again, imagine a 6-foot wave, a 6-foot wall of water on the beach, and then when it crashes, it moves inland, and it can go a tenth of a mile, it could go a quarter of a mile. 6 foot's not going to go that far, but yeah, I'd say upwards of maybe, and that's a tenth of a mile before the trickle of the finished wave, so to speak, will move in.
We're going to go to ATM Chris on Twitter. Hashtag HeyJB. Do you think it's necessary to, I think that should read evacuate in Duval County, that of course being Jacksonville.
Right. No, I definitely wouldn't say that. But definitely listen to your officials. Keep an eye on the track. It's looking more and more like it's going to move well to the northwest of Jacksonville. You're not going to really be seeing that storm surge. You will have some gusty wind and a few inches of rain, but it's not going to be any more rain than a rainy season day. Okay. Again, isolated tornadoes are going to be the big threat with any of these rain bands that come in, not rainfall itself.
Dakota Jones. I have that right. Yeah, Dakota Jones. Hashtag AJB on Twitter. What kind of conditions could South Venice expect?
Yeah, if you're by the that jetty there, the pier in Venice, a really pretty area, but definitely a good 2 to 4 foot storm surge, and you're starting to get pretty close to those rain bands. It may still take another hour or so before those initial rain bands affect you. But yeah, you'll start to see some of that rain mid-afternoon, maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock, a little bit earlier in South Venice. And again, pretty strong gusty wind, but tropical storm force wind gust at best. I don't think you'll see sustained tropical storm force wind in Venice.
Okay. We'll bounce back to YouTube Live and Facebook Live here in just a moment, but let's go to the home of the Blue Angels. I think this is Mary Jane on Twitter. Hashtags for us both. What can you tell me about Pensacola and the storm?
It's one of the few spots that's least affected from Idalia. This will be moving so far to the east of Pensacola that you may not get much in the way of rain whatsoever. And any wind that you do get will push the water away from the beaches. So Pensacola is looking pretty good right now.
So this question is coming in from Stephanie, and it's on YouTube Live. It's hard to answer this question, Stephanie, because we don't have a location, but she's asking, should I take my 18-foot trampoline down? And look, this trampolines, umbrellas, things that can easily get picked up, and things that aren't secured in your backyard, your front yard, on your property, things that can fly through the air. These are hazards for your neighbors. So we can't answer the question, Stephanie, about, because look, if you're joining us from Pensacola, for example, your trampoline is going to be fine. But if you're joining us from elsewhere in Florida, perhaps somewhere in the impact area, your 18-foot trampoline might be something, Eric, that you might want to secure.
Yeah, trampolines are known to fly around in storms. So 18-foot, I mean, it is a pretty big one. I'm sure it's pretty heavy too, but I would definitely be safe than sorry and take it down.
Let's go to Facebook Live next, and it just popped in a second ago from Lori on Facebook Live. Hashtag HeyJB. I live in Brandon, Valrico, Riverview area. What can I expect?
You're far enough from the bay and the coast that you're not going to worry about storm surge, but definitely I wouldn't be surprised if you had tropical storm force wind gust over 50 miles an hour. The further east you go as you head toward Polk County, Brandon, Valrico, in eastern Hillsborough, 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gust. Again, I'm looking at the track. I'm looking at, it doesn't even look like a wobble. It looks like it's just continuing to move to the north while the actual track is slightly east of north. So again, I really attribute this to the fast forward speed. And over the years, I've noticed this. The models just don't seem to catch up. And so it tracks further north faster than the models anticipate. And that eventually moves the entire track to the west.
Let's go to one more on Facebook Live. Steve? Hashtag HeyJB and Eric. What can we expect in Parrish? Parrish, I believe, is that Manatee County? I believe it is.
It's right along 301.
Yep. Likelihood of losing power there in Parrish.
If they're weak tree limbs or weak trees that, a 40 mile an hour wind gust would knock down into power lines, then you could lose power. So you can't really pinpoint, are you going to lose power in this one particular city right now in Hillsborough County? But the potential is definitely there. So you want to be prepared for that.
All right. What about flooding? We're going to go to Twitter again. What about flooding? And this is from Tom. It's loading. Tom Moore on Twitter. Yeah, here it is. How about flooding in Clearwater near Highway 19 and Enterprise Road? It's funny. You bring that up. You bring up an intersection, and I can bring that up in my computer.
Yeah, I'm familiar with 19, and is Enterprise Road right before Countryside, a little bit further north in Pinellas?
I'll tell you here in just a second. I'm looking it up. Enterprise and 19. Yeah. So that's right. I'm sorry. What were you asking?
It's north of Bay to Bay, right? And right south of Countryside. Is that where Enterprise is? I'm pretty sure. We're just south of the Countryside Mall on 19.
Just east of Dunedin. There's a Lowe's, a Red Lobster, a Wawa.
So
I'm looking
yes,
at
it's
it's
north-ish.
It's south of Countryside.
Okay,
that is correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I know exactly where that's at. Again, you're not really near water to be affected by storm surge. And again, 3 to 5 inches of rain, 2 to 4 inches of rain, you're not going to really see much more than you would on a typical rainy season day. So what I like to say is if your neighborhood floods on a heavy rainy season day where it rains 3-4 inches in your neighborhood, if your neighborhood floods during that, then yes, you may see some flooding, not from the coast, but freshwater flooding from the rain. But again, we're looking at totals. The further inland you go, we're looking at totals, 2 to 4 inches in maybe central Pinellas, maybe 3 to 5 at most. So again, that's a very heavy rainy season day. If you typically flood during that day, then you may have some low-lying flooding from this as well.
We did Facebook Live, we did Twitter in this last Q&A, and now we'll sneak in one more from YouTube Live. We talked about this yesterday, Eric. Barbara wants to know, #HeyJB, does Florida need to be concerned about it coming back around next week? There's that one, or actually, I think Jeff and I spoke about this on stream last night. There's that one model, or might be two, of the spaghetti models where if you extend them all the way out, there's a couple of outliers that have it circling back around and coming to Florida
and hitting the East Coast or hitting the Northeast Coast,
hitting basically the East Coast.
Yeah,
of Florida.
I mean it's difficult for that to happen, but I haven't seen any indication that would happen. But I have seen the models, and once they get out in the Atlantic, they do start to curve back to the south, and we'll see what happens. But I don't see anything coming back and making any kind of direct impact here in Tampa.
One final one from YouTube Live, because that's going to end our Q&A, and it's very simple. Eric, what's for lunch?
I don't know. I may have to skip out on lunch. I've got a lot of work to do.
No, man. We got to get you some food.
I've got a lot of work to do. We've got to get forecasts going, graphics going, just stuff ready for the later shows. So it's more like what's for dinner. I've got some Greek food in the fridge, some beef, some chicken, some vegetables. So I think that's what I'm going to have. How about you?
I've got some snacks. So if you want a snack or two.
I do have some snacks.
Okay, good.
I do have some snacks, yeah.
For lunch for me, Junior, chicken roll. Do you ever have a chicken roll?
A chicken roll? Like a chicken wrap?
It's kind of like it might be a New York thing. I don't know. It's chicken cutlet with red
sounds good.
Yeah, look, I grew up in my family in New York. We have an Italian restaurant and pizzeria, so I love Italian food. I love pizza.
Too. That's my favorite. Ooh.
And so I'm having a chicken roll for lunch. Chicken roll is chicken cutlet with red sauce and mozz wrapped in dough.
And you could clearly see on the wobble tracker that really wasn't a wobble. That's the direction the storm is going. You can see the circulation. It's literally going straight north. And that red line is slightly east of north. So right now, the storm is moving straight north. The models have this. Most of the models have it really close to St. Mark's. So as I said earlier, I bet you this cone is going to continue to shift to the west, especially if that forward speed stays at 14 miles an hour.
Yeah, the wobble tracker's use and how it can be an important tool for us is clearly on display in this very moment. Because watch the progression here. You can see the center of the eye going along the track, and then all of a sudden, right
there, you see it.
Boom,
yep.
west. Yeah. Lunch is up for us. Everyone else, have some lunch, hydrate, take care of one another, have good conversations, be healthy and safe. And if anybody wants to purchase we're going to auction off. I don't know if we're able to, if management will let us. But yes, the batteries, the AA batteries that failed on Eric's forecast that he worked on for the 11 o'clock advisory. It's right here, folks, right here on the desk. Eric, let's talk about what's next. You and I are going to be taking a brief break and then coming back at 2 o'clock.
Yep, for the 2 o'clock advisory, and then we'll do a big, long stream at 5 for the cone update, which, again, I really think I've seen this so many times with fast-moving storms. I'm telling you, this cone is going to move to the west even more.
Yeah. So wait, the new cone is
5 o'clock.
Right, it's 5 o'clock.
Yep.
But we'll be back on stream at 2 o'clock. We hope that you will join us. Everybody get some food, get some lunch, hydrate up, and we'll see you guys in about really less than 90 minutes from now when our streaming coverage of Tracking the Tropics continues. YouTube Live will keep our stream open. And we'll also revisit our poll results. We asked, about your favorite vacation spot, where your favorite type of Florida vacation. We'll come back to that too. We'll have a little bit of fun with you guys later. And YouTube Live will stay open. WFLA.com. Our stream will stay open. Facebook Live, it will be ending. We'll be launching a new Facebook Live stream, hopefully without any problems. And that will be starting at around 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be right back here on Tracking the Tropics.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Hello there to you folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now's Tracking the Tropics. Getting ready for the 2 o'clock advisory. Want to let you know, though, that something is coming up before then that we have just been given notice of. And it's very similar to yesterday. Governor Ron DeSantis will be holding a press conference talking about the emergency preparations that are underway in the state of Florida He's going to be talking about, of course, all the assistance, the collaboration from county to county, jurisdiction to jurisdiction, all the resources, departments, agencies that are working together in preparation, not just for the arrival of Hurricane Idalia, but also as well the response afterwards, cleanup, the restoration of power, getting to areas that have been flooded for rescues. All of these important topics will be addressed in the emergency operations press conference that is going to be starting at 1:45 Eastern Time. 1:45. It's going to be carried right here on this live stream. If you're watching right now on WFLA.com, maybe you're watching on our app or trackingthetropics.tv, you might be watching on the WFLA YouTube page. Hello to our YouTube audience. Wherever you are watching from, Governor Ron DeSantis will be holding a press conference again at 1:45 Eastern Time. As soon as that press conference is over, you'll be seeing me and some members of the Max Fender 8 weather team. I believe that you'll be seeing Jeff Berardelli, our chief meteorologist. I believe that you might also be seeing Rebecca Barry, another member of our team, on the 2 o'clock live stream. Again, that will begin after Governor DeSantis wraps up his press conference with the emergency operations address that he's going to be giving from the state of Florida. So to our YouTube moderators, feel free to make note of that in our comment section. Again, 1:45 DeSantis, and then soon thereafter, in the minutes afterwards, we'll have the 2 o'clock advisory with me and the Max Fender 8 weather team. See you soon here, folks, on WFLA Now. Thanks for joining us here.
We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. You know the speed run here? You know the speed run here?
That's reimbursable.
Oh,
Charge fee. You eat?
no, I eat it. You can't possible.
Well,
Can we have the sheriff walking on? I'm just saying as a risk.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
hey, y'all. Keep on going. Play solitaire there.
Well, good afternoon. We're here in Columbia County. I've got CFO Jimmy Petronas with us, Kevin Guthrie, our Division of Emergency Management Director, Adjutant General for National Guard Major General Haas. We have Columbia County Emergency Management Director Shane Morgan, Sheriff Mark Hunter from Columbia County, and Representative Chuck Brannon. This storm is going to impact inland counties, and particularly in northern Florida, you are going to see significant impacts. You know, the contours of that will obviously be determined by the exact path of the storm, but I think you're doing the right thing to be prepared. So we're talking about counties like Columbia, we're talking about counties like Hamilton, Madison. All those counties are going to be affected by Hurricane Idalia. We are monitoring some of these computer models. You may see the National Hurricane Center update the track in either 2 o'clock or the 5 o'clock advisory. There are models suggesting that this is going to take more of a westward shift that could bring it into areas like Jefferson and Leon and Wakulla area even. And people have known that this is a possibility, and I know all those counties are making preparations, but that is something to look out for. There's still a range of uncertainty here. They're going to be updating this track as the day goes on, and we will have probably better resolution on that as we get to the 2 or the 5 o'clock advisory. But that is a possibility. We've been in contact with all the local officials in all these areas, and I know people have been making preparations. So continue to do that. The state is already starting to feel some effects of this in the southern part of the state. You're going to start to feel some effects of it in the northern part of the state, probably later tonight, the beginning of tomorrow morning. We have expanded our executive order this morning. We now have 49 counties total. We've added Brevard, Orange, and Osceola counties, and so, you know, pretty much that top of the state all the way into central Florida, maybe excluding some of the farther western panhandle counties, but there's a huge number of counties that are going to feel impacts from this, and we want to make sure they're able to do what they need to do. We're proud of all the staging that's been done, particularly for power restoration. We're now at over 25,000 linemen as of this morning. That is going to be over 30,000, approaching 40,000 by the end of today. And the goal is, when the power, and you are going to lose power if you're in the path of this storm, you should assume that that's going to happen. And the goal is going to be rapid restoration of power. Some of the parts where this storm is projected to go are a lot of trees. There's going to be a lot of branches, a lot of trees. There's going to be a lot of power lines down. Just expect that. There's a lot of manpower that's going to go to address it, but it's definitely going to be something that is going to require a lot of manpower and a lot of attention. So power restoration is something that is very, very important, and we want to thank all the utilities that have marshaled. We've got people coming from southeastern states. We've got people coming from Nebraska coming to Florida to be ready to go to restore power here in the state of Florida, and we think that's important. The local municipalities that have utilities, some of the electric co-ops, all those, please accept the mutual aid. We want to be able to have as much manpower as possible to get that power back on for all of your residents, and we know how important it is for so many Florida residents to be able to get back online. But you should prepare to have some time without power if you're somebody that's in the path of the storm. And by the path, it doesn't mean just in the cone, because there's going to be impacts that are going to be outside whatever the National Hurricane Center says is the path of the storm. There have been evacuation orders issued for people on coastal areas, barrier islands, low-lying areas. You still have time, particularly if in the northern part of the state, you have time to be able to evacuate. You don't need to drive hundreds of miles. You don't need to try to outrun the storm. Just get to higher ground, get into a safe structure, ride out the storm, then you can go back to your place. But in some of these areas, like a Cedar Key, some of these others, along the Big Bend, you're talking about really, really significant storm surge potential. I mean, this is similar 10, 12 plus feet of storm surge could happen in some of those areas. And the storm surge is not something, you're not going to win that battle if you decide to stay behind for that. You run away from the water, and then you hide from the wind. And so in Florida, if you get away from where the surge is going to hit, most of the structures that we have, particularly things that have been built in the last 20, 30 years, those are going to be fine for a Category 3 storm. And so you can hunker down there on higher ground where the storm surge isn't going to be a threat. But if you're putting yourself, if you're hunkering down in an area that could get hit by 10, 12 feet of storm surge, that is a life-threatening situation. And we saw that with Hurricane Ian, just how massive the storm surge was. So you are going to see parts of the coast, probably in the Big Bend area, that is going to have really significant storm surge. We actually anticipate the National Hurricane Center to increase their estimates for the storm surge, particularly in the Big Bend from where it was this morning. So please be advised, you've got time, you've got the ability to do. I know all these counties have opened up shelters. You can go stay with friends, family. I know there's deals on hotels. You still have time to do that if you're in this Big Bend area, but time is running out very, very rapidly. We are working with counties to make sure they have the resources they need to be able to help their residents weather this hurricane. We've had more than 450 active missions. We've fulfilled or will have those fulfilled sometime today, all 450 of them, and I want to thank the Florida Division of Emergency Management for doing that. We're now up to 1.1 million gallons of fuel that is on standby to be able to mitigate any fuel interruptions, and sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. We'd rather be safe than sorry, so that fuel is there, and that can be deployed as needed if there is an interruption in fuel. We have all 8 urban search and rescue teams from the state of Florida are activated and ready to go. Hopefully they're not going to have anything to do. Hopefully everybody got out of town and there's not, who are in these low-lying areas or in the very vulnerable areas, hopefully there's not a need for rescues, but we assume that there will be, and they're going to be there, and they're going to do their thing, which they do very, very well. We have a lot of assets available. We have 5,500 National Guardsmen. We have Rotary Wing assets. We have Riverine assets. All of that is ready, locked and loaded to be deployed as needed. We have deployed almost 250 Starlink internet devices, and we have over 500 staged that can be sent to areas that need it once the storm passes by. We have 3,000 staged and ready to deploy. We have more than 700 personnel, including over 220 cut and toss crew members, with more than 650 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks strategically placed across the state to prepare for cut and toss operations post-storm. That is going to be necessary. Hurricane Ian, because it was a more populated area, the amount of tree debris and some of the others on the road, while there was definitely some, it's probably not going to be as much as this storm will be, because you've got a lot of wooded areas. You're going to see a lot of branches go down, and so we have people standing by to be able to help clear the roads, and that's important just for pedestrian traffic, but also important for emergency response traffic. So that's something that's going to be really, really important. Once the storm passes, or once you lose power, if you use a generator, please use the generator appropriately. You cannot run the generator in your home. You can't run the generator in your garage. You can die from carbon monoxide poisoning. It's got to be outside your house, 20 feet away from doors and windows, and the exhaust needs to be pointing away from your house. So please use that appropriately. There's obviously a need for power generation in these circumstances. We understand that, but make sure that that's being done outside and that there's not exhaust coming into your house. We're going to be heading back after this to Tallahassee to continue with preparation efforts. In the meantime, we'll hear from Director Guthrie, Director Morgan, and CFO Jimmy Petronas.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your continued support and leadership in this disaster. I'm going to pick up where the Governor left off about generator safety again. Please make sure that that's 20 feet outside your home. I know that we've had a couple of times where we've had people think garages are open. That is not open. It needs to be out away from your garage as well. So please do that. Talked to the chief meteorologist for the Division of Emergency Management, Amy Godsey, just before I walked in the door. Again, reiterating what the governor has already said, we do anticipate seeing some higher level storm surge values coming out of the National Hurricane Center here very shortly. Potentially a track back to the west a little bit more towards Jefferson County and potentially even over into Leon. But what I would ask people to do now, especially if they live on the river, its tributaries in the Swanee River Valley, of course, up here in Columbia County as well, please heed the warnings. If Shane or any of your local emergency managers ask for an evacuation, please do that. You are going to lose power. If you are power dependent, you have to have that. You're going to lose power. We are going to lose power. So please make sure you go someplace that has power that can help you out. I'm not going to talk about how Columbia County needs to handle that. We do have on our website right now at floridadisaster.org/SNR. That's S as in Sam, N as in Nancy, R as in Romeo, SNR. That's our special needs registration, but we are getting into a window where we're going to have to go direct with counties versus us getting that information and making sure it gets down to the county level. So I'll let Shane obviously talk about how he does that here in Columbia County. But again, if there's a doubt, call your local emergency management agency and then listen to your local emergency management official as we move into these next few hours. As soon as the disaster is passed, again, all of the state's resources and all the state emergency response team, the 30-plus agencies that we have, plus all of the mutual aid that is coming from all over the United States, will be ready and quickly responding to it, to include even in the overnight hours. So please stay safe. Please heed the evacuation warnings. Thank you so much, Governor, for all you do for us.
Okay, Shane.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I just want to reiterate what they were talking about. If you do have issues such as you're a special needs patient, you can call in. Our citizens information number is open and active. We opened it at noon today. That number is 386-719-7530, and we can help you get registered for the special needs shelter if that is something that you are wanting to take advantage of and be a part of. The shelters will open at 6 o'clock. We have 5. We have the one special needs shelter, which will be Westside Elementary School. Then we have some community centers. We have the Richardson Community Center that will be open, the Winfield Community Center, and also the Westside Community Center. And we will have Fort White High School open on the south end of the county as well. But thank you all for the support from all the agencies here in the room, the support I'm getting from the Division of Emergency Management already, just 2 days basically into this event. But everybody, please heed the warnings, stay safe, and we're preparing for the worst but hoping for the best. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Jimmy Petronas.
Yeah. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Guthrie, I was talking to him in the car. He hadn't even had a honeymoon yet. So thank you for your dedication to the citizens of the state of Florida. Look, just as we saw with Hurricane Michael and Hurricane Ian, these storms can be unpredictable. They can change at the last minute. The storm surge that the governor and Kevin have alluded to, you can't run from water. You can't. You just it's too dangerous. There's no structure that can survive the type of surge a storm like this can put out. So the life-threatening surge is something that I really want to just heed on and listen to the evacuation orders by your local officials. As we get into the recovery, you're going to have predators that are going to pre-stage outside those affected areas. And I'm telling you, Mark Hunter and his folks do an amazing job of keeping you safe. But these folks are going to approach you at your doorstep, and they're going to offer to remove trees off your house. They're going to offer to provide you services before the storm and after the storm. I'm just going to let you know, if you feel comfortable giving a total stranger cash at your doorstep, you might as well be setting it on fire, because that's what you're doing. You're not going to be able to get any restitution, any reimbursement back from your insurance company with those type of transactions. Just understand, people that come out immediately after the storm a lot of times are not of the best intentions. They are going to seize that opportunity to take advantage of you because you're vulnerable. Whatever you do, do not sign anything. You're going to have folks that are going to want to provide services to you, and they're going to say, just sign this document. You may be signing a contract that now is obligating you to services where they're going to charge you whatever they want. So understand, signing something immediately after the storm, you need to get your facts straight, make sure you understand what your rights are. If you have damage, you want to call my office at 1-877-MY-FLCFO, your insurance agent, or your carrier. As long as that's the first call you make with damages to one of those three numbers, you're not going to be taken advantage of. I can promise you that. what you've got after the storm is a need to get those assistance dollars out. We will be setting up villages all over those affected areas and helping people get that rapid dollar in their hand. But I just don't want anybody to come in between you and your dollars that you're owed from the insurance company. You still got time right now. Take out, we're a smartphone society. Get your phone and go walk around the outside of your house. Shoot a video of your house, the fact that the house looks good, that there's no trees leaning on it, there's no broken windows. And then inside your house, take pictures of everything. Take pictures of your wall coverage, your floor coverage, what's on your bookshelves. Because now what's going to happen, if you do have damage, your insurance company's going to say, all right, what was damaged? You're not going to remember, but if you have those photos, you can reflect on those photos and make that inventory to file your claim. You'll also have that photographic evidence on the outside of your house that shows this is what my house looked like on Tuesday. It was hit on Wednesday, and on Thursday, you've got this really cut and dry photo evidence of what the house looks like. When you give it to the insurance adjuster, they can show and prove that the damage was caused by the storm. All that's just going to streamline the claims process and make it that much easier to ascertain what damage was caused by the storm and what is truly the liability of the insurance company to pay you off. So again, understand all of that. Look, we're going to have our fraud teams out there. The sheriff and his teams are going to be working around the clock to keep you safe. But please, use some common sense. If it's too good to be true, it usually is. And when you see one, thank a lineman. Oh, lineman, I told people earlier today, you know, not all heroes wear capes. Our linemen wear hard hats. And with the efforts with FP&L, with Duke, our municipalities, our co-ops, all working together collectively, please understand you make their jobs a lot easier when you listen to what our elected officials tell you to do. Downlines are going to happen, trees are going to fall, just like the governor said. And you know what? Sometimes it's going to create an event that you can avoid. Please use some common sense and heed those warnings. Governor, thank you for your leadership. Understanding we're going to have urban search and rescue teams from all over the United States staged to hit the road immediately afterwards, and they're going to be going door to door to check on the life and safety needs of those that didn't heed the warnings. I would much rather, like the governor said, I would much rather them not have anything to do other than check the box that there was nobody in the house. So please, thank you for being so cooperative and understanding. We live in paradise. Sometimes Mother Nature likes to show up and give us a haymaker or two, but I promise you we'll get through all this together. Thank you, sir.
Great. We've also are in the process, and it may have already been transmitted, but it will be today if it hasn't already, requests of the federal government for a major disaster declaration, and it's our belief that that will be approved based on our conversations with FEMA. So we appreciate that. That'll obviously help on the back end as we do things like debris removal, which is going to be something that's going to be really, really necessary given the path of this storm. And once the storm hits, just to remind everyone, be very, very cognizant of standing water, down power lines. There's going to be a lot of hazards out there as different things have been upended, whether it's power lines, trees, all these other things. And so be very, very cautious. You know, don't drive your cars if there's a lot of flooding. Don't try to drive through that. It's not going to work out well. For people that live in some of the barrier islands or the coastal areas that can be subjected to a lot of storm surge, these electric vehicles, when they get saltwater intrusion, can catch on fire, and those are very difficult fires to put out. So just be cognizant that we actually had examples of homes withstanding major storm surge during Ian, but then the EV caught on fire and burned the house down. So be wary of that. And it is not just like a normal fire. It's very difficult to put those out. So you still have some time, particularly if you're in the northern part of the state. But by this time tomorrow, this thing will have hit us, and that is going to happen. That's a certainty. Precisely where that eyeball goes in, I think there's still some uncertainty. We know the general possibilities, but it is going to hit and it is going to do damage. So take care of yourself, take care of your family, heed the warnings from your local officials, and just know you've got a lot of people that are staged and ready to go, from rescue to power to food and water to gas. That's there, and that'll be brought on target as necessary. All right, we got any questions?
Specifically the northeast quadrant with the path, and I know it's going to shift a little bit over time, but for those that are living in mobile homes, we have a lot of people, specifically even in Columbia County, but in other counties, that are rural where they could be very vulnerable to that.
Well, I think so. That'll be decided on a county by county basis. There have been a number of counties that have issued evacuation orders, directives for mobile homes. And particularly as you look in the Big Bend and those coastal counties, there's a lot of mobile home communities, and you're going to end up being hit with a Category 3 storm, and so they have been directed to do. As you get further away from landfall, those are decisions that counties will make. I will say this, I was surprised at how resilient some of the mobile homes were during Ian. There was obviously damage, don't get me wrong, but you actually had some of the newer mobile homes that handled it decent for how strong that was. So I think that's something that the counties are going to have to make a judgment on, and then individuals will have to make a judgment on. But clearly, if you end up with tropical storm force winds in Northeast Florida or even a Cat 1, there are some of the newer manufactured housing that would be able to likely withstand that. How you do when you start getting into a major hurricane, that may be something different. So I think it's just people should just listen to their local county emergency managers and heed the warnings that were there. But there have been a number of directives issued in the Big Bend region for people in mobile homes to evacuate to shelters, friends' houses, hotels, and et cetera. All right, well, we'll have more updates later tonight from the EOC in Tallahassee. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. See y'all.
Take care. Good job.
JB back with you here on stream, everybody. The 2 o'clock advisory is in. Stand by.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Idalia nearing Cat 2 strength and moving fast through the Gulf of Mexico. Does this fast movement, though, mean a westward track? And is Idalia wobbling? These are some of the questions we're going to be answering on the 2 o'clock edition of Tracking the Tropics this Tuesday, August 29th, as our Tropical Storm into Hurricane Idalia coverage continues. Hello there, folks. JB here with you live and alongside not just Chief Meteorologist Jeff Biunno, but the inventor, if you will. Can we call you the inventor, the creator, if you will, of the WFLA wobble tracker, Jeff? Is that fair?
You can, but it must be preceded with Sir Jeff Biunno.
Sir
Jeff Biunno is the only way to really properly address me now that I've created the wobble tracker.
Careful, we got some folks that joined us from the UK on YouTube Live, and they might. I don't know if the Sir designation is going to stick with them. The real-time wobble tracker is here on your screen, and the man best to talk about it here with you as well. Jeff, there's a bend in the wobble tracker. Can you explain this before we get into the 2 o'clock update?
So that is the new track from the National Hurricane Center. So that's the track from the National Hurricane Center in red, and the past path of Idalia is in blue. So you can see at this point, National Hurricane Center expecting more of a track to the northeast. You can see that if you look closely, it's a 6-hour track of the radar. Look at the radar, and you can see it wobbles off track once or twice, but then wobbles back on track. That's why we call it a wobble tracker, because oftentimes we'll see that the thunderstorms around the center of the storm will literally be enough force to pull the center of the storm or the eye wall this way, and then pull it that way, and pull it this way, and pull it that way. So it's wobbling because of the weight of thunderstorms on one or the other side of the storm. Sometimes, though, the storm will veer off course. So if the wobble doesn't correct itself in, let's say, a half hour, then we have a new direction. That's why the wobble tracker is so useful, and it's live on our website, WFLA.com, right now. You can check it anytime you want to check it to see if the storm's on course or if it's veering off of the National Hurricane Center track.
Yep, and we just put that link in Facebook Live and in YouTube Live. Actually, hold on, wait a second. YouTube Live, there it is. Now you have it on YouTube Live as well. The real-time wobble tracker, which you can find, of course, streaming full-time on WFLA.com. Wobbles become exponentially more important as, of course, the storm gets closer to land. A landfall event expected Wednesday in the state of Florida. Here's the 2 o'clock advisory. Movement speed, 15 miles per hour, Jeff. So we were talking yesterday about what we... Say it again?
It was 8 miles an hour last night.
Right.
Yeah.
And we were talking about what is speeding, like what is really moving fast. And Rebecca was talking about how 15 miles an hour would be moving considerably fast, and that's where we're at right now.
Depending upon where it is, right? Storms always move faster when they enter the northern Gulf because they start to tap into the jet stream. But a storm that's moving 15 miles an hour farther south, like south of Cuba, that is, less. It's a little bit less rare. Let's put it that way, or more rare, I should say. But 15 miles an hour isn't that fast. However, that'll speed up even more. That's when it'll really be hightailing it. It's going to speed up overnight tonight and tomorrow.
So you think it's going to get faster than 15 miles per hour?
Yeah, it will at some point start reaching speeds because it's being picked up by a trough of low pressure, a dip in the jet. So once it interacts with that dip, it's going to start moving faster.
So back to the question that we mentioned in the open. Does a increase in speed, let's say we get to closer to 20 miles an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood, does an increase in speed mean a more westward track?
No, not necessarily. No, it doesn't. It's going to increase its speed no matter what, regardless of what track it takes, if it goes slightly east or slightly west, because again, it's being picked up by the jet. So once it taps into the upper level winds there, it's just going to start skyrocketing north a little faster, which is good because it limits the time over water. It's now over water temperatures of 88, and they're not going down until it makes landfall. It will be over water temperatures between 88 and about 90, 91 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because there's been this, we've had these discussions on stream about if it were to start to slow down, does that mean it's slowing to turn? Kind of like a car, right? You hit your brakes in your car to make a turn. Is the idea that it would slow down and then make that turn east? If
it slows down, there's something wrong. That means something is blocking it. That means that the winds have switched. We don't want to see it slow down.
Right. In this increase in speed, 8 to 15 miles per hour, and then perhaps 15 miles per hour and beyond, that could be, of course, significant in the hours ahead. The other question, let's go back to the wobble tracker really quickly. Wobbles are going to happen, but we saw earlier on stream, Jeff, we're about to get to your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyJeff questions. This is the last one I want to ask Jeff. We saw some noticeable wobbles to the west end of the track. What does exactly that mean as far as the early wobbles that we had in the 11 o'clock hour?
Right. You notice there were wobbles, but there aren't wobbles anymore. So you notice right there's the wobble. You notice that, JB? You watch closely one more time. There's the wobble, but it recorrected back to where it's supposed to be. So again, that's the difference between a wobble and a course correction. We don't see any course corrections at the moment. It seems to be moving in the direction that it's expected to move. And that, by the way, would put the center over 100 miles to the west of Crystal River. Okay, so if you're watching from Citrus County, you'll be happy to hear that. In fact, the landfall of this storm may be 100 miles northwest of even Cedar Key. That doesn't mean you're not going to see the horrible storm surge. It's going to be bad up there at the apex of Appalachia Bay, all the way to the south towards Cedar Key, and it is going to be pretty significant in Citrus County and Hernando County as well, because remember, that's the dirty side of the storm. You can see the counterclockwise flow, and all that onshore flow will start tomorrow morning. It will be, if it's any storm surge, it will be reverse storm surge the rest of the evening, most of tonight. We're not going to see those winds switch onshore south of the Skyway until after 2 a.m., and we're not going to see those winds switch onshore until after 5 a.m. on the Nature Coast. So until the wind switch onshore, we're not going to see much storm surge. And the actual landfall is not going to be until late tomorrow morning in Appalachia Bay, which is near St. Mark's.
The weather professor is here with us, everybody, as far as chief meteorologist Jeff Berardelli. But we're not alone here in the Stream Center. A very friendly face. And let me tell you something. Everybody, Max Fender 8 meteorologist Rebecca Barry joining us here on Tracking the Tropics. Rebecca, you're very popular on stream.
Oh, fun. I didn't know that.
I mean, you're a mainstay on Tracking the Tropics all season long. So we lose you a little bit to TV.
Yes.
But now you're in here with us. You're back on stream. But our comment section lights up every single solitary time that you're on stream. Welcome in.
Thank you. Thank you. That's so kind. I'm happy to join you guys this afternoon. Happy to be talking about it, potentially moving a little bit further west of us, and just seeing some beneficial rain out there right now. I'm a little worried about tornadoes this afternoon. We've had 2 tornado warnings in Naples so far, and that band is continuing to move our way, and we're getting our first taste of Idalia with some rain headed through our area. It's a very anemic line of showers. We can expect those on-again, off-again showers for the next couple of hours, and then as we start to get into the thick of things, we'll have less of a break between those rain bands, and it'll be more continuous rain for a lot of us, especially right there along the coastline. I think inland areas are never really worried that much about continuous rain. It's more getting swiped by showers even as we get closer to the center of the storm, just because it is so far away from us. One thing I'm going to do when I do get a break is measure how far out those tropical storm force winds extend and how far out the hurricane force winds extend from the center. And this is one of the reasons that all hurricanes are different. You know, you can say, oh, well, I survived this storm, or I sat through this storm and it wasn't that bad. Some hurricanes are monsters, and the strongest of the winds are not even near the center at all. And some hurricanes are really compact and really tight. And so this storm's just coming together. It was so heavily sheared yesterday. Any of the information that we saw on it wasn't going to be that applicable today, because now we're starting to see more even distribution of that convection around the storm.
Yeah, basically we're seeing a very different storm today than what we saw 24 hours ago. I mean, it's getting its act together. That's a term that we use a lot here on Tracking the Tropics. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to get your perspective. Folks, you can now introduce hashtag Hey Rebecca into the conversation. We are moments away from getting to your hashtag Hey Rebecca, hashtag Hey Jeff, hashtag Hey JB questions out of Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitter. Jeff, we're still calling it Twitter, by the way. You cool with that?
That is perfectly fine by me.
We're just going to call it Twitter. Twitter as well. But I want to get your, as meteorologists, I want to get your perspective on this, because we had this earlier on stream. This is live from the southernmost point in Key West. And look, more and more people have been showing up here, even though we have obviously significant condition. Now, this is calmer than what we saw earlier. Earlier with Eric Stone, we had the waves crashing up and towering over the buoy in Key West, Florida. People should be taking precautions, right, and staying as safe as possible. I mean, this is calmer now, but it's pretty important, right?
I mean, for sure. They obviously, hopefully they have the sense to know that when the water does start rising, and obviously they didn't before when you and Eric were on, but you know, obviously they know right now that the water is at bay. It's probably, I would imagine they're getting to a low tide there. If you say the water was worse before and
Way
now
worse,
the water's
way
been,
worse.
right.
Oh, yeah.
So they're getting to a low tide. Hopefully they will stay smart, and when the water picks up again, they will get out of there.
Yeah, we are going to deal with some peaks of flooding with high tide because high tide was already going to be much higher than normal because of the moon. And so the high tide tomorrow morning, we'll probably see some flooding, but then I was looking at some tidal predictions. I don't think the tide's going to go out during the day tomorrow at all. I think it's going to stay steady or maybe even increase just a little bit. And then that second high tide tomorrow is going to be the most troublesome for our area. And
correct me if I'm wrong, that's late morning, early afternoon for Tampa Bay and Pinellas, Hillsborough?
The site I looked at in Hillsborough Bay was like a 3:30ish a.m. high tide and then a 2:20 p.m.
2:20.
And so that could be a really tumultuous time to be on Bayshore Boulevard, those sorts of places.
Yeah. So anytime from late morning, depending upon where you are, because the tides vary by a couple hours, depending on where you are. Late morning tomorrow. Really, I would say before that. Late morning is the high tide, but the water's going to rise before that. So honestly, anytime from tomorrow morning through the late part of the afternoon, there's going to be water on the roads where that typically flood, but more than normal, obviously.
Yes. And any storm drains that don't have backflow prevention devices on them, the water will be able to come in those storm drains instead of drain out. And so that's going to be a concern as well.
Do you think we'll see that shark that always ends up on the freeway?
Oh, someone's going to share that one, and then someone's going to share the picture of the shark with in the floodwaters going by a front porch.
Don't share it. Don't share it.
It's not real.
In the subway?
Yeah,
Shark in
it's
the
definitely
subway.
the subway.
Maybe, just maybe, folks, if you stick around, we'll get to that pesky Sharknado comment that always persists in our comment section. It's always a talking point. Is a Sharknado possible? Look, we have bigger things to talk about here. Let's get to your questions and your comments. And we're going to start here with Lewis on Facebook Live. Use a hashtag, ask a question. By now, you probably know how this works. And Lewis is asking, hashtags for us all, impact to Ocala, Marion County. Who wants to take this one?
Do you want to do it?
Sure.
Okay.
And so at Ocala and Marion County, you're on the edge. You're a little bit further north than we are, and so the storm is going to end up being closer to you than it is going to be for our inland counties. I think you're probably going to end up with 2 to 4 inches of beneficial rainfall, some tropical storm force winds for the most part, but I don't think the power outages will be that widespread for you. Any trees that are or branches that are damaged were probably already compromised or weak from age or otherwise. The power outage map was really focused northward of Citrus County for when I just glanced at the power outage predictions the other day.
Let me also point out really quickly, I know that Facebook Live, some people have been complaining about some glitching, some freezing up on Facebook Live. As we understand it, that is not a problem on our end. We're trying to figure out where it is in the signal transfer between WFLA and Facebook, if it's closer to us or them. We believe it's on Facebook's end. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. But if that's bothering you, if the momentary glitches are bothering you, join us on the WFLA YouTube page. You'll be able to ask your question. And really the cheat code, if you want to get your question answered, there are fewer questions coming in on Twitter. If you use hashtag HeyJB, Rebecca, or Jeff. Let's go to Steve on Facebook Live, hashtag HeyJB. When can we expect Largo to lose power for good?
Well, first of all, we can't guarantee that Largo is going to lose power. So that I'll say, number one, we're going to see the outer bands become more frequent. Right now, the very first band is moving through. It's really just breezy showers. The next band, that will be stronger. It may have some tornadoes in it. And the bands will become more frequent overnight tonight. But, you may get lucky in Largo, but you should prepare to be without power. I would say, you just don't know when it's going to happen. But I don't think the winds are going to be strong enough until after midnight for most of us. We might start seeing some periodic power outages after midnight, and then the worst of it's going to be early in the morning. Would you agree, Rebecca?
I would totally agree with that. If I were you in Largo, I would crank your AC way down tonight and get the house as cool as possible and, ride out the storm if you're not in an evacuation zone, and hopefully that'll keep your house cool tomorrow if you do lose power, at least for a little while. I think 3 a.m. is probably going to be a really rough time for Pinellas County in terms of winds right there along the coastline. I was looking at the latest forecast hour by hour, and it looked pretty gnarly.
Okay.
Let's go to Michael on YouTube Live. For you, Jeff, hashtag HeyJeff. I'll bring you in, Rebecca, as well. actually think this is going to hit as a Cat 3, or will it stay around a Cat 2? I mean, at this point, how much does it matter is also part of the question, right, Jeff?
I don't think it matters too much, especially if it's just a low-end Cat 3 as opposed to a high-end Cat 2. What's the difference in a few miles an hour? It's not going to make a huge difference. Forward speed does make a difference. It's going to be speeding up, as you can see, moving a little faster. That also adds some wind speed to it. And I would say that, it'll probably end up getting to 3 status. This just has to, I don't know, Rebecca, you might disagree with me. This just has the look of a situation, an environmental synoptic, we call it, situation, where we're going to see the jet stream spread and allow that storm to breathe and strengthen right before landfall. So I think we'll have, I don't know if it will be rapid intensification, but at least intensification up to landfall.
I think that this could be a masterclass in rapid intensification, the way that it's going to get away from the shearing. You can just watch the satellite loop and see it really starting to pull a lot more of the convection around on the northern side of it. And so as long as it's able to continue that pattern, I think we're really going to see a very powerful storm developing overnight tonight, basically. I think for most of its life, moving forward, it'll be a Cat 2, and I think it'll reach Cat 3 right when it gets closer to landfall. But it's been a little laggy behind in terms of intensification yesterday, but I think it'll catch up today.
Yep, I agree.
So you both agree with the National Hurricane Center's track right now, because the assessment we were talking about yesterday on stream from the Euro, which just the intensity was just a completely different animal, with the Euro saying, look, this is going to not reach Cat 2 strength. It's going to be a Cat 1 at landfall.
Yeah.
I mean, have we seen the Euro today? What's the latest with the Euro?
It wouldn't have changed. These global models they're generally underpredict the pressure of the storms. I don't even bother looking at, when I look at the Euro, I'm looking for the track. Not necessarily the strength. When I'm looking for the strength, I'll start looking at the hurricane models that have much higher resolution. They're much more able to predict the inner workings of the hurricane. So that's just an inside meteorological thing, right? We know that as meteorologists, this is generally the way it works.
So, no, but we're nerding out for a second, but this is interesting. Does the Euro get so much credit and have such a loyal following because people pay attention more to track than intensity?
No, it's because the Euro is a very good medium range model. For instance, the GFS did not even see this storm for at least 2 days while the Euro had it. Now, the Euro's track is going to end up being, when the GFS finally figured out there was going to be a storm, the Euro had it over Cedar Key, the GFS had it close to Panama City. The track is going to be right in the middle. And we know that as well. Usually the truth lies in the middle. That's number one. And number two, the Euro does not get its credit for being good at forecasting the intensity of hurricanes. It gets its credit because it's a very good medium range model, not just of hurricanes, of anything. It's usually much better at picking up stuff than other models first, and oftentimes, generally speaking, the track that these storms will take and the impacts that they will pose.
And that's why the two experts on the right side of your screen, our meteorologists, are really the perfect middle ground between the public at large and these models, because it's not following one. It's knowing how to look at all the information in front of you and put it together in one concise message, right? I mean,
right.
So, and look, that's why we have the max offender rate. That's why this is what they're great at. But we can also take it back a second and just talk about something as simple as the alphabet for a moment. This is coming from H. Flynn on Twitter, #HeyJB. Are I named storms historically the most destructive? Here we are again talking about an I named storm. We've talked about Irma. We've talked about Ian. Here we are with Idalia. What's the other one? There was another one.
Idalia will end up probably being retired as well.
I would imagine so. Isaias.
That's another one.
Did we say Irma? Did you say Irma?
I said Irma.
Ida.
Yeah.
Ida.
Iota.
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 That doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Does it count?
It doesn't count.
Does it count?
Meteorologists fight.
Iota. So again, to explain, it fell in the Greek alphabet. Was it 2020? Was that the year when we went really deep into the alphabet?
Iota was it 20? It might have been 2020.
It wasn't in the pandemic. I don't think we did.
Hold on.
I don't know. My memory. What did I eat for breakfast
my
this morning?
memory?
I always say that. I always joke
it was
about not
18 or
remembering what I ate for
19.
breakfast.
My wife is shaking her
Michael
head
was
at
18.
home.
Michael was 18. I don't think it was that year. I'm pretty sure it was 20. I think JB's right. I think it's 2020.
I can't remember. I just looked. My wife is going to be mad because I can't remember basic tasks at home, but I can remember that Iota, was in 2020.
Yeah.
So I remember hurricanes better than my chores, apparently.
Well, apparently I don't. We were pandemicing and hurricaning, and I was just la la.
You know, there's just
2020
been
was
so
not.
many storms lately. This every season has been just, last year wasn't so bad until, of course, Ian hit, but it's a jumbled mess with all the storms that we've seen over the past, 6+ years or so.
2020 was a rough year. Just wipe it from the calendar, man. 2020 was not a good year. Iota, give us a thumbs up in the comment section if you think Iota classifies as an I storm. Give us a thumbs down. Here, we'll put up. Look, we'll
Thumbs up, baby.
We'll put up.
Was it a storm? Did it start with I?
Just a quick break just to talk about I storms for a second. Okay, what did I say? I, if it counts? Yes.
You said
Thumbs
thumbs
up.
up if it counts, thumbs down if
down.
it doesn't. I say that Iota does not count as an ice storm.
Because it's the Greek alphabet.
It's the Greek alphabet. There was another ice storm that year. There can't be two ice storms. I have a feeling because Rebecca is much more pleasant than I am, that they're going to vote for Rebecca when they know the truth is that Iota is not an ice storm.
All right, let's see.
storm.
Just because she has a better smile, okay, doesn't mean you should vote for her.
It's a storm. It started with an I.
Oh
are
boy,
lo-
that's not fair. Don't take a close-up shot of her face. Don't do it, JB. Don't do it. Don't allow it. It will be a tainted poll. It will be a tainted poll. No. Let's see. How do we know who wins? Are you
It's-
counting
their
ups
votes.
and downs?
See, you're a scientist
I need
and
to
you
know.
need
I need
the data. Look,
I need.
just
I
look
want this,
on your screen.
JB, I need you to plot this.
Okay.
I need you to plot this for me.
All
Look
right.
at the
What are
sea
those
of thumbs
hats?
up.
What are those? What are
These
those?
are live
All
emojis
the
from
thumbs
Facebook
up.
Live and YouTube Live.
She's winning. She's
All
winning.
the thumbs up.
See, this is not fair.
We're just gonna
This
give
is not
Rebecca
fair.
the W simply because it's Rebecca Barry, everybody. All right,
appreciate
Rebecca deserves the
You
W.
can't win them all, but I try.
Yeah, let's get back to some of the questions that are coming in and keep the train on the tracks. Let's go to this one from Kelsey Windsor on Twitter, and let me just load this up. I just got to get. Just turn off the emoji wall for a second. That's just a fun little tool that we play around with every now and again. But here is Kelsey Windsor on Twitter. Hashtags for everyone. What kind of impacts can we expect Idalia to have on the Manatee River?
Well, if you'd like, Rebecca, I can take that one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And do we have the tide for that
Yeah,
area?
I'll look it up.
Okay, Rebecca's going to look it up, and I'll just say that at this point, the winds are blowing offshore, and they're going to blow offshore until at least after midnight tonight. So I don't expect you to see any major flooding there. The wind's not going to start blowing in again until after 2 a.m. That's when we'll start to get more of a southwest wind from the Gulf. And then at your time of high tide, you should be most concerned. Both the high tide tomorrow morning, there should be one early in the morning, and then another high tide should happen tomorrow afternoon, I believe.
At the
late
Bradenton
morning.
River, it's 2:08 a.m. and then 12:29 p.m. tomorrow.
12:20. So I don't think they're going to have to worry about the two. Now, there will be water.
Yeah.
You will have some flooding, but we're not talking about because you're expecting 2 to 4 feet of surge on you. I don't think we're going to see the 2 to 4, except for maybe on the next high tide, which is 12, you said tomorrow, noon?
12:29, and it's 2.95 feet without the storm surge. So that's really high when you look at their trending high tides.
Okay. Yeah. So the thing is I think even at 2 a.m., you're barely going to have onshore component. It's going to still kind of be blowing offshore. It's going to be close call at 2 a.m., but the worst of it should happen tomorrow late morning, right?
Yes, so late tomorrow morning, the water will start to rise with the high tide. And so unfortunately, it's going to be a pretty rocky afternoon with the tide not going out in some places because of the onshore winds. And even when the winds weaken tomorrow night, they're still onshore. And so the wind direction really matters, especially if it's above 10 miles per hour for the smaller waterways and bays. That tends to keep them at a higher level.
You know, Rebecca is an expert boater and an expert fisherman as well.
Thank
you. Might not know that, but she does. She's out there constantly on the water, and she can probably beat me and JB. That's for sure.
You do it all.
She does it all.
All I do is win.
She does it all.
Rebecca is the glue that holds this place together. That's facts, okay? We're giving you guys.
Am I dying?
Like
Y'all are
inside-
being too
no.
nice to me.
No. Rebecca keeps us sane, right, Jeff? Otherwise,
Or insane. She does work right across. Our desks face each other. So no, actually, I'm the one who probably makes her insane because I'm constantly. She's trying to do her work and I'm constantly talking.
Ooh.
Jelani wanted you to know. There was another commenter that didn't have a hashtag.
Irene and Ike, yeah.
Also shout Jelani here saying Irene and Ike, and then another commenter shouted out Ivan.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Ivan. Oh, yeah.
man,
I-10, right?
Different to
I-10.
17.
Ooh, ice storms. My goodness, they are. I'm gonna. What's the ice storm in 2024? Let's look
please.
up.
Let's
Well,
just
we're
deal,
running
let's just
out of
deal with the ice
names.
storm.
Yeah,
I know.
We're running
just-
out of I names.
We are, because they're gonna retire all of them.
How about Iggy?
Isaac.
Iggy would be
That
a
would be a
nice.
good one.
Iggy would be a good name
Iggy.
for a hurricane.
It's Isaac next year.
I remember there was an Isaac a while back. Must have not been too bad.
Kelsey, hashtags for you and I, Jeff, but we're going to send it over to you. Talking about Gibsonton.
Yeah, so again, offshore wind most of tonight. I don't think Gibsonton sees an onshore wind till after 2 a.m., which means that you're likely to see flooding tomorrow morning. Now, again, I should look up the tide in eastern Tampa Bay around Ruskin or Apollo Beach or Gibsonton, any of those areas. Thank you, Rebecca. Just to see exactly when the high tide is so we can give you the best idea. But you're not likely to see any water there until you have onshore flow and everything's funneling back in. And that's mainly during the day tomorrow, mainly early tomorrow morning and then during the day. And so we're going to find those
Yeah,
tides
we got
for
a
you.
3:38 a.m. high tide
Okay.
and then a 1:54 p.m. high tide. So
Yeah.
that 2 o'clock hour.
I mean, there might be a little onshore flow starting at 3. So you'd have to worry about both, I think. Although I still think it's the afternoon tide, right?
It's the afternoon tide because it just, and this is a more intuitive tide chart that I'm looking at for this one, predicting the flow, and the tide never goes out during the day.
Right.
It just keeps steady and then even
What's
rises a
low
little.
tide?
Low tide in Gibsonton tomorrow is 7:54 a.m.
Does it go down at all?
Not according to this predictive tide chart.
So
It
you
stays
get
at the
to a
same
certain level.
Yeah.
And then does it rise by noon?
So it's at 1.97 feet at that high tide at 3:38 a.m. It stays at that 1.97 feet through low tide at 7:54 a.m. And then it slowly rises. And by the 2 p.m. high tide, it's at 3.6 feet.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go. So it's mostly, it's really just gradually floods tomorrow morning into the afternoon hours.
Let's do a wobble tracker check, Jeff. Just looking here
Yep.
at our latest.
Looks like it's on course.
Yep. Staying true.
Yep. I mean,
On
this
that line.
tool can be so useful if it goes off track. I mean, wobbles are normal. So if you see it go off track for a half hour, don't worry. If you see it go off track for an hour or two, start to be concerned, depending upon which side of the track you are on.
We vote Team West.
That's well. Yes.
I mean, Team West.
There are people who live. Yeah.
People in the Tampa Bay area are going to be voting Team West. There's no doubt about it. And then, of course, you have people in coastal communities, people like Gerald White joining us from Twitter. Hashtag KJB. I'm in Newport Richey. I'm about 1 mile east of US 19. How bad do you think it's going to be for us?
I think it's going to be okay. I think you'll be okay. I don't think you're going to get storm surge flooding there. Most of the flooding in Pasco County is going to be west of US 19. Now, my grandmother lived probably where you live, which is she lived in many years ago in Beacon Woods East, and then there's Beacon Woods West, and then there's 52, and then there's 54. And I just think that east of US 19, you really are not going to have to deal with much water. If you're west of US 19, Hudson, you may see several feet of surge, and there will be water in people's homes, unfortunately, I think, in people's backyards, in places like Hudson. There's Hudson Beach there in Newport Richey, or just north of Newport Richey in Pasco County. So anyway, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I think the canals in Newport Richey, especially those east of 19, are in trouble. I think a lot of people will have water over their seawalls.
Canals.
And those canals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unless you're on a canal, you should be okay. Oh, by the way, a little housekeeping.
Yeah.
So you need to be back downstairs for TV at what time?
As far as I know, 4 o'clock.
4. You don't have to any cut-ins between 3 and 4?
No, unless someone does a press conference. That's when. If someone press conferences.
Well, we're
about-
probably going to do another 15 minutes on stream, maybe a little bit. We might go a little bit longer. It's a marathon, not a sprint, as far as live streaming goes. Really quick, another housekeeping item. We are here for 3 primary functions. The first function, of course, is to keep you aware and safe, and to give you guys access to our meteorologist. The second function is using our meteorologist as well to answer your questions. And then the third function kind of comes into play now, Jeff and Rebecca, and that is people here in the state of Florida who can provide us with their weather forecast looking outside their window. They can, so we can interact with you, you can interact with us, and that's already starting to happen in our comment section. And we can provide some context here too. Carolyn is joining us from South Venice. and saying that it's already scary, windy, and rainy in South Venice.
If you can take the other computer there, JB,
Which one? You name
links
it.
to, I think we have radar in there, so at some point we'll be able to see radar. But it's funny that question came up right now because I'm looking at the radar and it is pouring in Northport, and the heavy rain is now moving into Venice just now. And let me see what kind of winds are associated with this. But they're actually pretty strong for an outer band. I'll tell you exactly. 45 mile an hour wind gusts, probably 40 mile. So I think we're seeing. You let me know, viewers down in southern Sarasota County, Venice, Englewood, Northport, if you're starting to see some 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Just do a hashtag or just drop it in the comment section there.
We also have some video coming in as well, but let's get to some other questions coming in, including, shout out for your Twitter handle, Jeff. You got a really loyal Twitter following. Rules RC is saying hashtag HeyJB and @WeatherProfessor. That's your Twitter handle. What about Jacksonville? And Governor DeSantis just spoke, doing so from really the Jacksonville market. You know that area, Rebecca, so well. You were a meteorologist there for many, many years. What are we expecting in Jacksonville and Northeast Florida?
Rebecca should be the person to answer that question. She's the queen, I think. The queen of Jacksonville.
Well, I know everyone in North Florida that's been there since Hurricane Irma sees a storm come across the state and thinks, oh my goodness, are we going to get that weird bathtub effect where the watershed of the state and the switching of the winds made for a massive, massive flooding in downtown Jacksonville where the St. Johns River takes that dogleg turn. But I don't think that that's going to be the case with this. The storm's moving so much more quickly that we don't have the time to accumulate that sort of rain, and we don't have the time to accumulate that much in terms of onshore winds. Because if you remember with Irma, we saw 4 to 5 days of strong onshore winds building up that level of water in the St. Johns River before that wind switch. And so I think for Jacksonville, especially the interior counties, you're going to deal with some tornadoes and some power outages because especially those more heavily wooded and rural areas tend to go without power during these things for sometimes as much as 3 to 4 days. And I think we could be in for 1 to 2 days without power for the Jacksonville area and some of those older neighborhoods. And then I think you'll see elevated high tide level flooding like you normally experience. I think it'll be about a foot or two above that predicted 1 foot already king tide. So the high tides in Jacksonville on Wednesday will be the times that you have to worry about it. But it's mainly that first one because as the storm passes Jacksonville, then their winds switch to offshore. So any flooding that did start to build up will pretty easily be alleviated because of the offshore winds once the eye passes the system. I think the interior counties are probably in for a little bit rougher of a time than the coastal counties just because of your proximity to the storm. And I think that's why Governor DeSantis was in Lake City for his press conference, because it is those interior counties that will see the worst of the winds.
Yeah, and we know that we have a sizable audience joining us from Northeast Florida. So we're going to be monitoring this storm, everybody, and talk to you about how it's progressing through the Gulf. We're going to be talking about, of course, a landfall event we expect somewhere maybe just west of Cedar Key. And then also, too, the impacts that are going to be felt elsewhere on the peninsula, including Jacksonville and Northeast Florida, an area that is very near and dear to Rebecca's heart. Let's go to some other areas, and we have more weather reports coming in from our audience. And yeah, if you want to let us know, if you're along the coast, especially in Southwest Florida, and you want to know or you want to provide us with some verbiage as to what it's like out there, comment at us. We'll be spotlighting some of your comments on screen. But really quickly, you guys, I want to spotlight some new video that is coming in. This is from our news department. They wanted us to spotlight some video that we can put up here on screen about storm preparations taking place. Let's go full screen here and show this to everybody, and we can kind of talk over this together because we'll be looking at this for the first time. I haven't seen this yet. These are clearly some beach preparations underway.
That's right. Looks like they're taking it off the beach.
Yeah, making sure our lifeguard stand is good.
Where's Hasselhoff? Oh, wait. Sorry, that was a dated joke. That was a dated dad joke.
Look, Baywatch was a movie that came out. It's not as dated as you think.
Well, Hasselhoff was in the new one.
Yeah, he made a cameo,
right?
He did. Yeah. He most certainly did.
You guys watched a Baywatch?
No, I didn't watch it, but I assumed he made a cameo.
What? Hold
I would
on.
never admit to that.
What is so bad about us watching The Rock was in
I have to tell you, I liked Knight Rider in the 80s. That was my favorite show. Knight Rider? That was a David Hasselhoff show. I know there are people watching. I watched the A-Team and I watched Hasselhoff in Knight Rider. Those are my two favorite shows in the 1980s.
I appreciate you
don't
pivoting
remember
there,
Knight
but I'm
Rider?
not letting Rebecca off the hook. She just thinks it's hilarious that we know about Baywatch.
I didn't know there was
Pre-Baywatch.
a movie. I knew there was a TV show.
Yeah. Oh, it was, yes. Oh, it was a movie too.
Yeah, there was a movie that came out. Oh, come on. You're
I think that's funny.
Oh, you know what? You know what, you guys? Look. The bottom line is that Florida is getting ready, okay? And maybe at some hurricane watch parties, you can put on Baywatch if you like that movie. But look, on our beaches
I'll
right
laugh at
now, the real, yeah, Rebecca will laugh. This is a
Hey, you're right.
beautiful
Is that
Shot.
Cedar
What's
Key
this?
there? Is that Cedar Key?
Steamers and Harbor Master.
Oh, no, wait, I know this.
Where is that?
That's
I don't know. I've personally not been to Cedar
No,
Key.
no,
I know
I
you
would-
have. That's not Cedar Key, is it?
No, it
No.
is. It is.
Oh, it is.
Steamers is Cedar Key.
okay.
Okay.
We did a story
That's
about
nice. I'd like to go visit that.
We
one
did
day.
a story in this area recently, and I believe that this is drone video from our own Jim Hockett showing us Cedar Key. And that look, so I wish we here. Let me try to go back to that shot.
They could legitimately see 10 feet of water into Cedar Key. That's legit.
It's interesting because the vacation it's very vacation home heavy there, weekly rentals and that sort of a thing. The new construction is all built up.
On stilts.
Yeah, on
Makes
stilts.
sense. Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is Joey Capistran. Excuse me, Joey Capistran drone video, I believe, in Cedar Key. This is being told to us by Dylan, one of our digital content producers. And just, I mean, think about now how much 10 to 12 feet of storm
It's
surge?
conceivable, yes. It is. In fact, they're calling for 10 to 15. I've just been slightly more conservative with my estimates because the storm seems to be going slightly west of what the National Hurricane Center says it will. But yeah, up to 10 to 15. You should prepare for 15. You should just simply do that. In Ian, we saw 15 feet, and 15 feet was deadly. Most people who lost their life in Ian, they lost it because of storm surge.
Yes, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of thoroughfares in and out of Cedar Key. It's just 2 or 3 main roads, and so
Yep.
it's just
Yep. You got to run. If you're going to run, you got to do it.
yeah, it's a very
before.
difficult
Yeah.
situation. And I'm just worried about people that are staying because it is a saltier area, and sometimes they're a little more prone to riding the storm out. And this would be a particularly dangerous situation to do that in.
All right, back here with you on stream, everybody.
And for folks watching, JB, in our southern county there in Sarasota County, that wind is 40, 50 miles an hour moving through Venice, and those storms are moving very fast. Yeah, see, someone just mentioned, Kristen mentioned, it's raining in Port Charlotte. This line is moving quickly north from Venice into Laurel, soon Osprey, and eventually downtown Sarasota. So get ready for a pretty strong squall line with horizontal rain and gusts probably close to around 45, 50 miles an hour maybe. It really is. It's amazing how fast these bands move when considering during the summertime how slow the storms move in the Bay Area. So to see my radar pick up speed like that, it's interesting.
Let's go to Missy on Twitter. Hashtags for you and I, Jeff, being a Tampa native. I know we have never experienced a direct hit, but I know that I have my mother in Lake City, my daughter at FSU. What are they to expect? What can we say to assure Missy that?
Yeah. So I spoke to one of my best friends in the world in Lake City. She lives there. She was planning to leave and go to Jacksonville. It looks as though the center of the storm is probably going to go west of Lake City, probably closer to Tallahassee, so closer to St. Mark's, that area, the northern kind of apex of Appalachia Bay. Tallahassee, she had asked me, my friend from Lake City, should I go to Tallahassee? And I said, no. You'd actually be, it may go in between Lake City and Tallahassee, but going, that way is not the right direction. I think generally, and I told her, you will be okay in Lake City. It's about 30, it's got to be at least 30 miles inland. You will be okay in Lake City as long as it's a solid structure home, as long as the roof is intact and it's in decent repair, but if it's not, then that would be a problematic because the storm's eye wall does have a chance of passing near or over Lake City. And at that point, it'll be probably a weakening, Cat 3, maybe a Cat 2, but still, that's enough to cause damage. So that's that. What was one other city that she mentioned?
Lake City and FSU, so
right,
Tallahassee.
Again, depends upon the structure that that you're neither one of those two places are ideal necessarily, but they're both inland. So storm surge, you don't have to worry about. Just making sure that both your mom and your daughter are in a solid structure home or building.
Yeah,
right?
I tell my parents all the time because they're in a brick home, but they have those big, beautiful oak trees over it. I'm like, don't sleep at the house tonight.
Yep.
Like, don't sleep under big oak trees.
And that's exactly what my friend told me. Her husband was worried about a big tree in their yard. Yes, that is a concern. So that's the stuff you have to worry about.
I'm going to filter through. We're going to spend another 5 minutes in a Q&A, and then we're going to have a moment of levity here. We're going to breathe a little bit on stream. And no, it's not going to be about Baywatch. We're going to talk off stream about Baywatch, okay, you and I, my good friend, Rebecca Barry.
It's funny.
Let's go to some of the comments that are coming in. Michael just says, thank you for what you're doing. We're getting a lot of kind comments here as well, just people who appreciate what you guys are doing. You guys are pulling double duty. You guys are on broadcast television. You guys are also on stream.
Yes, my other personality is on broadcast right now.
Your clone is on broadcast doing its thing. And then, all right, so look, raining in Newport Richey, says Linda. Now, that's up in Pasco.
Yep.
I mean, so really, these are, and when we talk about these areas now in some of these coastal communities, Jeff, this is Idalia, correct?
It is the very outer edge. The first band is moving through Newport Richey, the very outer band. Behind it is a bit of a break, and then the stronger band is moving through Sarasota County right now. And the storms that have been south of like Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and down to Naples, they have been producing tornadoes. And I do think that threat gets in here this evening. I mean, it could happen before that, but it seems to be slowly making its way up the coast.
Yes, and I have an update from my Ring app about all South Tampa Publixes are closing at 5 p.m. and not putting a hard open time on tomorrow.
Got it.
All right.
It's good to know. Heather Fox.
Last minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Question as well from Heather. My parents evacuated Crystal River. They live right on the water. Do you think the predicted storm surge will continue to go down?
Well, first of all, Heather, that's great. I am so glad that your parents evacuated. The prediction right now from the National Hurricane Center is something like 9 to 12 feet in Crystal River. I think it's going to be on the lower end of that, but I'm not about to say that the National Hurricane Center is wrong and we're not going to get 9 feet of storm surge in Crystal River. I do think things are looking more favorable for a bit less, but think about it. If it's 7 or 8 feet, or if it's 9 or 10 feet, what's the difference, right? The point is, I don't know that we're going to get an insignificant amount of storm surge in Crystal River. It's certainly possible, the further west the storm goes, that Crystal River gets less and less. But I think your parents made the right decision. I don't think that we can. Every storm is different. It depends on how strong the storm gets, and it depends on whether or not it hits at high tide. So I think there are just too many things, on the table to say, hey, we're going to get a lot less in Crystal River. Everyone's home is going to be fine. I think it would be risky, and I'd be putting your life at risk if I were to say, yes, we're going to see less storage.
Now, the outer edge being felt in portions of the Tampa Bay area already, we should point out tonight's live streams are going to be very interesting, and we do have reporter teams located in various spots. This is what they do as far as documenting the storm and its actual progress out there and how impacts are being felt. I hope you'll join us tonight, folks, because we'll be transitioning. It's the first part of our coverage where we'll be transitioning really from storm coverage to landfall coverage, and they look a little bit different because you'll start to see more of
Pictures.
Idalia. Yep. And that's coming your way tonight right here on our streaming platforms.
Our reporters are working with us. I'm going back and forth with Jack Royer right now. He's trying to find a location he can safely bring you the story from.
Where is he?
In Citrus County. He looks like he's near the Crystal River National Wildlife Refuge. And I said, unless that's a 3-story concrete building, you need to move inland a little. He's near Charlie's Fish House Restaurant and the Dockside Deli near the Crystal River City boat ramp.
Okay.
Oh, I've been to that boat ramp. He needs to move a little bit. That won't work.
Well, he wants to set up shop and stay there tomorrow morning. Is that what it is?
Yeah, he wants to be able to show what's going on safely.
Yeah, and this is part of what we do, folks, as far as where our reporters are positioned. We try to get them in the safest positions possible to be able to document what is happening. This is a moment in time, and two, to work with local officials to document exactly how the storm is impacting a certain area. It's really important work that our reporters do out there.
I'm pulling away for 1 second.
Sure.
Are we gonna be out? By the way, are we gonna be on for a little longer?
A few more minutes.
I'll stay.
We're almost there. Two questions in the queue, then a quick fun wrap up here before we move on. Venus wants to know, #Hey Jeff, how does it look for the Palmetto area near the bridge across the Manatee River? I'm 5 minutes from the river in EVAC level A as a reference.
So we're predicting 2 to 4 feet of surge there. It's not likely to happen until, first of all, it's going to be a gradual process. We might see a little bit of overwash and surge overnight. Winds are not going to switch on shore there until probably 2 a.m. or after that. And then the second one, and I think we talked specifically about Manatee County already, didn't we?
Yeah, we talked about that, those afternoon tides around 2 o'clock.
Tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tomorrow afternoon. But as Rebecca mentioned, the tide's not likely to go out at all. So once it's high in the middle of the night, it'll stay that high and then start to grow tomorrow morning up until the point of the high tide during the early afternoon.
Yeah.
Let's go to this one from Nick Soul, #Hey Rebecca, Jeff, JB. Is there a concern with the storm surge in Port Charlotte and Myakka? I see the National Hurricane Center has it at 3 to 5 feet, ?
I think the storm surge is minimal down that far south. You're still going to have higher than normal high tides, but you were already going to because of the supermoon. And it's just the onshore winds that you're seeing. And so a little bit further south, it is an earlier peak. And so your early AM high tide could be your strongest down in Myakka and Northport and in Port Charlotte, a little bit further south.
Right.
You're just not going to feel the same effects.
All right, let's transition really quickly and talk about our coverage plan going forward, and then a moment of just some quick fun with Jeff and Rebecca before we let them go, because believe me, the smiles are part of the fuel that keeps us going as far as all of this continuous coverage on TV and on live stream. So our coverage plan going forward, we're going to be wrapping up our live Q&A here momentarily. The stream will stay open on WFLA.com, our app, trackingthetropics.tv, and YouTube Live. The stream stays active. Facebook, the stream will end, and you'll get another Facebook live stream launched when we actually are back on stream, which will be 5 o'clock for the 5 o'clock advisory. We'll be doing some, well, I guess you could call them cut-ins on stream with Eric and myself in the 4 o'clock hour. But really, 5 o'clock is the next big stream because we're getting a track update, and we're getting some other updates that are obviously extremely important in the 5 o'clock advisory. Really quickly, earlier for the two of you, I don't know if you guys were in here yet, we were talking about our love for the state of Florida. Jeff, you love this state.
I do.
Rebecca, you love this
Love
state.
it.
Okay, there's a lot of things to love about the state of Florida. We were talking about how diverse it is, different areas you could vacation. Your St. Augustine experience
Yes.
would be very different than your South Beach experience.
Oh, yeah.
Or an experience, let's say, in Key West. All of these different types of vacations that you could take. So we asked on YouTube Live, a poll that has received more than 5,000 votes, what is your favorite type of Florida vacation? And we asked between beaches,
Okay.
theme parks, old towns. I called it old towns like St. Aug or Key West, or boating, just being out on the water, fishing, lobstering, scalloping.
Well, I already know what Rebecca's answer is.
Yep.
Hit me, Rebecca.
You know it's boating. You absolutely know it's boating. I'm married to a fishing captain. That's all we do is fish.
And why do you love boating so much? What is the rush for you?
I just love the water. Like even just getting in my pool in the afternoons when I get home, just something about being around the water, looking at the water, hearing the water. I just love
Are you
the
a water
water.
sign?
I'm Aquarius. So
Oh,
yeah.
well, that's a water
That's
sign.
the water sign.
That is the water sign.
So let me ask you this. So you would rather be on a boat with a rod in your hand than being on a beach with a margarita in your hand?
Yeah. But you can have a margarita on a boat. They're not mutually exclusive.
Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Because we'll get to our poll results here in just a second. And
I'm going to
we're
agree with Rebecca, by the way.
Really?
Boat, for
Boating
sure.
is your number one?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I lived here 20-something years ago, and I had a boat, and I loved it. I fished twice a week or so. I have two hook marks in my hand to prove it. I had them both surgically removed. I don't fish as much anymore because I am the proud dad of a 2-year-old daughter. JB, you're about to not have a life pretty soon as well. But before, and I had a life, that's all I love. I loved being in the Keys. I mean, renting a house or a condo in the Keys with a boat at your dock, being able to come and go every day, frying up your fish that night. There's nothing better than that.
Yeah, the fresh meal at the end of a long day on the boat. Yeah, I see your face. It's definitely without a doubt.
Meanwhile, I'm
an
stuck with peanut butter and jelly for the next 24 hours.
Really?
No, I brought shrimp.
Oh, she did? Yeah, she brought shrimp.
Really quickly, look, I'm a beach bum. I love being on the beach. It's my it's my zen. So you might be roaming around Clearwater or St. Pete Beach in the weeks ahead, and maybe you'll spot me there. But what would you guess? We're going to close this out here in just a second, but what would you guess the number one option or the top option was amongst our 5,000 people voting, almost 6,000 people voting on
So
YouTube
it was beach,
Live?
boat, Old Town, and
Theme parks. I think it was beach.
I think boat. I'm going to say boat.
You think boating finished number one?
I don't know.
And then what would you say?
She said
finished?
beach.
I think beach.
Okay. Finished number one, and it wasn't even close. Beaches.
Okay.
Beaches with nearly 50%.
I don't like the beach.
You're just not a beach guy.
No, I don't like the sand and stuff. I'd just rather be on a boat.
Okay. And finishing way in fourth place. Look, I hate to break it to you guys, but it was boating.
Really?
7%.
You got to be kidding me.
7%.
Well, I don't like crowded things, so maybe
Yes,
that's why
was
I like
totally
boating.
staying away from the theme parks, especially during the summertime. Listen, I'm going to spend my life at theme parks pretty soon. Once Gracie.
Oh,
is
you're going to be a
3-4 years
year-round
old.
member, season pass holder.
You're going to be a pass holder.
You're going to have your own little ears.
I know it. I know it.
Of course, I'm already a pass holder at the aquarium and at the zoo. Next thing is going to be one of the other theme parks, I'm sure.
All right, we're going to close out that poll. 5,713 votes. Beaches are your favorite reason to come down to Florida. Well, you know what? There's going to be beach erosion. We know that the beaches are going to be impacted here in our area. Our coverage continues with the 5 o'clock advisory, but Eric Stone and I, for our YouTube audience and our WFLA.com audience, Eric Stone and I will be live a little bit beforehand to go over some of the more recent developments in the 4 o'clock hour. I'd like to thank meteorologist Rebecca Barry, always making us smile on stream. Jeff Baridelli, of course, always bringing his expertise and the wobble tracker, which, of course, you can find at WFLA.com. Final notes before we wrap up and send you guys back to your jobs.
There's nothing to say other than take it seriously if you are in a storm surge zone and be on the lookout for tornadoes. We will be live on TV with every tornado warning that comes in. So if you get a tornado warning for your area, make sure you tune in to Channel 8.
All right. Rebecca, any notes?
I think it's going to be a rocky night. It's going to be windy out there, and I don't want people to get up and go exploring tomorrow morning because the first high tide will have already occurred and the water will continue to rise, even though the tide's technically going out. And so I just don't want you to end up getting into an area that you can't get back to where you need to because you're out trying to see what the storm damage looked like.
Gotcha. All right, folks. They have to get back to work. I'm getting the high sign. Let's get you out of here. We'll see you at 5 o'clock or sooner here on Tracking the Tropics. I'll be joined by meteorologist Eric Stone, and we'll be going over the 5 o'clock update and some of the other things coming in the 4 o'clock hour. Stick around. YouTube Live, our stream stays active. WFLA.com, our stream stays active. Facebook Live, we'll see you in a little bit.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Idalia, a Category 1 on the verge of Category 2 hurricane nearing the Florida coast. Impacts already being felt in some of Florida's coastal communities. We're live in the Stream Center to answer your questions and get ready for the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Hello there to you folks. JB alongside meteorologist Eric Stone here with you live on stream. We have a few minutes here to quickly go over the very latest with Eric, but we also have a broadcast hit coming up at 4:14, and that's going to be, of course, on WFLA News Channel 8 on television. So what we're going to ask of our audience is to give us your best questions as of right now, the very latest with this storm. And what we'll do, Eric is going to take over, provide us with what the latest is right now at this hour. Actually, Eric, that's Wobble Tracker. I want to get you to your graphics, which are on here. That they should be right here. Hold on.
Right here.
And Eric, you can go through the graphics to our audience. Please filter in or type in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments over the next few minutes. I really have about 3 minutes to get them in. And I'll be taking some of them, a sampling of them, some of the ones that we maybe haven't seen yet, and using them on television on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station right here in Tampa, Florida. So I'll be looking for comments. Eric, turn things over to you for the very latest on Hurricane Idalia.
Yes, so the difference between the 11 a.m. and the 2 o'clock advisory, the wind a little bit higher. It's strengthened, still Category 1, but another 5 miles per hour. It'll be a Category 2, so maximum sustained wind at 90 miles per hour. And again, I always stress the forward speed. Now it's moving even faster at 15 miles per hour. See, the models didn't initially have this storm moving as fast as it did. So again, what that does to the cone is it shifts it further to the west. The storm moves further to the north before it interacts with a trough/cold front that steers it to the east. So the faster it's moving, the more likely it's going to continue that northerly movement and the cone continuing to the west. And that's what we've been seeing over the past several hours. But it does still look like it will become a Category 2 storm, maybe at the 5 o'clock advisory, although I'm seeing the eye filling in right now, and really that's not a sign of strengthening, but maybe it's just going through a regeneration process. Maybe it's going through some wind shear, which I know it is. So we'll see at the 5 o'clock advisory coming up in less than an hour if this is a Category 2 storm. And then we could see that rapid intensification because those water temperatures, JB, are still in the upper 80s and low 90s in the eastern Gulf.
We got some great questions coming in. YouTube live audience, Facebook. Actually, we're not live on Facebook yet. We're back live on Facebook at 5 o'clock. And then Twitter as well. I will be including in the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, any tweets that we get with good questions with hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB. If you tweet them out, they'll be included in our hit on broadcast television coming up again at 4:15, 5 minutes from now on WFLA News Channel 8. What are you expecting at 5 o'clock, Eric?
I don't expect much change at all. Let me show you the satellite because it just doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier. And again, I want to show you that the eye, like you really can't even see an eye right in this area in the center part of your screen. You see this little opening, but the eye is maybe a mile or two, and it's really filled in. And you see this dry air to the east and to the north of Idalia. So some dry air is being brought in to the eastern and northern part of the circulation. Combine that with the wind shear. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if Idalia eventually strengthens. But boy, I mean, the eye is just all but disappeared right there, and it just looks like that's the trend right now. It's not really going through an increase in strength from what I can see. So if we do get to a Category 2 storm, maybe, but it sure doesn't look that impressive on satellite.
Let's remind our audience that we're about 50 minutes away, probably less than 50 minutes away from the 5 o'clock update. Cat 2. I mean, at 5 o'clock?
I'd go 50-50 on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the Hurricane Center's been inching this stronger and stronger by 5 miles an hour every 3 hours. But boy, it just doesn't look that impressive on satellite radar. But we'll see. We'll see.
Let's show really quickly. I believe this is the Skyway Bridge, and there it is. Traffic still going over the Skyway, but we expect this obviously to change soon. This is a situation that's unfolding right now on WFLA.com. People want to know, when is the Skyway going to close? We're monitoring this at this very moment, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I would think sometime this evening after 6 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock maybe at the very latest, because, tropical storm force wind gusts are possible later on tonight after 8, 9, 10 o'clock into the midnight hour. And I think to be safe than sorry, this will be closed much sooner than 10 o'clock.
Let's transition now, because we're about to get ready for our hit on television. We have several hits on TV that, of course, that we are going to have to do. And what that will look like is we're going to put up a "We'll Be Right Back" slate. And that is going to be just a signal to you, our audience, that we're just getting ready for TV. We'll do our TV hits right here on stream with you, and then we'll continue the Q&A portion. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Tracking the Tropics. We have you loud and clear.
I hear you.
Yep, we'll be in slate, but we'll be back right before our hit.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Yeah, hey there, Josh. Hey there, Stacy. We are answering a lot of questions across all of our platforms on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA.com alongside meteorologist Eric Stone. We are here for you to answer your questions, folks, no matter where you are, including internationally. Yeah, that's right. We're getting questions from abroad. Cloud9 on YouTube Live just put this in a few minutes ago, saying hashtags for us both. I'm from the UK, but I have a vacation home in Tampa. What do you think the wind speeds will be in Tampa at landfall? How much storm surge, Josh, as you noted? Eric, what do we say for this question coming in from the UK?
Yeah, definitely in the Tampa Bay area, a possibility of 4 to 6 foot of storm surge, and that does include Tampa Bay itself as well as the outlying Pinellas County coastline. As far as winds, definitely expecting tropical storm force wind gusts to start overnight tonight, and the possibility of tropical storm force sustained wind, but I don't think we're going to be anywhere near hurricane force gust at all. So I'd say about 50 to 60 mile per hour gust here in Tampa.
We are monitoring every little micro movement when it comes down to Idalia as it gets closer to Category 2 strength. Kayla Carpenter also joining us on YouTube Live, asking how close to the track is it staying? And this is one of the reasons why we have Wobble Tracker, Eric. We can monitor using WFLA.com's Wobble Tracker to monitor just how close to the track it's actually staying.
Yeah, it's actually staying pretty darn close, maybe a couple miles to the west of the track, but it's moving so quickly. It's moving to the north. And yet again, when these storms move quickly, a lot of times the models underestimate the speed. And sometimes when that happens, the storm actually moves further to the north before it takes that eastern turn, which results in a cone shifting to the west. So we'll see what happens today at 5 o'clock.
We've had tens of thousands of comments come in. We'll get in one more here from Lee Macklin. Hashtag HJB. How far would a 6-foot storm surge be expected to penetrate inland in terms of miles? Am I safe from storm surge 4 miles inland in Venice, Florida?
Yes, of course. Imagine a 6-foot wall of water on the beach. It crashes on the beach. Maybe it goes a tenth of a mile or less for 6 feet, right? So you're 4 miles inland. You definitely have nothing to worry about in regards to storm surge. In fact, Ian had a 16 to 18-foot storm surge at Fort Myers Beach, and that made it about a mile inland.
You know, what's up with all the I names, Eric? You know, people in our comment section want to know, including an individual by the name of Ivan wants to know what's up with all the I hurricanes. We actually once had a Hurricane Ivan of note, Ian, Irma, and here we are with Idalia. It's these I storms that are really just messing with us.
I have to agree with Jeff though. Iota, not really an I storm, even though it's the Greek alphabet. But that was another storm that we had to worry about. Yeah. I think once we get past I, then maybe we're safe for the season, right?
I'm sure. Yeah, let's hope so. Look, as far as your questions, we're here on WFLA.com, the WFLA YouTube page, all of our social media platforms. Come join us. The 5 o'clock advisory is coming out soon.
All right,
cool. Flip the switch. Okay, and now we're back on live stream. Hello there to you folks. JB and Eric here with you on Tracking the Tropics across our social media platforms. That was our hit for broadcast television. And now we're back and we can stream without having a producer in our ear. That's a little bit of a different experience when you have the producers chiming in your ear. So back here with you live, let's get to some of the other questions that have been coming in. And I want to get to this one from the Brick Bros Zone. The Brick Bros.
I like that name.
You know what's interesting?
That name sounds pretty. That's a cool name.
That reminds me of like Super Mario.
Oh,
right?
Brick Brothers. That's right.
Yeah.
Mario and Luigi.
Yeah, that's what. Are you?
But they're probably masonry. They're probably has something to do with bricks and houses and whatnot.
Really quickly, do you have a favorite Super Mario game?
Oh, I love the first one. The original Super Mario 1, got to the second one and the third one, all of a sudden it was like, oh, I can do this in a week or two.
Yeah,
the first one was challenging.
The one that blew my mind was Galaxy.
Oh, really?
Super Mario Galaxy
I haven't played
was
that one.
Just a lot of fun. Love Nintendo, you guys.
I do
but
too.
Back to Brick Brother Zone, or Brick Bro Zone, hashtags for us both. What are the chances that this storm will shift more west and hit somewhere between Panama City and St. Mark's?
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if it's closer to St. Mark's. That's been the trend over the past 12 to 18 hours, that this cone has been shifting further to the west. And I do equate that with the fast forward speed of Idalia. And the faster it goes, the more north it's going to get before it starts to turn to the east, which means the cone will continue to shift to the west. So the 5 o'clock update, the track update, the new cone, yep, that's all coming out in about 30 to 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, that track update, guys, that's going to be pretty significant. But here's the thing. The last few track updates, Eric, have really held steady. And the cone has narrowed. If you look at the cone yesterday, around this time. It was a wider cone. Now the cone is narrowing. That means that there's a higher degree of confidence as to where the storm is going to go. But there has been, you guys, look at the blue line versus the red line on the wobble tracker. Look, there is clearly, and you can see it here, there's clearly just a little bit of this, well, look, I don't want to say a westward move. It's just going direct north right now and hasn't made the curve, but the wobble tracker comes into play when I talk about this, because watch now, the wobble tracker is now, watch right here to the right, just a little bit, staying on the red line.
On track.
Look at the red line is giving us a good indication that this is staying on the track and starting to move north by northeast, just a little bit, and that'll be very interesting to see how that's reflected in the 5 o'clock update. So we had this comment from Brick Brothers and about it moving west. And then you have comments from Jim. Any eastern movement possible, like Ian?
No, and again, even though you may not have noticed in the past 6 hours or 12 hours, yesterday the cone was taking this just barely to the east of Cedar Key. Remember that? Now it's taking it well to the west by 30 to 40 miles. So that cone in 18 hours has shifted to the west 35, 40 miles. And that's a big difference, especially here in Tampa Bay, because it means it's going to be 30 to 40 miles further away out in the Gulf of Mexico. And a lot of times these models are trending, right? And if it's trending to the west 6 hours, and the next 6 hours it trends to the west, the next 6 hours it trends to the west, it means there's nothing that's guiding this storm to the east as of yet. The models still aren't seeing it. So again, I do expect this cone to go slightly to the west. I don't think it's going to go to the west of St. Mark's, but right now, a lot of the model plots are taking this pretty much right over St. Mark's. So again, I bet you the next cone update will be slightly to the west of the previous one.
Be very curious. I'm ready for the 5 o'clock. Are you ready for the 5 o'clock? I'm ready for the 5 o'clock.
I've been ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
I've been ready.
So look, I'm not shy. I'm gonna throw up this comment. So Folded Palm on YouTube Live, hashtags versus both. Is it illegal, or are you going to get fired if you mention the impact on Georgia?
Oh, my gosh.
To the contrary.
Oh, we can't even talk about Georgia.
We were talking about Georgia earlier, and we were even talking about South Carolina and North Carolina earlier on stream. So comments like this, come on. I mean, look, we've been talking about Georgia, but look, Florida's up first, you guys. Florida's
up first.
Florida's going to get the worst of it, and Florida's up first, so we have to prioritize Florida. But Georgia is absolutely part of the conversation, as is South Carolina and North Carolina.
Yeah. You're talking about I-75 in South Georgia. I think Valdosta area, getting a strong tropical storm, if not a Category 1 hurricane as it moves through, moving pretty close to Savannah along 16 and I-95 up to South Carolina. And you can see, the cone is Charleston all the way through the Outer Banks of North Carolina. So this storm is going to impact South Georgia as well as coastal South and North Carolina. So it depends on where you live in Georgia. If you're in Atlanta, you're fine. But if you're more towards South Central or Southeast Georgia, towards Savannah, toward the coast, then you are going to deal with some storm surge on the Georgia coast and the Carolina coast.
Let's again show you, how about, again, the Skyway Bridge. It's interesting. It just cleared up a little bit. And you know what's so funny about that? This looks way clearer than 5-10 minutes ago when we showed this shot, Eric. And that is, correct me if I'm wrong, you're the meteorologist, I'm the one asking questions. But is that because bands are moving
exactly
through? Yeah,
that's exactly.
That's what we're watching.
It's kind of like when we were watching Key West this morning, and you saw about 2 or 3 minutes of just waves crashing over the buoy, right? And then all of a sudden, you hardly saw anything. It was a strong rain band that moved through, and then all of a sudden, there wasn't much at all. And so that's what happens. You get periods of rain, periods of wind with those rain bands. And of course, the rain bands could cause those isolated tornadoes. And there have been several tornado warnings in Southwest Florida, in Collier County and the Naples area so far. Nothing here as of yet, but I do expect that to change later on today.
Yeah, this is a noticeable difference than what we had even 5 minutes ago. I want to see if I can bring this up. Let's see here. Okay, that's cool. So that means, hold on, just switching some sources around. That way that we're working with our teams here. So Yeah, correct. Okay, so these are the graphics that we're going to keep for now. I want to see if I can get this on screen. If you guys want to share where you're watching from on Twitter and your friends at home, and what I mean by that, your four-legged friends, everybody. Let me see if I can get this tweet up on screen. Bear with me here for a moment, Eric. Is this going to work? There it is. It's kind of small. I wish it wasn't so small. We can bring it up on slider cam, and it's going to be a little bit easier to see. This is a tweet that came in from Busta Billy.
Is that the name of the cat?
Yeah, and will my cat? Well, no, that's the name of the Twitter user who sent this in.
I know, I'm being funny.
And right, yeah, is that Busta?
The emoji. Do we have the wall emoji going? We want to see some cats.
Oh yeah, look, we could turn on wall emojis.
Yeah, I mean,
but,
we want to see some cats and.
Yeah, your four-legged friends at home, you guys. We would love to spotlight them. Yes, that is.
It all depends on where your cat's at.
The cat from Busta Billy.
Pickles was safe here, I'll tell you that. We weren't safe, but Pickles was.
In all seriousness, there's a winky emoji floating around from our comment section. These are live emojis coming in from our comment section. Look, if you want your picture to be featured, what are we looking for? We're looking for 3 types of pictures. I love cat and pet pictures. So if you want to show us your pets, let us know where you're watching from, how your pets are doing. Give us a pets picture on Twitter, only on Twitter. It's only Twitter that we do this. You can tweet hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. Also, too, if you want to show us what it looks like outside your house right now, just be safe. Please be safe. But if you want to show us some rainfall that's coming down, if you want to show us perhaps some dark clouds, some ominous clouds off in the distance, you want to send us pictures like that. Or, we love to, man, take that selfie of us, of you watching us, Tracking the Tropics. We'd love to see those selfies as well. If you want to be part of our coverage and say hello. Pictures only, no videos. But if you want to basically tweet a picture at us, put it on Twitter and use hashtag HeyJB. And that's the one. That's the hashtag I really will be looking for pictures. Hashtag HeyJB on Twitter. We would love to get more four-legged friends, more selfies to see our audience watching us, and then also too, if you have a picture of what it's like outside your home, these are things that we would absolutely.
And they're giving us pizza too. I'll definitely take that.
Oh man, man, pizza would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's put away that comment. We'll come off of the emoji wall, and we'll come back here to the comments. Mike Clemens wants to know, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric, how about the Zephyr Hills area?
Yeah, a little bit further north, but a little bit further inland. So, again, tropical storm force wind gusts overnight tonight, and definitely a couple of inches of rain, 2 to 3 inches of rain, if that. But nothing that you wouldn't see in a typical rainy season day. Just it will be gusty throughout the overnight hours tonight, and then things will start to improve tomorrow morning into the afternoon once the storm really starts to pull away.
Wow, you guys are really quick on it, man. Holy moly. Let's just pull up some tweets real quick.
We got a lot of pictures.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, I'm just waiting for them to scroll in. Everyone be patient, but you guys are really quick on that. So let me just hit some buttons because, yeah, that kind of got a little screwy. Okay. Hit enter there, refresh, and then we're going to bring in this tweet, and let's see here. This tweet. Sorry, Eric. Give me a second.
Okay.
And our team is also messaging me about a bit of a problem as well. So let's switch that around and put that there, and then that should be good there. Okay. A lot of switching going on behind the scenes here, folks. But let's try to get these on screen. This is from Liz. Hashtag HeyJB. This is Blue and Balto getting their energy out before the storm. I love it. Look at that, man.
That's so cute.
They're pretty.
They are. Definitely.
Blue and Balto, like the movie. You ever see Balto the movie?
No, I never have.
Oh man, it's a classic.
They Huskies, right?
Yeah, Liz. Like, so you can follow up, tweet at me, and let me know. Was Balto named after that movie? Because I loved that movie as a kid. Great movie. There were some others on Twitter, and I don't know why it's difficult for me all of a sudden to grab these tweets, but Let's try this one from Rev Dr. Greg. Here it is. That's hashtag KJB and Eric watching from Englewood, Charlotte County, and got a 4-legged friend there on the carpet.
Nice.
Loving it. Yeah, that's great.
Getting some pretty heavy rain there in Englewood right now.
Oh, cute dog. It's kind of hard to
Yeah.
see. I wish I could blow this up. Here, can I blow this up? Can I just make this bigger? Let's just go. I don't care if I break it.
Doesn't look like he wants anything to do with the storm. I'm just gonna.
I don't care if I break it. Let's just blow it up.
There
you go.
He says, "See, I don't care about no storm. I'm just posing for the camera,
Chilling."
That's cute.
Okay. All right. I will come back to pet photos at some point. We just love to get feedback from you guys, see where you're watching from, real-time weather reports. We'll grab this one more from Dakota Jones. It just came in. This is Milo enjoying the wind before the rain.
Once it starts raining, Milo's gonna want to come inside.
Yep. There's Milo.
We don't like wet dog. That's no fun. Where's this at? Or do we not know?
Yeah, we need locations, you guys.
Yeah.
And look, we don't need your street. We're not
Yes,
gonna
give us your exact address.
No, yeah, right. just give us an idea, county, town, wherever you'd like. We would love to just show what it's, because especially that shot of the clouds, that is of particular interest. So we'll come back to this in a little bit. Yeah, tweet us your photos, your selfies, your weather pictures, and your pet photos. We would love to spotlight them on stream. Let's go back to comments from Chrissy. Hashtag KJB, the wobble tracker is wobbling. Does that mean anything? We'll have to come back to the wobble tracker. The wobble tracker is being utilized in a different capacity at the moment. But from what I saw with the wobble tracker, and
we have a different version of it here.
Yep.
But yeah, from what we saw earlier, it did wobble slightly to the west, but it seemed to correct itself. So, Ian was such an odd storm in regards to the wobbles. I've seen storms wobble once or twice, but I've never seen it go north, east, north, east, north. I mean, it was constantly wobbling every 30 minutes. So typically you don't see that in a hurricane. And so really we haven't seen much of that right now.
Got a great question coming in here from Molly. Hashtags for us both. Could this be similar to Hurricane Katrina, where they couldn't accurately predict the devastation due to warm waters? Let's point out, I think it's really important to point out, Katrina, obviously an extremely devastating storm, and not to say that Idalia doesn't have devastating power, but it's really important to note forecast technology, and we have learned so much since Katrina.
We're coming up on almost 20 years, right?
I was about to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while.
So we're coming up on 20 years of Katrina. We have learned so much since then. And look, there are those superstorms that really do leave their mark on a locale and really scar a certain region of the country. Katrina was one of those storms that had a lasting impact, still with a lasting impact. Idalia, landfall tomorrow, and we hope that it's nothing like Katrina. But to answer specifically this question from Molly, talking about the warm waters and how that fits in as an ingredient, what's the answer to Molly's question?
That doesn't really fit into the devastation. What fits in New Orleans is the fact that they're below sea level. So any kind of water being pushed onto southeast Louisiana is going to cause devastation. Even if it was a Category 1 or a Category 2, the fact that they're below sea level is just really bad news. So again, a Category 3 hitting New Orleans versus a Category 3 hitting the Big Bend area, St. Mark's area is two totally different scenarios. Yes, there'll be devastation, but you're not going to have the devastation as you saw in New Orleans, being below sea level, the levees bursting, and so many homes being underwater.
Yeah, we do have to pivot. We have another live report coming up here in just a moment. And so we are going to look for more of you now. You're some of the best hashtag KJB and hashtag Eric questions and comments that are coming in on YouTube Live and on Twitter. Those two places, YouTube Live and Twitter. If you have a question about Idalia or certain impact area on Florida's Gulf Coast, or maybe elsewhere in the state of Florida, or beyond, just tweet at us with hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyEric, and then also put your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments in our comment section. But really, yeah, the wobble tracker right now is showing us that this is holding true, staying true, right?
It is, but notice that the eye that was well defined earlier, and this is set to advance, but the eye that's well defined earlier has really filled in. And usually in a strengthening hurricane, you don't see the eye filling in. So again, let's just see. Yes, it is moving on the projected path, but again, we'll see what the intensity is. I do expect the cone to shift just a tad bit to the west at the 5 o'clock advisory, and I guess we'll just have to go take it from there. See what happens. It's coming up in about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, we're gonna do this one more Q&A hit, you guys. So I'm looking through your questions and comments right now. Catalina, I got you in the queue. Pia, I'm gonna add you to the queue. A few others I got in the queue ready to go. So we've got another television live broadcast report coming up here at 4:45. And then we're going to take a step away from the microphones to get ready for this big 5 o'clock update. I'm sure many of you are here for the 5 o'clock update. And what that will look like is it's a new track. It's new everything, but it's a new track and whether or not we're up to Category 2 hurricane strength. See here, looking at some of the questions. Looking in. Let's go to Twitter, see what kind of questions are coming in over there. Oh, man, all these pet photos.
Got a lot of them, huh?
Oh, they're amazing. They're great. They're great. I'm going to grab this tweet. Try to get that one in. What else we got? Oh, my God, cats, dogs. It's just... man, this is, there's I'm bad with birds.
Birds?
I think it might be a parakeet, but, Garrett, I see your picture, your bird. That's awesome. I'd love to get your bird on stream at some point. we got this television hit coming up that we are right along the line for that. We gotta focus on the subject matter at hand. Oh, and here's one from, Timmy in real life. Bird on this young boy's head. There's a lot. Look,
a lot of birds now, huh?
Twitter's fun right now with some of the pet photos that have been coming in. And Vanessa, I see your weather report. This is excellent. All right, everybody. So we're preparing. Any final notes before our last TV hit here, Eric? With what we're expecting.
We're just awaiting. I mean, we're about 20 minutes away from the 5 o'clock update. Keep an eye on the speed. It's 15 miles an hour. I mean, if this thing starts moving even faster, again, I do expect that cone to shift to the west, but I expect it to shift to the west as it is, and we'll see what happens in the next update. Possibility of becoming a Category 2 storm, although the eye is filling in, so it doesn't look too impressive on radar, but we'll see what the National Hurricane Center determines.
Man, we got lizards out there too. Lizards,
What?
birds, cats, dogs. It's gonna be
lizards,
we're gonna
iguanas?
have when we have a moment. It's getting as we get closer and closer to landfall. It's going to be harder to find moments for us to spotlight some of these types of pictures. But we're going to look for opportunities, pockets in time where we can just look at you guys and your pets at home. That would be really special for us. So stand by, folks. We're about to go into a break. I'm just waiting on the cue from our team. We've got a lot of different comments coming in. And Eric, that's the best part about this is that we have been getting all different types of questions really all week long.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a big deal. This is a major hurricane that's just offshore the Tampa Bay area. We know whether it's 100 miles, 150 miles away, it's still close by, and it's affecting our friends to the north in the Big Bend area. So a lot of people are going to be affected by this storm, not only in Florida, but Georgia and the Carolinas as well.
All right, folks. We're in a live interview right now. We've got some questions in the queue. And there you see that number 3 there at landfall. I'm really curious if that 3 is going to hold. in the 5 o'clock update. Do you expect it still to be a Cat 3 landfall?
Yeah, I definitely expect it. And, you can see those rain bands, severe thunderstorm warning on the other coast, on the East Coast, and already starting to get some of that heavy rain in eastern Hillsborough, Polk County as well. So, again, this is all going to continue throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, with the rain really picking up as we head to the midnight hour.
All right, folks, we got to get ready for our hit on broadcast television. We'll be right back with some of your comments and our TV report on Tracking the Tropics. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, guys, we got you. Yep, we'll be in Slate. We'll see you in a minute. I got you.
Okay.
Right. That's fine by us. Yep.
That looks good.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Yeah, hey there, Josh. Hello again, Stacy. We're here monitoring the wobble tracker and, of course, getting ready for the 5 o'clock update, but a lot of questions coming in. I want to get right to them. And we're going to go to YouTube Live for this one from Catalina, asking about what the surge might look like near Amalie Arena and downtown Tampa, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely could see from the Hillsborough River some of that flooding a foot or 2 feet. Again, overnight tonight, but mainly as we head to the high tide tomorrow, and as the middle to latter part of the morning, as the tides creep up by lunchtime or so, we could see some of that flooding downtown.
And how about this one from Pia wanting to know about the Land O'Lakes area specifically tonight, Eric?
Yeah, so far north of downtown Tampa, so you don't have to worry about any of the storm surge or anything like that. We are looking at a couple of inches of rain, 2 to 3 inches, but I still don't think you'll see freshwater flooding. Tropical storm force wind gusts and a possible sustained wind late tonight and early tomorrow morning, and then things will start to improve as we head into the afternoon on your Wednesday.
And we're going to get in one more. Kia Rylan on YouTube Live, hashtags for us both. What can we expect for the Spring Hill area?
Yeah, that's right. A little bit north of Land O'Lakes. So again, tropical storm force wind later on tonight throughout the overnight hours, but mainly through early on Wednesday with, again, a couple of inches of rain.
The 5 o'clock update, it's about to come down. New track, new intensity forecast. We'll have it all for you on Tracking the Tropics across our social media platforms. We'll see you on WFLA.com, Facebook, and YouTube. We'll send it back over to you. All right, we're back here with you on stream, everybody, and we do have to now get ready for the 5 o'clock update. We only have 10 minutes to get ready. So we're going to be hopping off stream for just a moment. The stream will stay up, but we got to prepare for new coverage across all platforms, getting ready, of course, for the 5 o'clock track, 5 o'clock intensity update. It's all coming down in about 10 minutes from now. We see the thumbs up emojis. Get ready, folks. Stand by for stream.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
A breaking news update on Tracking the Tropics. Idalia, now a Category 2 storm, but perhaps even more noteworthy, we're about to show you the track, and you'll notice a westward nudge. It's an improvement for the Tampa Bay area, but more disappointing news for the Big Bend region. We're about to break it all down for you. The 5 o'clock advisory is in on Tracking the Tropics. Hello there to you folks. JB here with you live, now officially across all platforms, with meteorologist Eric Stone joining me. And Eric, I want to get right to it because a lot to break down in the 5 o'clock 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center.
Let's talk about it. Now we're at a Category 2 storm. Maximum sustained wind 100 miles per hour. But look, it's moving even faster, 16 miles per hour. And what did I say about when the storm moves fast like this, the models don't keep up, and it moves further to the north before it takes that easterly turn. And look at that. The cone is further to the west. It's much closer to St. Mark's now than it ever was. And all the model plots are also pointing in that direction. So let's take a look at our GFS model. And as you can see, the storm is well away from Tampa. Still pretty strong. In fact, a Category 3 major hurricane making landfall pretty close to Apalachicola sometime Wednesday morning between St. Mark's and Apalachicola. Again, this is the GFS model, which typically has been slightly further to the west compared to some of the other models. But boy, it sure is trending in the right direction, right? And then once we get into Thursday, boy, storm moves off the Carolina coast, and we just have some few showers that we worry about Wednesday into Thursday. So the worst of the storm will be occurring overnight tonight and into tomorrow. So here's our in-house model. This is our Barron's 3-kilometer resolution model. Pretty good resolution, as you can see. We got the heaviest shower and storm activity in the Tampa Bay area after about 11 o'clock tonight, all the way through tomorrow morning. If you remember with Elsa, there was a rain band that stuck around Southwest Florida for hours and hours and hours, and it provided about 6 to 7 inches of rain, even when Elsa was way far north into the Panhandle. So again, we could be dealing with several inches of rain here, even Wednesday morning as this makes landfall. And it looks like, again, once we get into Wednesday afternoon, a lot of the rain is pulled out of here, but we'll still have scattered showers Wednesday and also into Thursday. So again, let's take a look at the potential for storm surge. So again, where you see the red shading, that is 6+ feet of storm surge, 9+ feet along the coast from Crystal River, Citrus County, into Hernando County, 6 to 9 feet, Hernando County, down to the Newport Richey / Tarpon Springs area. A little bit further to the south, even in Tampa Bay, we're looking at 4 to 7 foot storm surge because of how strong this storm is. And the worst will come after midnight, overnight Wednesday, and into the high tide cycle late morning into the lunch hour on Wednesday afternoon. As we head further south, of course, being farther away from the storm, Anna Maria Island, more like 3 to 5 feet, but south of Manatee County, a good 2 to 3 feet, really. Not much going on once you get past Venice down toward Englewood. So storm surge warnings are in effect. Now, hurricane warnings are still in effect from Citrus County to Manatee, but I really don't expect hurricane force wind gust at all, even in Citrus County. This track keeps moving to the west, so I do expect tropical storm force wind, but not hurricane force wind. So that's better news as Idalia continues to take more of a westerly track. And of course, we still have tropical storm force warnings in our inland county. So as far as future wind gusts, well, it looks like once we get into the 8, 9, 10 o'clock hour, we'll start to see gusts between 30 and 40. And we could see a couple in the 50s throughout the overnight in some of the heavy rain bands. But you can see, really, as this storm pulls further away from Tampa, we're not seeing those 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, even in Citrus County. But as we head into Wednesday, those rain bands that come through will continue to bring those gusts between 30 and 40 mid-morning, and then 20 into 30 later on Wednesday afternoon. And by the time we get into Thursday, things much closer to normal, in fact, as the wind only gusting to about 15 to 25 throughout the day on your Thursday. So good news there as, again, Idalia continues to pull away. But hey, you know what? The wind gust here, we're looking once again at not even close to tropical storm force wind gusts for a lot of us until the overnight hours tonight and tomorrow morning, especially in northern counties. So again, we may escape this a little bit better than we originally thought. But again, the track continues to move to the west, and we'll keep on monitoring that track because it could shift one direction or the other, but the trends have been shifting to the west, and I don't see any reason whatsoever, any synoptic, atmospheric, any dynamic, anything in what I'm seeing that would cause this to move to the east at all. So again, wind gusts as we head into Thursday, as I showed you, about 15 to 25 miles per hour. And then finally, in regards to rainfall, we're looking at a couple of inches of rain possible, 3 to 5 along the immediate coast, especially from Pinellas County northward, 2 to 3 from south of Pinellas County along the coast, and 1 to 3 further inland. And now you're looking at our max offender rate current radar, and you can see several severe thunderstorm warnings on the eastern portions of Florida as that heavy rain band has already moved through much of the Tampa Bay area and points southward in Manatee and Sarasota County. So, JB, hey, it looks like we've got now a Category 2 storm on our hand, but again, the good news is shifted to the west just like we thought.
Check this out, everybody. I want you to focus on the area on this map between St. Petersburg and Bradenton. Right now, that area is between these bands. And we're watching this actually happen, of course, in the viewing area. So there's no green over where the Skyway Bridge would be, correct? Well, take a look here live at the Skyway Bridge. Looks like a pretty average day in Tampa Bay. But now, look, it's really important to note here, Eric, that you just did, and I'm just kind of summarizing a little bit of what you were talking about. There's still life-threatening storm surge that is going to be coming as a result of this storm. And so Tampa and the Tampa Bay area isn't out of the woods or gets an all clear. This is great news for especially inland communities and, of course, our easternmost counties. I'm talking, of course, about Polk County, Lakeland, towards Orlando, and really towards the southeastern portion of the viewing area into Manatee, Sarasota counties. This is better news. But really, it's not an all clear by any stretch of the imagination. This is still a significant storm event for the Florida Peninsula. It's just really the brunt of it is clearly going to be hitting the Big Bend region. Also, want to point out as well that these models, Eric's been spot on, man. Just a hat tip to Eric because this really did pick up speed. It is not turning. It doesn't appear to be turning like Ian did. We've received dozens, if not more than 100 questions. Will it turn like Ian? Will it make the last minute pivot towards Tampa? All indicators right now are pointing at this moving, like shooting directly north or a little bit north by northwest and hitting Big Bend and not making the Ian-like turn to the central portion of the peninsula. So that's where things stand at the moment. I want to get to your questions. Facebook Live, YouTube Live. We're here for you. We are here to answer your questions, provided that you tell us to answer your question using hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. Jeff was on with us earlier, but John is asking, it looks like the eye filled in. Is the storm showing signs of weakening? Can we look at a shot here on one of your graphics?
You can see it right there, and the radar is going to be your best indication. You see the center of circulation on the bottom left portion of your screen, and you see there's not much clear air, right? You can see the storms wrapping around the center, and this is what I've been talking about the past maybe 3 to 4 hours, that, wow, the eye is filled in, rain is in the eye now. It could be encountering some wind shear. Typically, you would think the storm is weakening when you see rain filling in the eye, right? But sometimes these storms go through what we call an eye regeneration process. So rain fills in, it becomes better organized, and then all of a sudden you get a really well-defined eye. So that's what I'm expecting is happening right now. And so it's definitely not showing signs of weakening. It's 100 miles an hour. It's strengthened 10 miles an hour since the last advisory 3 hours ago.
It's also really important to point out, I see people in our comment section that are expressing relief in the Tampa Bay area, specifically in Tampa. And we totally understand, because you're looking at what Ian did last year and you don't want that level of devastation. But that doesn't mean you're not going to feel impacts. And it's really important to point out 2 more notes. One, Tampa Bay is still on the bad side, right? And storm surge is inevitable for our coastal counties. And also worth noting too, Eric, really important for you to highlight, especially, that spin-up tornadoes are absolutely possible. In fact, I think I might have heard here a moment ago that we're already hearing some reports on the peninsula of spin-up tornadoes.
I know that Collier County down in Naples, a place dear and near to my heart. I lived in Fort Myers. I've got great friends in Naples, and they've had several tornado warnings from about 11:30 this morning through about 2:30 this afternoon. So, again, we've definitely had several tornado warnings. I don't know if we have any confirmed tornadoes. The yellow boxes that you see, and I'll move this up, You can see Miami toward not quite Fort Lauderdale, around the Turnpike, 95, not quite along the coastline, maybe in the Plantation area. We're seeing some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Not seeing tornado warnings right now, but again, this is still very early in the game. So once we start to see the rain bands that are really closely associated with Idalia, not the ones that are 200 miles to the east, far off, I do believe that we will see some spin-ups in those rain bands.
This is Max Defender 8 radar. This is the most advanced weather radar in Florida. And now that we have Idalia within range of our radar is located in Hillsborough County, correct?
Correct.
So
right
now,
around Riverview.
Yeah, with Idalia and really a majority of Idalia, there you can see in the bottom left-hand portion of your screen the center of circulation, the rotation there. Now we're getting really the majority of Idalia on Max Defender 8. And again, S-band technology, being able to see into the storm, unlike other radars. Eric, this is going to be a really crucial tool in the hours ahead to know exactly what Idalia is doing to of course, our precious Florida communities, our neighborhoods.
You know what the biggest benefit of Max Defender 8 radar is? That when you look at other radars, like the National Weather Service, they are 5 minutes for a sweep, and we are a minute or less. So you see how our time goes up, 450, 451, 452, and we're getting a different picture every single minute. So minute by minute, we can pinpoint where a possible tornado is, where possible rotation is, where hail could be, obviously not in this storm, where a heavy rain is going to impact, versus other radar, which is every 5 minutes. So the biggest benefit that I see is a minute-by-minute radar, and we'll give you the closest to what's going on right now than any other radar.
Let's go next up to Lord Johns. We got some others in the queue. Hashtag KJB. I believe this is from Facebook Live, or this might be from YouTube. I don't know where this one came from. Hashtag KJB. Is the projected landfall the same?
Slightly to the west, and this is exactly what I thought. The models have been nudging this to the west. The models are pretty much right over St. Mark's, which is several miles, 60, 70 miles east of Cedar Key. It's very far to the west of Cedar Key, I should say. And yesterday, the models were right over Cedar Key. And again, I equate this. I've seen so many storms that have had this extreme forward motion. You're talking about 15, 16 mile per hour storm. That's really fast. The typical storm may move between 9 and 11 miles per hour. And I've noticed this in the past, that when these storms move quick like this one's doing, the cone will not, it will shift off to the west, because that turn to the east will come later and later as the storm's moving quickly now to the north.
Listen to your local emergency officials. People asking, should I evacuate? What does this mean for my evacuation order? People who have already evacuated that want to know what the impact is now going forward. Listen to the guidances, the advisories, what is issued by your local emergency officials. You should know that website or that Twitter account, or how they communicate out these notices. They're going to help steer you in the right direction here, folks. But if you're in the Big Bend area or a coastal community on Florida's Gulf Coast tonight, you're in for perhaps a really rough ride with this life-threatening storm surge that we have been talking about since this past weekend. So it's really important to remind people that if you are in a low-lying coastal area, please take extra caution. If you're in the Big Bend area, north of Tampa Bay, especially even inland towards Gainesville, I mean, that area, Big Bend, look, that's an area you really got to be extraordinarily careful in the hours ahead. We went to Lord John's with the projected landfall. Let's go to Jessica in our comment section with hashtags for us both. When will Manatee and Sarasota County get the worst impact or most impact from Idalia? She says that she works at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, after about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, all the way through about 7 or so, we're going to have some pretty solid rain in Manatee County. Sarasota County maybe slightly earlier. So you may be in some pretty heavy rain bands as you head to work at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you definitely want to take it easy. Once you get to 6, 7 o'clock, we'll start to see them become a little bit more scattered in Sarasota County. And I want to be real, JB, when we talk about evacuating, there are a lot of people, and even more so, a lot of loved ones that would have wanted to evacuate when folks told them about Ian to evacuate. And I hate to say it, but there are a lot of people that didn't make it that did not evacuate. It's better to be safe than sorry. Even if you think it's not going to be a big deal in your neighborhood, if someone tells you to evacuate, we're just looking out for your safety. And unfortunately, with Ian, so many people didn't.
Idalia is no longer a distant system south of Cuba. It's here. It has arrived. The outer bands are coming down right now in sections of the viewing area. Reports are starting to come in of potentially severe weather. And while Tampa is resting a little bit easier now than it was with the most recent updates earlier today, there are still going to be significant impacts felt. We are still anticipating, and correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, a Category 3 at landfall, right? So Florida is getting ready for a major hurricane landfall event tomorrow, Wednesday.
Yep.
And it's not going to hit as densely populated of an area as we thought it might when we were talking about this 72 hours ago or beyond, but it's still going to be a major event, and a lot of impacts too are going to carry inland. But thank goodness again for that speed. What was the speed again, Eric? We're talking about.
I believe it moved up to 16 miles per hour.
Yeah.
It was 15 last advisory, 14 the advisory before that. But you know, that's very, very fast for a hurricane or a tropical storm. Yeah, it's at 16 miles per hour right now. So this is moving ever so quickly. And I mean, you know, it's being guided by what we call a trough, or call it a cold front in layman's terms. But the upper level winds are steering Idalia quickly to the north and then eventually to the northeast. So think about how fast. And when I say that the models underestimate the speed, think if this was moving 50 miles an hour for the next 2 or 3 hours, it would move due north and it would be west of Panama City. But think if it was moving at 5 miles per hour, it could hit Tampa, right? Because again, it's going to take that turn to the north in a given point of time. So the faster it moves before that given point of time, the further west it's going to make landfall in the Big Bend area.
All right, we've got some breaking news here on Track the Tropics with some new video that has just come in. This is from our digital team in the newsroom, and I'm going to read this from MacDill Air Force Base. All aircraft on the installation have been evacuated and secured in preparation for Hurricane Idalia. During the evacuation, the 50th ARS recorded St. Elmo's fire, a weather phenomenon in which luminous plasma is created in an atmospheric electric field. Here's that video that's coming in again from MacDill Air Force Base. Let's look at this. And you know what? Let's go full screen. This is lightning forming on the plane as we understand it, Eric. That's what we've been told here, the descriptor on this video.
You know how rare that is?
How rare is this?
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy rare. Is this looking
out the cockpit?
But it's
here
dark
it is.
out.
There's the cockpit.
Was this last night?
No, it is a nighttime video.
I mean, it's...
So I was just told that this is in recently.
Wow, that is something.
I think MacDill Air Force Base had aircraft in Idalia, and I don't know
so
when
that's off
this
of the
was
distance.
taken.
I can see it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Dylan, our digital content producer, is telling us no date provided. So we don't know when this was taken. It looks pretty dark out there.
Yeah.
So this was during a flight somewhere in Idalia. We don't know if it was in the center of the storm.
It looks like this is across the bay. You see water, and then you see land. I wonder if this is taken from MacDill? I don't know.
So if I understand this correctly, this is lightning on the surface of the aircraft?
Now, that lightning looks like it's across the waterway.
Or is it lightning surrounding the aircraft? That's what I'm being told, that it's plasma. I'll read this again. I'm just going to read it directly because we are trying to figure out what we're looking at. But I'm going to read this again from MacDill Air Force Base, okay? Yeah. This is their tweet. All aircraft on the installation have been evacuated and secured in preparation for Hurricane Idalia. That's the first housekeeping item. And then they said this. During the evacuation, the 50th ARS recorded St. Elmo's fire, a weather phenomenon in which luminous plasma is created in an atmospheric electric field.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, this is something. Have you ever heard of ball lightning? Where
I have not, no.
Like, I've heard of people seeing like lightning like in a ball just moving, and they've called that St. Elmo's fire. But usually it's discharged by some sort of rod or some sort of vertical metal.
Let's see here, a definition. St. Elmo's fire, weather phenomenon in which luminous plasma created by a corona discharge from a rod-like object such as a mast, a spire, a chimney, or an animal horn in an atmospheric electric field. Yeah, this is wild video, you guys. It obviously does not make any mention of anything happening to the aircraft, so it just looks to be just a rare weather event that happened in the midst of evacuations for MacDill Air Force Base. For those unfamiliar, MacDill Air Force Base is located right here in Tampa, really in the heart of Tampa Bay. And this is something you do not see very often,
No.
But no note of anything happening to the plane or the crew aboard. It just happens to be something that they observed, and they wanted to share out this video with their followers on social media, and we're sharing it out with you here on Tracking the Tropics.
It sure is interesting.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, you gotta give it to our YouTube live audience. I've seen different attempted explanations at the lightning that we're seeing, and this is clearly the plane that was carrying Tony Stark and Thor just happened to arrive in this moment. This is Thor's arrival to help out with a Idalia response, right?
Boy,
We're gonna nerd out for a minute.
Yeah, he didn't leave his lightning behind, huh?
No, that's what it looks like. This looks like something someone commented on YouTube Live, and I'm sharing this. This looks like something straight out of the Avengers.
Yeah, this is
I mean, it
crazy.
really does. It's wild to see it so clearly. We have some other videos coming in as well, and we'll highlight some of the videos that have been coming in. And this is we're at the part of our live streaming coverage where we are starting to get in a lot of videos from around the viewing area. So let's go to this one. There's the southernmost point in Key West, and some of the water crashing up.
Is this live or is this from
No,
before?
this was earlier.
Okay.
And then this is from Lindsay Lola on Storyful. There's some of the weather impacts, unknown location.
I thought you were going to say Lindsay Lohan. I thought, oh my gosh, that was close.
We're close to Lindsay Lohan with that name.
Wow.
John, again, unknown locations. That just looks like a windy day.
Yeah, right there. Where's that at?
Yeah, again, no
Probably a
locations
little further
provided,
north.
but
yeah,
just showing. This is just some video from around the peninsula. People taking video with their phones and showing exactly, what it looks like. Oh, okay. So here's that's some flooding.
Yep. And unfortunately, that's somebody driving through it.
Right. You don't want to be driving through flooded streets.
Nope. You might lose your car.
So already some of that flooding beginning to occur in some of Florida's coastal areas.
I know our Lee Spann a few hours ago said there was some flooding along Bayshore.
And there's a shot from the International Space Station. There's Idalia from space.
Wow. Looks so big, huh?
It looks really big there. But I'll tell you what, starting to look more like the lover that wasn't in Franklin out there. Yeah, I know. We're still... those two will never cross paths. But
nope.
Franklin was out there in the Atlantic, was very organized, and then Idalia today became much more organized, and clearly you can see it here on satellite, or really from the International Space Station. I mean, that's of course very interesting video. I want to get up one more piece of video, and it's a time lapse. This is from our digital team, our digital department, preparing some of these video assets. So let's go now to this one. Wow, so this is from our building. This is located about 80 or so feet up in the air from where I'm sitting right now. And this is just a time lapse of the Tampa Bay area showing some of the cloud movement. There's some.
Yeah, that was about 2:30. I was heating my lunch up, and I was talking with somebody, and all of a sudden this rainstorm and windstorm came through, and we were looking outside like, oh yeah, here we are. Here's the first band right there. And that will continue to happen. Probably not for a little while here in Tampa. There'll be a few more hours of relatively dry conditions before after sunset things start to really pick up.
Let's go back to our weather computers. And I'd really like to just emphasize here on this particular shot, Eric. Look at how narrow the cone is now.
Well, it always is, like, until it
fans out.
The further out you go in time, right. Yes.
Yeah. But I'm just noting that just between Idalia's location and, of course, the landfall, projected landfall region, we now have just, consensus. People who have been asking repeatedly about that last-minute hook. The models the models have been really spot on, especially those spaghetti plots, those spaghetti models.
Yeah.
And you were really right on it with the speed. And we now have max winds of 100 miles per hour. The Saffir-Simpson scale, you get to category 3 at what? 15 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, just look how these models have really shifted. And don't pay attention to the furthest left one. That's what I believe is called persistence, which means it's moving to the north. It'll keep moving to the north forever. And that's not the case. So, right around St. Mark's is the average of these models, and that cone keeps on shifting more to the west and well to the west of the Tampa Bay area. So, I mean, I'm really, I'm loving for us what we see. I would be surprised if, the storm surge may be a foot or so less than what was originally forecast with the cone moving to the west. But again, coastal flooding is still a probability, especially from Pinellas County northward and into Tampa Bay.
Let's go to some of the questions coming in. Use the hashtag Ask a Question. Hashtag Hey Eric and hashtag Hey JB are live, so we can go to these hashtags for questions. And Jennifer Rogers wants to know, hashtags for us both, with the model shifting more west, people keep asking about Panama City because there's a lot of folks that live in Panama City, and they want to know if now, with more of this westward nudge, if there's any impacts that are going to be felt there.
Yeah, I mean, of course there'll be impacts felt there. I mean, they could see tropical storm force wind gust. I don't think they'll see hurricane force wind or wind gust. And again, it's on the western side of the storm, so you're really not going to see that much rain. If you get 1 to 2 inches of rain in Panama City, I'll be surprised, even with this westerly track. And again, the wind's going to be pulling water away from Panama City Beach and any location there all the way through Pensacola. So I don't really think this is going to affect Panama City all that much. So good news for them. Definitely.
Let's go to this one, and Aaron, I'll be honest, I don't really see zip codes all that much.
Wow.
That's not something you usually just get, like a like a street or a point of reference that we can. But wow, that's pretty specific.
I can do exit numbers. JB knows that.
Yeah, you got the exit numbers. I'll look up this area code.
But you know what? I mean, if
it's not far from us.
No. If you're in South Tampa and you're near the banks of Tampa Bay itself, then you definitely have the potential, depending on your location. And a zip code isn't one point. It's an area. So I don't know exactly how close you are to the bay.
It's on it.
Is it on it? Okay.
I mean, look, the zip code is right on it. It's on Tampa Bay, and it's it's right there by the Gandy.
Right. So I mean, if you're within a half a mile, then a quarter of a mile, there will be some storm surge in South Tampa. My guess would be 3 to 5 foot maximum, but still, there definitely will be some flooded roadways, and any low-lying areas that typically do flood are definitely prone to flood in this case as well.
Let's go to, let's see here. Let's go to Imani Hill. Hashtag AJB and Eric. What can we expect now in St. Petersburg, Florida?
Well, the Shore Acres area floods quite a bit on a rainy season day. So there will be some flooding in St. Petersburg. There'll be 2 to 4 inches of rain storm surge from Tampa Bay itself into St. Petersburg. So definitely going to be flooded roadways. You definitely want to stay away. You know the saying, turn around, don't drown. You don't want to drive through flooded roadways. And again, just be very, very careful and be safe through this.
Yeah. Folks, we're going to start looking for some more. I want to get to Twitter. Twitter comments, I promised I would come back to it, and now is the time. So this is a great one from Martin. It's Martin on Twitter. It just came in 29 seconds ago. Look at that. Hashtag HeyJB, what time is landfall predicted?
Well, landfall up in the Big Bend, I would say, especially given the fast forward speed, I would say probably somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning, around the St. Mark's area.
Yeah. And I mean, do we expect it to be at the same speed at that time, Eric?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what happens is once these, what we call synoptic or large range features in the atmosphere pick up a storm like this, JB, it doesn't just quit, right? It keeps pulling the storm up faster and faster, and then eventually pulling the storm out. So a lot of these systems that you see go out to sea, go out into the Atlantic, and then eventually sometimes even make their way toward France and Portugal and Europe, right? As extratropical, they're moving 40, 50 miles an hour because whatever is steering them pulls them into their flow, so to speak, and then just continues to just race these things off quickly. So I don't see this slowing down whatsoever at all.
Yeah, we got some great questions coming in here, folks, and I'm trying to look. So many of them are coming in. I'm trying to keep up. We'll try to get to look. Hey, just me, JB. That's the name of the YouTuber here.
Wow,
just me.
Is that you?
No, well,
no, it's not, is it?
I don't have the time to to be commenting on my own live stream at the moment. But hashtag HeyJB, is Northport, Florida, at risk from this storm? I know some folks in Northport.
Yeah, I actually do too. And, you know, let's take a look at the radar and we'll zoom into Northport. You know, things are really not looking all that bad. There's some heavy rain off to the south that's hitting Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva, right where Ian made landfall. And then further to the south of that, there really isn't all that much. There's a few rain bands to the east. So Northport, you'll be in some rain bands throughout the day and eventually into the overnight hours. But wind-wise, you know, I don't even think you'll see tropical storm force wind gusts, maybe 20 to 30 miles per hour once Idalia moves closer to being parallel off the coast. And you know what? Right now, it looks like Idalia is pretty much parallel off of the coast of Naples toward Bonita Springs and Lee County in Florida. So again, Idalia is moving pretty quickly to the north. So in Northport, I think you're going to be pretty good.
Let's go to TC on YouTube Live and get his or her question loaded up here. Hashtags for us both. What is the impact in Clearwater? About 3.5 miles inland from Clearwater Beach. See, let me tell you something. That second sentence is a descriptor that helps us. Yeah, it's huge. Right. It really helps us. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty close to 19. So you're not going to worry about any storm surge. And what's nice here is, you know, I can zoom right into Clearwater and show you again, you know, 3.5 miles from Clearwater Beach is probably even east of 19. You're well east of the intercoastal, so it doesn't look like you're going to, you know, see anything in regards to storm surge. But I wouldn't be surprised if you did get, you know, 2 to 4 inches of rain in the Clearwater area and 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts.
I think, you know, I was just having a moment. I was thinking about all the advisories that we've had, Eric, and this one might be the most significant for the Tampa Bay area. We've done these track updates, these intensity updates, and this is the one where while Tampa Bay isn't in the clear, this is the one that's most significant because the storm is really right off of our coast. You know, like I say, right off the coast. It's like, you know, how many miles off the coast is the eye right now? Would you say 100 miles?
Oh, no, it's well more. It's probably closer to 175
so
off the coast.
The eye is, even though of course, the lopsided sort of right side of the storm is hitting Tampa Bay and hitting some of the coastal areas of the Gulf Coast side of Florida right now. This most recent update is pretty significant for the Tampa Bay area.
I can put a ruler on this. Oh,
there you
I
go.
don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is, okay, so let's see how close I was. Oh, look at that,
Wow.
175.
This is why you're good at pinball. You just know angles and numbers.
Yeah. Now, how far is it away from Tampa right now?
Okay, well, I want to guess.
It's too late. I would have said about the same.
Yeah, it's too late. I saw it.
But yeah, it's pretty close to about 170.
Wow.
So if it does stay on this path of moving due north, okay, and now guess how far it is away from Pinellas County at this point. You want to play the guessing game?
Okay, from Pinellas County?
To due north.
Oh.
So the top of that blue arrow that you see, or blue line that you see, from there straight across to Pinellas County, what's the distance?
110 miles.
Okay, I was going to say 125. So let's see here. There's Pinellas. So about 140.
That's why Eric is a meteorologist.
Well, I mean, I'm still off by a little. But either way, 140 miles off the coast of Pinellas County is such an improvement, JB, from what we're looking at, even Sunday morning when it looked like it was going to be 75, in my opinion, at least 100. So again, we continue to trend, JB, in the right direction.
Folks, we are getting ready for our next broadcast hit, at which time, of course, we will have to take a break to talk with our control room and get ready to be on broadcast television. That's in a couple of minutes here. We really hope that you hang out with us tonight. Our streaming plan, our coverage plan, still is coming together with what this is going to look like tonight. But we're really transitioning now from storm coverage to landfall coverage, and really storm impact coverage. It's less now about graphs and models and more about real-time impacts on the ground with these outer bands, and then into the going beyond the outer bands, closer to the eye of the storm, starting to hit our coastal areas and bringing all that storm surge to some of those coastal counties. So there's this is like, we're juggling this and going about this and figuring this out as we go, because our coverage is very much dictated by what Idalia is doing in that moment. So when we get in video, we'll go to video. When we have a live reporter in the field, we'll go into a live reporter in the field. And when we have new models and interesting things to show you on our weather graphics, we'll be doing that as well. But this is live streaming, Eric. This is what we do.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is our bread and butter, right?
Yeah. We did this. This is season 5 of Tracking the Tropics, folks. We've been doing this for a long time. And last year, of course, Hurricane Ian was one that we really, we covered interactively more than ever before. I think that one was one where we really were, and we still continue to be a team that just tries to keep people safe and informed. Just try to get reliable, good information out there for people. So let's go to maybe one or two more questions before we have to get ready for a TV hit, but then we're coming right back. So don't go anywhere, folks, because we're and our TV hit you'll be able to watch here live on stream like our previous ones as well. So let's go to SRE or SRE or Senior E. Man,
SRE.
Let's go with SRE. Hashtags for us both. What can we expect to see in Brandon and Riverview?
You know what? You'll see. Right now, you've got a lot of a big break in the action, right? A lot of time where you're not going to be seeing much. And again, you're far enough from the bay, unless you're on the western portions, that storm surge from the bay not really going to be an issue. As you head up toward Brandon, again, you're going to get a couple inches of rain. You'll be lucky if you even get tropical storm force wind gust over 40 miles per hour, but you may in some of the outer bands that come throughout the overnight hours. But again, anything east of the bay around 75 or east of 75, things looking pretty good considering the track is now much further to the west.
All right. How about this one? Now, look, we got the most recent update I noted was pretty good news for places like Polk County. Polk County, you can still get spin-up tornadoes, and there's still going to be impacts felt from the outer ends, the outer bands of Hurricane Idalia. But Indy wants to know, what can we expect in Polk County, Lakeland, Winter Haven, that area?
Yeah, I mean, the further east you go, you go toward Winter Haven, I mean, it'll be a breezy night and, a rather breezy day for your Wednesday, but you're not going to be seeing those wind gusts anywhere near tropical storm force in Polk County and Lakeland toward Winter Haven. You'll be getting some of those showers throughout the overnight hours into tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon as Idalia pulls away to the northeast. But again, definitely nothing you can't handle in Polk County.
How about this one from Joe? Hey, Joe. Hashtags for us both. Any update on the Villages?
Yeah, so, the Villages a little bit further to the north, but also further inland as well. So, again, the further west this moves, the better it helps out a lot of folks along I-75 north of Tampa. So, heading to the Villages, you're probably going to see tropical storm force wind as we head toward Wednesday morning, but I don't think you're going to see hurricane force wind gusts. So probably 60-plus miles an hour in some of the rain bands with some wind gusts sustained between 40 and 50. But, again, things are faring a little bit better along I-75, I would say Gainesville southward as this storm continues to track westward.
Okay, let's go to... Actually, you know what? We have to get ready for our hit on broadcast television. So what that's going to look like, folks, is, of course, we're going to be taking a brief break. A break for about approximately, I want to say, 2 to 3 minutes. You'll see a We'll Be Right Back slate. We have to talk with our control room to get ready for being live on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station right here in Tampa Bay. So we'll be throwing up that slate, and then we're going to actually take the TV hit. You'll be able to see it on stream as well as on broadcast television. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and we'll continue our live Q&A and our continuing coverage, of course, of Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 2 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. We'll be right back.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
We got you. Yep, you got it. Yeah, hey there, Josh. Hey there, Jen. Hope you're doing well in the broadcast studio. We're here on live stream in the WFLA Now Stream Center answering a lot of questions that are location specific. And if you want to ask your question about your particular neighborhood, join us on the live stream. Eric and I are answering a lot of different questions, including, this one from Mr. Tweet Eric, it says, hashtag HJB, how much more west will Idalia go after, of course, these westward nudges away from the Tampa Bay area?
You know, I don't think it'll go further west, making landfall around the St. Mark's area. I think it will be between St. Mark's and Cedar Key, but pretty close to St. Mark's. So well to the east of Panama City and Apalachicola.
Let's go to this question from Martin. And this one, talking specifically about tomorrow, really. At what time is landfall predicted?
Yeah, you know, landfall has been sooner and sooner because it's moving quickly, right? Idalia is moving at 16 miles per hour. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw landfall in that area of St. Mark's around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Some people have found some models as well that do some interesting things. I want to really quickly get this one up on screen. Do you think the hurricane will go out to the Atlantic and return to Florida like some outliers have suggested?
Yeah, it looks like the aviation model has it making a loop and possibly hitting central or eastern Florida. I don't think that's going to happen.
That's part of what we do. We help, correct what's going on out there on social media. We hope you'll join us on social media to ask your questions on Tracking the Tropics. We'll send it back over to you.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Okay, back here live for you folks. Eric and JB, Hurricane Idalia, a Category 2 storm. And we're now, of course, getting a better examination under Max Defender 8 radar. Why don't you just kind of reset for us here, Eric, and let us know what we're expecting out there.
Well, again, we're dealing with a Category 2 storm, right? So let's show you the new track, which, again, has shifted slightly to the west. 5 o'clock advisory. It's also gained forward speed. Now it's 16 miles an hour to the north is where it's moving. 100-mile-per-hour maximum winds. So again, it is now a Category 2 storm. Category 2 is 95 to 110 miles per hour. Still has a little ways to go before it reaches Cat 3 status, but boy, it's going to be going through some pretty darn warm water in the upper 80s and low 90s between now and about tomorrow morning at around 8 o'clock when I think it's going to make landfall. But again, it does look like the track has shifted slightly to the west towards St. Mark's rather than Cedar Key. Brushing just to the east of Tallahassee. So Tallahassee will be on the western side of the storm, the better side of the storm, but still close enough that you could see hurricane force wind gust in eastern Tallahassee. Otherwise, once it gets into South Georgia, look, it's still a Category 1 storm. And we were talking about Georgia before in South Central and Southeast Georgia, Savannah area toward Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and the Outer Banks to the south around Wilmington. And again, we are dealing with the possibility of this affecting and a likelihood of it affecting many states besides just Florida.
Yeah. And we're talking about, of course, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and that's really it. I mean, Virginia's not in play, right?
No. No, the same upper level trough, the same trough / cold front that is steering this system is going to steer this east. It cannot break through that front, or it cannot break through the trough. It's steering it into the Atlantic. It's not going to affect Virginia. In fact, even the Outer Banks won't be affected too much, although they may have some storm surge because they'll be on the south side of the storm.
Let's go to some of the comments and questions that are coming in right now. And we'll start here, of course, on Facebook Live. We'll go to YouTube Live and Twitter as well. But Mel and Brittany are asking the same question. First one talking about Brooksville faring with the wind specifically, Mel is asking about. And then Brittany, Brooksville, Spring Hill, the expectations tonight, Eric.
That's right. In regards to wind, we're looking at wind speeds in the Brooksville area, 30 to 40 miles per hour. And I think this may be underdoing it just a bit, but still, with the storm being so far to the west, these numbers will be lower and lower. And I think Brooksville will get the strongest of the wind tomorrow morning. There it is, 6 o'clock in the morning, pretty close to 30 miles per hour, and that's wind speed. We could see wind gust 40 to 50 miles per hour in the Brooksville area. But once we get past about 6 o'clock in the morning and we start to head to the afternoon hours, then look, even mid to late morning hours, you start to see those winds start to subside a bit. But we'll still get some of those rain bands that will produce those strong gusty winds. So again, in the Brooksville area, 30, 35, just maybe tropical storm force, but I don't even think it's going to be that with how far west this storm is tracking.
All right, let's go to Chad Carson. #KJB, South Tampa near Bayshore. Will it push water in or drain it like some of the previous storms? I mean, we're talking about the Bay impact.
No, this is going to push. This is going to push in. In fact, we're going to see a wind out of the southeast and then out of the south. So imagine the wind going from straight. Let's see if I have a draw. I may have like a drawing tool here. Well, look at this. We're going to be seeing wind coming in from the south. So it's going to be pushing water into South Tampa, pushing water into the Bay, pushing water into Bayshore. So once again, after this storm passes throughout the overnight hours and tomorrow morning, we're going to get a southwest wind, right? So now the water is going to be pushed from the Gulf of Mexico into the Bay itself. So we're definitely expecting some flooding on Bayshore. We've already seen it. Our meteorologist, Lee Spann, sent a couple pictures in earlier today of the beginnings of some flooding in Bayshore. And the storm isn't even close to us now compared to where it will be a little bit later on tonight and then tomorrow once we get to the high tide around lunchtime.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. stream?
Yep.
All righty, folks. Let's continue getting in some questions and comments. This one is from Michelle. What can we expect in North Sarasota?
Yeah, so basically pretty close to the county line there. You got some great beaches. You got Siesta Key, Sarasota Beach further to the south. And so if you're in North Sarasota, toward the airport, toward Manatee County, again, you could see a couple foot of storm surge with the intercoastal and extreme coastal Sarasota County. But I think you're only going to get a couple of inches of rain and maybe a tropical storm force wind gust if you're lucky. Again, the further south you are, especially south of Tampa Bay, the likelihood of tropical storm force wind gusts really decrease. And again, you can see the camera moving there on the skyway almost looked like some ray of sunshine right on the top of it. But we are in a lull right now, and we will be for the next several hours. And the models did predict one initial rain band coming in, as we saw earlier in a time lapse. And the rest of the rain doesn't really make its way into our area, at least the heaviest part, until after about 11 o'clock tonight, midnight, all the way through early tomorrow morning. But you can see on our radar that we do have a couple of showers that are headed toward Cape Hayes Peninsula, Rotunda, Englewood, toward the Northport area. And eventually, these showers will make their way into Sarasota. But again, the heaviest rain not expected to arrive until overnight tonight.
All right, let's get to this one from, how about this for a YouTube name? We got some weird ones. Spicy pineapple.
On a pizza.
No.
Oh.
No.
We talked about that last year.
Yeah, we did.
Just regular pineapple for me. I didn't see the comment.
How about no pineapple?
I was thinking about pineapple on pizza. And
I
totally missed the
on
comment.
Pizza.
If it's got ham and pineapple on pizza, oh no. I lost JB. He's out. You know what he's going to get me for my birthday? He's going to get me a pineapple and ham pizza.
Ham and pineapple on pizza?
Why? What's wrong with that?
Oh, no.
Okay, come on. Look. YouTube poll. Who's crazy?
Emoji poll. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Okay.
Ham. Look, we'll come back to the
Let's
question.
just do the pineapple.
Okay.
Forget about the ham for now.
Pineapple on pizza.
It actually tastes
Emoji
decent.
poll. All right. We're going to come thumbs up.
I never thought I would like it.
Or thumbs down.
But I kind of like it.
I
know. Being from New York,
we're pivoting.
You just can't do it.
Yeah, I'm a pizza purist, unapologetically.
I mean,
so.
I don't go out of my way to get pineapple on a pizza, but you know what? I kind of think that I might win this argument.
No.
I got a lot of trophy icons here. We got one. There's a couple.
The nauseous emoji.
Oh no! I mean, I was winning, but come on, guys. The pineapple on pizza, it's not bad. There's the thumbs up. Look at all the thumbs up, man. We got it. Yes. Yes.
I just do not.
You guys are great.
Do not believe it.
You guys are great.
That's a lot of thumbs up.
I love it. That's a lot of thumbs up.
Spicy pineapple, you
not
win.
Not spicy, just regular pineapple. I don't even know what spicy would taste like. The next, I'll read the question.
Yes,
when is the next major update and new spaghetti plots? Well, you know what? The new spaghetti plot should come in somewhere between, I think, 8 and 9 o'clock. I guess that would be the 18Z plots. And the next major update would come in at 11 o'clock tonight, and that will be a cone update. We'll have an intermediate update at 8 o'clock, and that will just update the wind speed, the forward motion, and the pressure.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like a pineapple pizza out there in the Gulf, doesn't it? Red and yellow. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. You know, dinner time's still a few hours away. I'm done.
I grew up in an Italian restaurant and pizzeria, and so it's just a little bit triggering.
I'm glad
for me.
Jeff's not watching.
Yeah, no. That's again, family. I come from a family of pizza connoisseurs and Italian food innovators, and so I can't.
My favorite is a thin crust New York style pepperoni. That's my favorite.
You're earning a little bit.
Yes, I'm not a Chicago deep dish guy. I like the nice thin crust, and I don't like much on my pizza. I'll take sausage, pepperoni, extra cheese, but I'll only eat the pineapple if it's just sitting there.
If it's
I got to move on. I got to move on and really focus on something that isn't the abomination that we are discussing here in these last several minutes.
I know. I saw a lot of thumbs up there. All right.
You're mad. I don't believe it. The Skyway looks okay right now because we're between those bands.
Yes. And we're far, JB, between those bands. We've got a long way to go. We've got a couple of hours before we see any rain here in Tampa. In fact, the nearest shower headed this way is not even at Northport yet. So definitely several hours of pretty dry conditions. And again, don't let that fool you. It won't be that breezy and it won't be that rainy. But once we get into, say, 10, 11, 12, that's when we're really going to see some of that rain move in. In fact, let me show you our forecast model, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about in regards to the rain. Excuse me, the rain and the wind. Okay, so this is a GFS model. I don't want that one. I want our in-house model. We'll find it. We'll find it one of these days. Is it this one? I think it might be this one. Yes, this one here. So again, as we get to 9, 10 o'clock, look, see how you see some of that rain right over Tampa Bay, Pinellas County, and then you get into the overnight hours. Now you're at 11, midnight. Now you really see those pockets of heavy rain, those what we call tropical downpours, right? And they last. I mean, this is a classic comma shape. I mean, look at the what we call outflow, that rain that's from Tampa southward into the Gulf of Mexico. And we're going to be in that steady rain throughout a lot of the overnight hours. I mean, look at this. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the one viewer that asked about Sarasota at 5, and I said, well, 5 o'clock, you might be all right. Look at that. Sarasota at 5 o'clock, there's not much going on. It's mainly Pinellas County northward, although Manatee, Sarasota, still getting some of that rain. And once we get into about 9, 10 o'clock, we see that rain becoming a little bit more scattered, right? As those bands move and break apart to the east as the center of circulation moves far enough away that we're really not dealing with the bands and then isolated threat of those bands later on. So in regards to rainfall and when you can expect rainfall, I would say especially the middle of the night tonight as we head toward tomorrow morning. And then we'll start to see an improvement with these rain bands around lunchtime tomorrow, and then even much more by Wednesday afternoon.
Let's go to some of the questions and comments. Oh, wait, did we? I am so still not in a good place right now after the pineapple stuff. You know, I don't even know if we ever did we answer this question?
Mark my words, yes. Mark my words, every year that we do this, we're going to bring up pineapple pizza.
Man.
Yep. So hopefully we don't have to do this anymore because we don't want storm. I love doing this with JB, but we don't want any more storms coming anywhere near us here in Florida.
Yeah, no, that's true.
We had more than enough last year.
And if we ever have to order pizza for our team here at WFLA,
I will take a pepperoni New York style thin crust. Do not go out of your way to get me pineapple. Good. I like it, but I don't love it.
All right, it's not the first thing on the menu.
It's not even the third or fourth. But if it's there and I'm hungry, if there was pineapple pizza out there right now, I would say, you know what, I'll take it. I'll take it. But I would be like, hey man, give me pineapple pizza.
Yeah, no, I would run.
Every pizza party has it. Have you noticed that? It's like, why? I don't understand that. Like when I go to a pinball event, we're going to order pizza. There's always a pineapple pizza there. And I'm like, who is the person that ordered this?
Remember that?
I'm the person that eats it.
Remember that I was going to come to your pinball events. That's no longer on the table. I'm kidding.
If you ever do come, then I promise you, we will have the best New York pizza that you can taste down here in Tampa.
I'm feeling the love, Eric. It's always a pleasure to scream.
And we did answer the question.
Yes, we did. Mike Ware. Hashtags versus both. What does the storm surge look like on the coast of Pinellas on the Gulf side versus the Bay side? Great question. Does the Bay capture more water? Wow.
You know, it's kind of like that bottle cap effect, or bottle effect when you take water from a larger area and you try to squeeze it into a smaller area. Sometimes you can really get even more surge in Tampa Bay versus Pinellas County. But since Pinellas is sticking out and a little bit further to the north, I think in this case, we're going to be getting a very similar surge, about 4 to 7 feet. And I do have a storm surge graphic here that I do want to show you. As you can see, about 4 to 7 feet, Pinellas County. And you know what? I can even zoom into this. What's cool about this graphic is that you see the yellows and the oranges, and you see the 4 to 7 feet in the Tampa Bay area, but you also see that along the coast in Pinellas County. And look, in the St. Petersburg area, not quite to Pinellas Park, that's a little bit more inland, but Gandy, all the way over, into Pinellas County on 275 and the Selman, along the coast, you could see a good 4 to 6 feet of storm surge in the bay. Again, it's that bottle effect where you're getting all this water. Here, I'll even have my little tool here. You've got all this water trying to go this way, and then all of a sudden it's going in this small area, and it just gets funneled out here and funneled out here and funneled out South Tampa, downtown Bayshore. And so definitely in this case, I would say the Bay would experience at least as much storm surge as Pinellas County coastline.
Let's return to the wobble tracker.
Yes.
And this is the one on our other weather computer, Eric, so you can see this straight ahead. So right there.
Again, so the eye, in my opinion, is reforming. And this is what I thought would happen. And sometimes, JB, when the eye does go through this regeneration process, it reforms slightly off from where it was before, right? So I don't know if this is really a wobble or if this is just, hey, look, right about there, the eye formed right to the east of where you see the 2 there, and it is following the line parallel. So I do believe that it went through an eye regeneration process, and where the eye regenerated just happens to be slightly to the east of center, which again would put this, again, ever so slightly to the east. When I talk about these slight movements to the east or west, it's not going to really impact us here in Tampa crazily like Ian impacted Fort Myers with a crazy easterly movement.
Yeah, and so the wobble tracker is live right now on WFLA.com. The WFLA app, you can find the link in our comment section as well. You might be able to see it in the pinned comment or in the description on this video for those of you that are looking for the wobble tracker. We are getting ready for, oh man, we just had a great question coming in. We're getting ready for our next television hit at 6:15. 6:15 Eastern time. So load in your questions. Some of the best questions and comments that you guys have for us that we can put on the 6 o'clock news on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station. What have been some of the better questions that we've received so far, Eric? Some of the ones that you know that you see it and you're like, oh, this is an intelligent question. Is there one that sticks out in your mind?
Well, definitely the storm surge. That's a good one. Tampa Bay versus coastal Pinellas County. That's a good question. That bottle effect of the water being pushed into such a smaller area. Other than that, I'm still laughing about our pizza. So I'm trying to think about the comments that we had before that. A lot of the comments, JB, would be, what's my town going to look like at 5 a.m.? What's my town going to look like tomorrow? What's, Brooksville, Spring Hill, stuff like that. But, informative, obviously, when's the next update? When are we going to get an update on the cone? Some people may not realize that, the cone only updates every 6 hours, and the statistics will update every 3 hours. And there won't be any major intermediate update between now and 8 o'clock. There, it's not going to make landfall. Obviously, there'll be an update when it does make landfall, but that'll be tomorrow morning, probably around 8-ish or so. So besides that, I think I can't really think of anything else besides what's the wind's going to be like at my neighborhood, what's the rain going to be like in my neighborhood.
I want to point this out before I forget. Val Simpson, would you mind being so kind as to just join us for just 1 second on Slider Cam here? Everyone, I want you to meet Val, and please, YouTube, Facebook, comment section. Yeah, you can look up right there and say hi to Val. Val is our weather anchor in Espanol, And Vigilando los Trópicos is the Spanish version of Tracking the Tropics. And you have a big stream tonight at 9 o'clock in Spanish.
Yeah, so we would invite anybody in Spanish, or if you know of anybody.
No, I don't think they can hear you very well.
Here, sit down.
But look, if you want to, yes, invite. Just come over here and speak into this microphone.
And you know what? She was dancing. She was singing and dancing in Espanol. I didn't know what she was saying, but I kind of liked it was good.
Well, you have to bring the sunshine because we're definitely getting a lot of these bands of rain. I know that right now we're a little bit calmer than we were earlier, but we definitely have to bring our own sunshine to work, especially for us, for those that are spending the night. Right, Eric?
Oh, yeah.
Anyhow, we're super excited that we can bring you all this information, and I would like to invite you if you have neighbors or family that might need this information in Spanish. We will be live tonight at 9 a.m. It's going to be both on streaming and also
9 p.m.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said 9 a.m.
Oh, I need some sleep. So 9 p.m., but we're going to be, also it will be airing on WTTA Grade 38. So don't forget to tune in, tell your family, your friends, anybody that needs to hear this information that is critical to staying safe tonight at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Grade 38.
So
that's the invitation.
We do it in Spanish too. English and Spanish.
That's right. And we're learning from the best. We're learning from JB. You're going to see our style. We're going to be laying out in Espanol all this information in our streaming site of Tampa hoy. Thank you for the space. I appreciate it.
No. Val Simpson, everybody. Look out for your, she said, stay safe, everyone. Look out for your neighbors, regardless of language. Look, if you know somebody that is, their primary language is Spanish, is Espanol, let them know that 9 o'clock tonight, they'll be able to get really pertinent, important information from our entire team. Vladimir, Jerry, Brianda, and Val. They are all, of course, doing this in Spanish tonight at 9 o'clock. That'll be streamed live on WFLA.com, and it'll be on the air on WTTA Great 38. So a simulcast on broadcast and on live stream. It's a great addition to our team here, Eric, no doubt.
Oh, yes. Val is great. And, you know, she came from Fort Myers, the station I worked at. So she knows quite a bit about Florida and the area.
Okay. Everyone, folks, you can get in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments. We're about to do our live hit on broadcast television. The really great questions that you guys want us to answer on TV. File them now. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Hi there, Daniel. We are ready for the upcoming hit.
Ready for liftoff.
All right, we'll be in Slate.
We have it.
Hey, Daniel, how long for this hit? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, just give us give us a 30. Yep, thanks, bud.
Thanks, Dan.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Yeah, good evening to you, Keith. We're, of course, answering tons of questions with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone here with us in the Stream Center, and we're also monitoring the real-time wobble tracker on WFLA.com. But we have some really intelligent viewers out there that know that even though this has been a westward nudge with this track, Eric, people know that spin-up tornadoes are absolutely possible, even in some of our inland counties. So Trios Clan wants to know, how is the tornado threat looking as of now?
Well, you know, from about 11:30 this morning through 2:30 this afternoon in southwest Florida, in the town of Naples, Collier County, they've had several tornado warnings. Not sure if they actually had a tornado on the ground, but that's what happens when these storms come on shore, when these rain bands come on shore. They encounter the friction and these spin-ups will occur, and that's going to be something that we need to deal with from now all the way through tomorrow morning. Luckily, right this second, we've got a break in the action for at least a couple hours, but overnight tonight, we'll be looking for those spin-up tornadoes.
Let's go to this one from Planchette. Hit the touchscreen here on Tracking the Tropics and take you to this hashtag HeyJB and Eric question. Are we going to see an increase in our storm surges, especially thanks to the super blue moon sinking with this Hurricane Idalia?
Yes, definitely. You know, the tide's running about 3 foot high right now, and you combine that with a storm surge, and you have something called a storm tide, which is basically the combination. So yes, this will add to the storm surge from Idalia.
It's really important to note that one of the primary things that we do is you try to tell you what the storm is going to do in your neighborhood. So we've been getting a lot of questions like this one from LT in our comment section. Hashtag HeyJB, hashtag Hey Eric. How will this storm impact the Hudson Spring Hill area? My goodness, Eric, we've gotten so many questions specifically about Spring Hill.
Right. Spring Hill, definitely a little bit further inland. Hudson, not so much. But again, the storm surge you have to worry about if you live, especially west of 19. Spring Hill, of course, east of 19. Tropical storm force wind and gust overnight to tomorrow morning with some of the rain bands and a couple of inches of rain there.
Yeah, you want to join us? We're live right now on the WFLA Facebook page, WFLA YouTube page, and WFLA.com. We'll be answering questions in the hours ahead. We'll, of course, have the advisories at 8 and 11 o'clock with Max Defender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone, myself, interactively covering Hurricane Idalia. But for now, we'll send it back to you. Man, I'll tell you what, our commenters are making us look good on TV.
They sure are.
Aren't they?
We're going to give them some pineapple pizza.
No.
No, we're going to give you some New York thin crust pizza.
Man, Eric is just having a lot of fun.
I'm already off the tracks, but I do want to point out the eye regeneration does seem to have reformed just to the east.
Wait,
of
really?
The track. Do you see it right there?
We had a comment about. Hold on, I want to shout out the commenter. Let me see if I can find that. Eric, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Did somebody notice
just
it?
Because yes,
Yep.
someone did notice it, and no, we're still live. No, but Val, you can interrupt
Val,
us.
you can
Val,
interrupt us
come on, you want to interrupt us and
anytime you
shout
want.
at us? You can shout at us. we're just doing our job for thousands and thousands of people.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I just thought you guys were like commenting.
No, let me mute microphones for 1 second. Hold on one second, you guys. We're going to take a brief break here, everybody. We're going to just dip in really quickly to a Governor Ron DeSantis press conference that's happening live. Our interactive coverage continues in just a moment.
The WSI computer?
Yeah.
I have no
I
idea.
see that the legislature would not adopt in the current insurance reforms we passed back in May.
Look, we can talk about the policy stuff. I mean, I think right now we're focusing on the response, protecting people, and then getting what we need to go there. And this is about execution right now. We obviously can have different policy debates when the time's appropriate, but this is what we have to do to be able to save lives, be able to respond, be able to get people back on their feet.
Can you kind of talk about how many people are heeding those evacuation notices? How many people are under those evacuation notices right now?
So I'll let Kevin jump in if I say anything wrong, but I mean, I think on Cedar Key, the vast majority have done it.
Yes,
And I think that I don't think it's 100%, but I think it was a lot. I think it was a big percentage, and probably a bigger percentage in some of those really sensitive areas than happened in Hurricane Ian with some of those areas that ended up being ground zero. Of course, I think there's been a lot more notice that this storm was likely to hit in this area compared to Ian, because I think we had some track shifts, so I understand how people process that. But we've been talking about the Big Bend now for a few days, and I think people got the message. And I think by and large, I think that they have heeded the advice. So I would say way more have heeded than have not heeded.
Obviously, the storm is going to be pretty significant for Leon County with all the big trees we have. We haven't had a big hurricane, if not ever. I guess, is the state contemplating a contingency plan if Leon County is not able to run properly for the long term? I mean, there's people saying we could lose power for weeks, months.
So we have spoken with the mayor and recommended that their utility accept the mutual aid, and I think he wants to accept it. I think he understands that could be useful. I think he understands that they want to get the power back on as quickly as possible. This utility here locally, has had some trouble on some of these situations with weaker storms in the past. I know in 2016. So we have the support here, and we want it to be used. So I think the city is going to welcome it, and that's why we have these people pre-staged, because we understand when you have a situation like this. I mean, hopefully nobody ends up in a life-threatening situation in Leon County at all. But even if some do, the vast majority of people are not going to be in that. The vast majority of people are not going to have their homes destroyed with this storm. But if they're without power for 2 weeks, I mean, that's not ideal. So we have the resources there. We want to bring those to bear. There will be some difficulty with all the trees, and there's going to be a lot of debris. We have our guys that are going to be willing to help with that as well. But we understand it's important to get this stuff going again. So there's a lot of resources available for both the county and the city to be able to help. And so we recommend that they take us up on that offer. All right, well, we will be here bright and early tomorrow, and we will be hunkering down here as the storm passes through this part of the state of Florida. Then once it passes, we're likely going to go down and be in the areas where you've had the most impacts and start the relief and recovery process as soon as this storm exits the state of Florida. Thanks.
Hold on. Ron DeSantis has left the building, and that puts us back here on live stream. Eric Stone, JB Biunno here with you live. And Eric, we're looking at the latest here on Max Defender 8 radar.
Yeah, we sure are. And once again, we're starting to see Idalia develop a better looking center of circulation, a better eye as it continues to move primarily to the north pretty quick at 16 miles per hour.
Hold on. Just got to mute mics, folks. A lot of things happening here at the moment. Stand by. All right, mic's back up. A lot of moving parts in the last half hour because Idalia is moving inland, or not inland. It's just moving in the Gulf, and of course, its impacts are being felt here in Florida. And of course, look, we're getting closer to a landfall event. Timing of a landfall again, one more time for the people just joining us, Eric.
I'd say no later than 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Maybe even sooner with how fast this is moving. Maybe even closer to 7 o'clock.
Let's talk about the eye wall. I mean, let's just talk about really quickly the very worst that this storm has, the biggest punch that it packs. Where is the strongest section of this storm?
Okay, so let's talk about the eye wall right now. And as I put a little telestration on here, it'll be right in this area, okay, where I'm circling. This is the strongest wind and the heaviest of the rain, right? And you can see it typically is on the east side of the storm. But do you remember with Ian, it was on the west and northwest side of the eye, and we kept saying, wow, I can't believe the strongest rain and wind is on the northwest side of Ian. And that's what hit Northport for about 4 hours straight. Well, once again, this area right here is the heaviest rain, the strongest wind. And, you know, if I put a ruler on this, you want to take a guess on how wide that eye is right now, JB?
50 miles?
Oh, no.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you meant that white circle.
Oh, gotcha. No. Just the eye
Just
itself.
the eye?
Yeah.
6 miles? No, less. 3.
I'd say about 7. Almost 9.
Wow. Yeah.
About 9 from here to here. Yeah, about 9 miles, which is very, very low. Now, when you talk about the eye wall, it's probably 50. Yeah, it's about 50 or so. That's pretty good there. And then when you're looking at the strongest of the rain, it's about 20 miles. So again, that is where we're looking at the strongest rain, strongest wind, and of course that is going to move. I turned off the telestrator. That is going to move in this direction right here, and places again like St. Mark's towards Cedar Key. That is who's going to be in the eye wall and the eye itself come tomorrow morning. So again, nowhere near Tampa, but still feeling the effects.
Let's go to Wobble Tracker and talk about what's going on right now. What are you seeing here, Eric?
Well, boy, again, that eye regeneration process seems to have reformed the eye slightly to the east. I don't see it wobbling too much. It just seems to be going straight east of the track. Again, I don't see this as an indication that it's really going to shift much further to the east. The spaghetti monoplots are still in agreement just to the east of St. Mark's, and we'll get new monoplots that come in, right around 8 o'clock or so, and between 8:30. So we'll see if there's any change in those, because if there is change in those, then we'll see a change in the cone at 11 o'clock. But again, there's nothing that leads me to believe that this is going to take a hard right turn and really impact us more than it's going to here in Tampa.
Yeah. This is a track that has, for the most part, really held steady. Perhaps, that westward nudge is the most noteworthy characteristic as far as a shift goes.
And it has been doing that ever since Sunday afternoon. It's been nudging to the west almost every single model run. And again, the only reason we saw that nudge far to the east is because the National Hurricane Center had the center of circulation 60 miles west of where it actually was. So once hurricane hunters flew through the storm and they saw that the center of circulation was 60 miles east, all of a sudden you saw the models 60 miles east in the Panhandle, which was closer to Tampa. But even since then, we still see that nudge to the west over the past 48 hours rather.
Yeah, let's go back to our comment section and say hello to you, our audience, wherever you're watching from. JB and Eric here with you. It has been a long day of live streaming, but we remain, of course, ready to go and covering Hurricane Idalia, Category 2 storm expected to strengthen to a Category 3 before landfall at some time around breakfast tomorrow in the Big Bend region of Florida. My cue is clear. So any new questions, let's get them in starting right now. Hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. I know that there's a lot of tweets coming in, and let's bring in actually this one from Daniel Silk tweeting hashtag HeyJB and Eric videos showing us what it's like in their neighborhood. First and foremost, please be safe out there. And second, we'll try our very best to get those in our. In fact, I'm going to just message our team here real quick. If you tweet a video with hashtag HeyJB, we might be able to showcase it later on in our live stream. I just informed our team to be on the lookout for Twitter videos that you're signaling to us that you would like for us to feature on your live stream. So we'll be looking for those. Just please, please, please be safe. Pictures I can bring right in. Videos require a review by our team before they get fully ingested here into our system. Excuse me. Let's go to... Next, Daniel Silver is on Twitter and says, well, hold on. Where's Daniel? There's Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Loving the coverage. Can you explain how the confluence of king tide, a full moon, and storm surge will affect the likelihood of flooding in coastal Pinellas and Tampa? This is, this is what we're talking about. I mean, we've talked a little bit about the full moon recently and talked about storm surge. Want to address this comment here, Eric?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the king tide is because of the full moon. So the king tide isn't separate from the full moon. When you have a full super moon, the closest to the earth as you get all year, then yes, you get what we call a king tide or an extra high tide. So of course it's going to affect the storm surge. There's a high tide right around midnight, 2 a.m., and then right around lunchtime tomorrow. And I think the lunchtime tomorrow may be a little more significant because by then the storm will be further to the north and we'll really get that southwest wind pushing the water on shore and into the bay.
Let's go to, I think I've seen a few of these from Tati. Tati commenting, this one, we'll try to get this one up on screen. There it is. How likely is a tornado to hit Polk County? And also too, it's a 2-for-1. What hurricane made the biggest impact on Florida? Wow.
Well, definitely Ian. I mean, without a doubt.
I think also too, like Charlie.
Charlie was more compact. Ian produced tornadoes in Fort Lauderdale, right? And it flooded Orlando. And we're not even talking about the West Coast yet, between Marco Island, Naples Pier, Fort Myers Beach Pier, Northport, Sarasota, and then, we lost some power in places in Tampa as well. And as it moved through Polk County, I mean, after Ian, you drive I-75 from Tampa all the way down to Naples. You drive I-4 all the way into Polk County, US 17 up the state, and you see signs that are blown down, billboards that aren't even there anymore. And that's not even mentioning the damage on I-95 and up in Jacksonville. I'm telling you, Ian just caused monetarily the most damage in Florida. And I mean, from what I've seen firsthand down at Fort Myers Beach, my previous home, I would definitely say Ian. There were two parts to that question. What was the first? What was the first part of the question?
How likely is a tornado to hit Polk County?
Oh, right. So, tornadoes aren't really likely to hit, but the spin-ups are likely to happen. So, again, you can't really say, oh, well, Polk County is more likely to see a tornado versus Hardee County or Manatee County. Usually what happens is the coastal locations are more prone because these storms are rotating over a smooth water. And once you get the friction of land, then they really start rotating, and that's when you can get those spin ups. So I would say coastal areas may be a little bit more prone to tornadoes versus inland areas, but still, you can't rule out a tornado even in Polk County. They'll be very weak, but they still can do some damage.
Let's go to this question from, Hope. We're going to add you to the queue. Hope, I'm going to get your comment up on screen, I promise. Let's see here. And yeah, people who are asking about the wobble tracker, that's on WFLA.com. Let's quickly address this one because you and I were talking about this off stream a moment ago, Eric, about hurricanes at night and really landfalls at night. And Christopher is one of several people asking about what. I really don't know if there's data on this. There might be. I would have to review that data. This would be a great Tracking the Tropics sort of talking point on another episode. But as far as hurricanes making landfall at night, this one isn't going to make landfall at night. This one's going to make landfall tomorrow morning during after sunrise.
Look at the ice storms. Ian made landfall at 2 in the afternoon. Irma made landfall about noontime. Idalia is going to make landfall 8 o'clock in the morning-ish, so that's after sunrise. You've got 13 and a half hours of daylight in Florida, in some places in Florida. So the chances of having a storm, making landfall during the day would be more so than at night. So I don't know that more have made landfall at night. I know that it's more dangerous when they make landfall at night because you can't see what's coming, especially when the power's out in your neighborhood. And as we take a look at the wobble track,
that's a wobble.
Yeah.
No doubt. This is a wobble.
The last right.
Watch the last frame.
There, yeah. The last frame, it did wobble to the northeast. So, but again, this isn't the Ian wobble where it kept wobbling every 30 minutes. It would go north and then east and then east and then east and then east.
Oh my God. Yeah, I remember.
The cold front that is going to be steering this, and I say that in layman's terms because it's really the jet stream digging southward in a huge trough that's going to be picking Idalia up. But I'll call it a cold front just so people can understand. It's going to be guiding this storm north-northeast and just straight in that direction. It's not going to be pushing this storm northeast to east, just like it did with Ian, because at that time we were at the end of September and that cold front was so far south, and so it was guiding Ian right into Fort Myers because that front was just north of Tampa. So it couldn't make its way to Tampa because the fronts always win, right? The storm can't break through the front. It doesn't break through the jet stream. The jet stream is a much bigger feature, believe it or not, than a hurricane, even a major hurricane. So again, we are seeing this wobble slightly to the east, but I don't think it's going to affect our forecast for storm surge or wind. In fact, we were forecasting a stronger wind this morning and even stronger wind yesterday, and I don't think we're going to see hurricane force wind gust anywhere, not even in Citrus County. As yesterday at this time, some of the models were showing, upwards of 65, 70 miles an hour. But again, this track has moved so far to the west since then. Even if it moves a little bit back to the east, we're still looking at tropical storm force wind gusts, even in the northern counties where Idalia will be the closest.
Yeah, and wobbles might, at this point, really be consequential closer to landfall because a wobble or two could change the precise location. The National Hurricane Center will put out an advisory declaring landfall and then declaring the landfall location. I remember Michael was Mexico Beach. The exact precise location for Ian was what when they put that
Cayo Costa.
There it is.
Which is a Lee County island near Sanibel.
Yep. There's always that point on the map, and sometimes they're hyper-specific. So
Cayo Costa's small. I mean, if anyone knows that area, it's a very small island in Lee County. So in order for Ian to make landfall there, There's not much room there.
Very interesting to, of course, talk about landfall tomorrow. But before then, Rebecca Barry is with us. Oh, that's very kind of you. We have a television hit coming up here in 5 minutes. And then we are going to, you want to join us for the TV hit? No. Oh, you're just going to sit here and hang out? Yeah. Rebecca Barry just wants to be in our company. Isn't that really nice?
It sure is.
Yeah, she just wants to hang out.
She heard us talking about pineapple pizza. Now, what's your take on that?
No.
See? I think JB's going to need that 10-minute break.
No. Yeah, no.
I said I wouldn't order specifically, but if it was there, I would eat it.
Oh my gosh. So my favorite pizza on the planet is this little tiny shack in Costa Rica that's made out of a train caboose. And they have this big stone fired, and they have the best pineapple pizza I've ever eaten.
Wow.
Look at JB's like, I don't want to hear this.
That just sounds like nonsense to me.
Any New Yorker would definitely disagree with that. But you know what?
Can't get behind it. I'm sure for you and your taste buds.
With ham on it too, right?
Oh, yeah.
See?
Yep.
And you're sitting there in the jungle, and monkeys are going by on the trees.
It's like you're in Hawaii.
Yeah.
All you need is a fruity drink, and you're all set.
I'm not
in Manuel Antonio.
I'm not shy with my pizza feelings, and so folks, you're getting very raw me when I talk about my preferences with pizza. And my preference with pizza.
And we had a lot of thumbs up emojis earlier, so we don't need to put that up again.
Yeah, let's just forget that ever
all right.
happened.
Next question.
Yeah, back here with you. You know what, Rebecca? I'm pulling rank. You're joining us for our stream, and welcome in. You're going to spend 10 minutes with us. That makes my job a little bit easier to be able to bounce some questions both to you and Eric, and it of course makes it more team coverage, right?
Yeah, and I do think you guys probably have been so inundated with questions that you haven't seen that the slosh model just updated. That's the storm surge forecast model, and it's most improved for most of our area.
Okay.
Now, we're still looking at so the red on the slosh model was above 9 feet, and there are still parts of Crystal River down to basically right down to Ozello. That's still in that, but the rest of Citrus County came down to 5 to 8 feet, and it's not as inundated on Highway 19 until you get to Crystal River. So I think Highway 19 may be passable tomorrow, even at high tide, and so that's the good news. And then for the Hillsborough area, we went down to 2 to 4 across most of it, only a couple of areas in that 5 to 8 foot zone, and so it got even better than that for Sarasota and Manatee, only 1 to 2 feet. So the slosh model runs a little bit later. It takes a lot of computer power to run. It overlays the storm surge with our elevation, and so that update just came out based on that westerly shift that happened at 5. And so I've shared it with our reporters because they're out and about in the community and trying to find places to stay safe when the storm surge does start to come in tomorrow. And so that is very good news. It's not out of the woods for Homosassa. It's not out of the woods for Citrus and Hernando counties, but certainly not looking at the worst case scenario as we were earlier.
And you can see on the wobble tracker that it definitely has taken a wobble to the east over the past 5 to 10 minutes. So it's definitely east of line. But as I was telling JB before, our predictions, or the predictions yesterday, are still going to be much improved, even with this slightly east wobble.
Yeah, and so we were talking about the wobble tracker downstairs on live TV because, of course, the anchors saw that easterly wobble and went, whoa, whoa, whoa. And Jeff explained that storms are not equally the rain is not equally distributed, and so the heavier rain bands, some of the rain bands interacting with land and encountering a little bit of friction causes it to wobble back and forth. And so he says to expect a zigzag pattern, but when it starts to wobble off of the path in a consistent manner for over an hour is when you start to think, okay, well, this is going to change impacts.
We'll be right. Hold on. I'm sorry. We have to interrupt, guys. We'll be right back. We have to get ready for our hit on broadcast television. Hey, control room, we got you.
2.5 minutes?
Yeah, 2.5 minute hit. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. This is a mic check for the control room. Mic check for the control room. All right, I'll be in Slate. Yeah, Keith, and we have some more company here in the Stream Center. Meteorologist Rebecca Barry has made her way upstairs to join us on stream and to answer questions from people. We're going to start here with Max Fender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone, though, with this question. Max Peters on Twitter wants to know, are we still expecting power outages specifically in South Tampa?
Yeah, you know, it's really hard to pinpoint one specific area and say, hey, you know what, you're going to have power outages here, but downtown Tampa won't. Hey, you know what? This is a hurricane. It will be a major hurricane, and we'll have tropical storm force wind gust or even sustained winds. So, you know what? Power outages definitely possible in South Tampa, Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, and throughout our area.
Yeah, and you know, Keith, we were also noting that wobble to the east right there on the live stream on Tracking the Tropics, and that's why we started to get a couple of questions like this one from Virtual. #HeyJB, is there a possibility Idalia could shift more towards the Bay Area? People see that wobble east, Rebecca, and they immediately wonder, does that mean that it could continue to wobble east?
It's not out of the realm of possibilities. It would certainly be within the cone, but we're not really seeing any indication that that wobble will continue. Jeff's told us you can expect to see a zigzag pattern generally along the same straight line, but what we'll watch for is if that continues. It would need to continue for a greater duration, closer to an hour, for it to make any changes on the impact we would see across our area.
Hope wants to know, Eric, do we have any idea of what the winds will possibly be or projected to be in Pinellas and Hillsborough County? And we've been tracking this, all day long.
Right, exactly. Overnight into early tomorrow morning, I wouldn't be surprised if we had definitely tropical storm force wind gust. We'll see if we get tropical storm force sustained wind, maybe along the immediate coast, and especially in some of these rain bands that will start to impact us after midnight tonight.
I'll tell you the big question. You know what the big question people really want to know at home? Rebecca, this one is clearly for you, of course. Mez wants to know, hey, when are we going to be able to go fishing again?
We were supposed to stop fishing? I didn't get the memo.
Look, as far as how conditions are going to improve in the days ahead, what do we say?
Well, I say Wednesday evening.
Yeah, Wednesday evening, the winds will still be onshore, and unfortunately that'll still produce some higher than normal tide levels, and so the fish get a little confused during that time, and they have some harder times finding the habitats that they normally feed off of. So the fish usually calm down once the pressure starts to normalize, which will start to happen Wednesday, but be back to completely normal Thursday.
These questions and more, we're answering them on stream on Tracking the Tropics. You can find us on WFLA.com, Facebook, and YouTube. We'll send it back over to you. All right, and we're back on stream. The real-time wobble tracker will continue streaming right here on this live stream from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. We're going to be taking a break here in just a few minutes, but this is an AMA. You guys know what AMA is?
Ask me anything.
That's right. Rebecca, ding, ding, ding. Where's the, do I have that sound effect?
Should I get my buzzer?
No, yeah, I know, right? I have an air horn. We have an air horn.
There you go. That's good.
You did get it right. Ask us anything, you guys. If there's it can be about Idalia or otherwise. We're just going to spend the next 5 minutes answering any question that we have in our comment section, because we are going to be taking a bit of a break to catch our breath a bit from 7 to 8 o'clock, and we'll be back on stream at 8 o'clock.
With that intermediate advisory.
Yep. Yes. So the intermediary advisory, of course, could tell us some more about Idalia's progress. Let's see what's on everyone's minds. I'm just going to kind of read out some comments from our comment section, and hopefully it's okay. So Bumblebee wants to know my favorite pie, as in like
pizza pie.
I don't know. Does that mean pizza pie or pie?
Boy, that's the theme. I'm gonna have to get some pizza tonight.
It's in the newsroom. I texted you guys.
Oh, my phone's
Is there pineapple on pizza in the newsroom right now?
I doubt it.
Okay.
I don't think it's anything that exotic.
We have an Italian news director. I would imagine that he's probably avoided the pineapple
He
on
has
pizza.
to avoid it. No, I know Jeff would avoid it. We're the outliers here.
Yeah. Michael, hold
We're
on.
the models that go around
Outliers
in
are delicious.
a circle. They sure are.
Killing me. Michael Baker, hashtag Hey Eric, your title, Pinball Wizard. Is that an official title?
Two-time world pinball champion, former #1 rank in the world, #2 rating in the world. You could call me a pinball wizard. Sure, why not?
John Howard wants to know about Manatee County flooding. We're bouncing back and forth between weather and just less serious topics.
Really,
anything is on the table.
It
right
really
now.
all depends on where you are. 2 to 3 foot storm surge along the Manatee County Islands, Anna Maria, Whitney Beach, maybe. But if you're a little bit further inland, I don't see this being a huge river flood event as we saw with Ian.
We have a comment here from AZ in our comment section, Rebecca. And Eric, I want to get your perspectives on this. Hurricane parties.
Inland, after you've properly evacuated and taken care of all of your preparations.
Gotten through your checklist.
Yeah, you put on ACD Riding the Storm Out and rock on.
AC/DC.
Of course.
Yeah.
You know what? AC/DC, there's a good pinball machine. Rock out to AC/DC while you're playing the AC/DC
Some REO
pinball.
Speedwagon, Riding the Storm Out.
The 80s music.
Yeah.
Now we can hang. You and I, we can hang.
We can't eat pizza together, but we can hang.
No, right. No pizza at our hurricane party. But you, your husband, me and my wife, we could hang.
Thunderstruck.
Eric, bring your pinball. Yes.
I'll be the fifth wheel. My pinball will be my date.
Other questions and comments. Let's get to some others. Really just being a reflection of our comment. Wow. Here's one.
Okay.
Which is out of the blue from the YouTube name is Grease Belly Garage.
Oh boy.
And
Mechanical?
the comment is,
Likes to work on cars.
How tall is Steve Jervey?
Extremely. Wasn't he 6'4"?
You know,
6'5"?
Our former chief
unfortunately,
meteorologist.
I came right after he left, so I never met Steve.
Oh wow, you didn't meet Steve.
I did.
Steve's tall.
Yes.
6'6"?
6'6" would be a good guess. Yeah, he was well over 6 feet. Like, people that were 6 feet tall stood next to him and looked short.
So I would look very short.
Yeah. No, I look
I looked
short
like
next to Steve.
his little assistant.
Yeah, he is.
Even with my big girl heels on.
Any and all questions are on the table as we wrap up our live stream here. This one from AMS. How's it looking for Hillsborough County in Tampa? That's like a very...
Yeah, so I think it's going to be rainy overnight tonight. I think we'll see some tropical storm force wind gusts. I'm not expecting widespread power outages. Any trees that would be knocked over by the winds that we're going to see were already compromised, either dead or dying. And so it's not going to be, this is not wind that is not, it's not wind strong enough to knock over healthy trees. And so that's why I think it'll be more isolated. We are really even missing out on some of the rain that we had hoped for. This is moving so far to the west of us, and it's tightening up. More stronger storms become more compact oftentimes as they intensify. And so I just think we're in for kind of a messy night. And then tomorrow we have to watch for the storm surge, especially to the north of us when the winds turn onshore. But that's about it. I think this is going to be a lighter version of some of the past storms that we've seen. So that's nice.
This is an interesting... I'm sorry, Eric.
I mean, just the possibility of isolated tornadoes is really the main threat with these rain bands, that plus the storm surge. Other than that, I just don't see it being extremely windy.
Let's... Teresa wants to know, hashtag JB and Eric, can you comment on how big in miles the storm is? Do you still have that tool, Eric, that we were using to measure?
Right. So what I did is, you want to take a guess?
All the way from left to east to west, north to south, whatever you want to do.
I'm going to do east to west.
Is this the guessing game? What do you got, Rebecca?
I'm not going to include the big rain band to the east. I'm just going to kind of include the circle, the big circle. So
Rebecca might have to go.
So what I want to do is I want to start from here and go over to here.
Bye-bye.
JB, right here. So where that line is, how far do you think? So that's the main concentration of Idalia, right where that line is.
135 miles.
Well, didn't I show that? I think I showed that earlier, and I think that's about what it is.
Well, my memory is shot.
Oh, come on. Here it is. Here's the ruler. And look at that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Now, north to south, it goes a little further.
Right, wow.
About 160. And now if you want to include all the way to the rain band, which I don't usually include the outer rain bands, this is pretty much the outflow right here that you're seeing that goes, I'd rather have a telestrator on. But the outflow of the storm, which, I mean, it started to look a little bit more impressive. Come on, click the right button. There we go. Right here, this is the outflow, and it's starting to look a little more impressive. This is actually what's going to get us later tonight, JB. This outflow, in fact, we're going to see this come on shore and especially affect the coastline overnight tonight. And that's what's going to give us the heaviest of the rain, and that's what could provide those isolated tornadoes. What else do we have?
DC or Marvel was a question that we got in, and we'll probably wrap
Marvel.
on that. Marvel.
Yeah.
We'll just make that simple.
Yep. How about you?
DC Comics, Marvel movies.
You know what? I agree with that. DC Comics, Marvel movies. I agree with that.
Yep. Yeah, that's my.
There's nothing like the old DC Comics of the 70s and 80s when I was growing up. Yep.
We got to go talk to our team, folks. We don't know. There might be one more hit in our 7 o'clock newscast, Eric.
Oh, okay.
We're going to go talk with our team right now about that.
And we're going to get some pizza.
I'll
let you know if there's pineapple.
I will be avoiding the pineapple like the plague. If there's any pizza left. I mean, it's been out there for some time while we've been here on stream. But look, we're definitely back in the 8 o'clock hour. 8 o'clock, we're back with the advisory. And then 9 o'clock, we have our live stream on WFLA.com of Vigila that will be streaming live on our website. Will also be on broadcast television on WTTA Great 38 here in the Tampa Bay area. So we're stepping away from the microphone. We will be back for sure at 8 o'clock, perhaps sooner, depending on other factors. We'll see you in a little bit here on Tracking the Tropics.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Okay, and we're back. Welcome back, everybody. That was a little tiny piece of pizza crust, apparently. And we're back here talking about Hurricane Idalia, upgraded to a Category 2 storm. We're monitoring the real-time wobble tracker, and yes, that
it looks like it sort of wobbled back west just a tad bit. Again, the eye is still kind of reforming, so I do think we're going to be seeing this slightly skewed off center the next several hours.
Yeah, so we're going to feature some of your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments coming up here for a television hit at 7:15, everybody. So want your name, your comment, your question to be featured on your NBC station here in Tampa Bay, Florida. Yeah, that's right. Even if you're joining us from the UK, if you could be watching from London right now, and your comment could be on screen on the local airwaves here in Tampa, Florida, just make sure that you use our hashtag system so you signal to us that you want us to use your question or your comment. Use hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB. We will be right back, but I'm going to be monitoring the comment section, Twitter and YouTube Live, looking for some of the best hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments that we can use as conversation starters on our newscast. So you can file them in now. You have about 3 minutes to do so. And we'll see you in just a few minutes here for our television hit on Tracking the Tropics.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.
Hey, control room. Yeah, JB and Eric here. All right, and how long for this hit? Yeah.
How?
Okay,
Cool.
great. Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice. We'll take 3 minutes.
The more, the merrier.
We can do 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Oh, man. We can
do
do 3 hours. I knew it.
We'll be right back. Yeah, Keith, Jen, hope you guys are having as much fun down there as we are having answering questions up here on stream, just trying to keep people informed as to the latest and providing, answers to so many questions that persist out there. A lot of the ones we've been seeing are very location specific. So let's get to this one. And it comes in from, actually, it's going to update here on your screen. It's actually coming in right now. That was an older question. This is the one from Mochi saying, what can Hernando County expect, Eric?
Yeah, coastal Hernando County, definitely a good 5 to 7 foot of storm surge is possible with this new westerly track, right? And of course, tropical storm force wind gusts very likely in Hernando County. Tropical storm force sustained wind, maybe if you're along the coast, but not as much further inland. Of course, 1 to 2 inches of rain and isolated tornadoes inland, and 2 to 4 inches of rain along the coast.
Let's go to this question. It comes in from William Bass. And now that we're talking about some other sections of Florida that could see significant impacts, a lot more people asking about Jacksonville and northeast Florida, Eric.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like Idalia will be a Category 1 storm somewhere in the south central part of Georgia and then move into South Carolina and North Carolina. So Jacksonville, you won't be directly impacted, but again, you'll be on the right-hand side of the storm, as we call the dirty side of the storm, meaning there's a lot in the way of rain and some wind. You may have some tropical storm force wind gust in Jacksonville. Jacksonville, and maybe even a little bit in the way of storm surge, but not much as that storm will track off to your north.
Yeah, we're going to get to this one next, and it comes in from Twitter. Or X. We're still calling it Twitter, you guys. And it comes in from JMP Butterfly, hashtag HeyJB. What about, let's go inland Citrus County, talking about the worst winds, the possible tornadoes that they could see over there, Eric.
Yeah, definitely the further north and the further along the coast you are, you have more likelihood of an isolated tornado or two. But as far as inland Citrus County, of course, you can't rule out an isolated tornado with the rain bands that are going to be quickly moving from south to north overnight and into tomorrow morning. And of course, the worst will be in the overnight hours when it's dark and you can't see. And of course, several inches of rain and a tropical storm force wind up there in eastern Citrus County.
You like chicken soup, Eric? You chicken
I
soup
do.
fan?
I do like
yeah,
chicken soup.
Our next YouTube,
chicken noodle soup.
Chicken noodle soup's great. Our next YouTube commenter goes by the username of chicken soup. That's why I ask, hashtags first both. I love this question. In what areas could the tornadoes form? Are they completely random?
Yeah, you know what? Usually what happens is you get rain bands that are over the water, and then the friction of land as those rain bands come on shore create those spin-ups. So I like to say typically they form right along the coastline, but you know what? They can spin up anywhere in our area.
We've got the Wobble Tracker streaming live on WFLA.com. We've also got the 8 o'clock advisory coming in less than 40 minutes from now. We'll be on the live stream on WFLA Now across WFLA.com, Facebook, and YouTube as well, breaking down what we learned specifically from the 8 o'clock advisory. We'll see you over there, answer your questions interactively, but for now, we'll send it back over to you. All right, hit the switch, and we're back here with you, everybody, on the live stream. So one question that I wanted to ask you, Eric, specifically in relation to what you were just talking about, before we got to take another break, we have to get ready for the 8 o'clock advisory, everybody. I wanted to ask you about what is referred to as the dirty side of the storm. That is not exactly scientific terminology, but it's commonly used by meteorologists, including yourself, to describe a particular quadrant of the storm or a side of the storm. What does it mean to be on the dirty side?
Well,
of the
basically,
storm?
the dirty side of a hurricane here in Florida would be on the east side, right? So we're on the west coast, and we're on the east side of Idalia. And what that means is water is going to be pushed counterclockwise onto our coastlines from Sarasota all the way to Pinellas and even in Citrus County. If you're on the east side of a storm, typically you get a little bit more in the way of rain. It's you've heard of top heavy. Well, the rain heavy side of the storm is on the eastern side of the storm. And that's typically where you see those isolated tornadoes pop up, more rainfall, more wind on the eastern side of the storm. And again, that storm surge. So that's why we call it the dirty side of the storm on the eastern half of Idalia.
We're going to turn on, as we get ready for the 8 o'clock advisory, we're going to turn on Emoji Wall. And you guys can react with any emoji that you want to describe what you think of our coverage so far, because we're about to take a break. So feel free to share any emoji that you want. It can be thumbs up, thumbs down. It can be whatever you want. Emojis will be the only thing that show up on the live stream here from YouTube Live, Facebook Live.
Dinner time. I like that one.
Dinner time.
Look at that.
You know, Michelle and Chelsea, I see you guys talking back and forth. There are YouTube moderators, or a few of them. I think the entire YouTube moderation team is in there tonight. Michelle, Chelsea, Lynn. I believe I might have spotted Team Brittany in there too. And D, Yaya is in there. So you guys are incredible. Let me just please just emphasize that. Michelle and team, you guys are absolutely incredible. Thank you for helping keeping our comment section kind and welcoming to all. We do have to take a break to get ready for the 8 o'clock advisory. That is the next live stream event. We'll be streaming live across all platforms, but that will be a relatively quick stream. We're going to give you the information, do a brief Q&A, and we got to then hop off again simply because we have to get ready for our Spanish language Noticias Tampa Hoy Spanish live stream and broadcast to get out potentially life-saving information in Espanol. It's a really big part, Eric, of what we do.
Yeah, you know, people that may not understand English as well or speak Spanish. Hey, you know what? Val is going to be here, and she's so good at what she does, and she's going to communicate to you in Spanish. Look at all those emojis. Oh my gosh, there they are.
Loaded up.
They can't even see us. She's going to communicate to you in Spanish what you need to know about what the storm's doing now, what it's going to do tonight, and into tomorrow, too. So I definitely highly advise you to watch her.
I think there was a lapse in the code there because all of a sudden it just exploded emojis on our screen.
We couldn't see any. We saw a dinner plate, and then we saw nothing at all, and then all of a sudden we couldn't see each other. Once I started talking about Val, it just exploded. I mean, look at that.
Val's getting ready for 9 o'clock in Espanol. Yeah, thumbs up, you guys. Pizza.
I've got my pizza over there, pepperoni and cheese.
Man, we love it. We've got some cheersing of the beers. We've got some clinking of the glasses. And yeah, pineapples.
Couple hearts, yep.
I love it, you guys, man. Thank you so much for reacting to our video. We really appreciate it. These are live reactions coming in from social media. We hope that everybody is well out there. We are going to get ready for our 8 o'clock advisory. What will Idalia be doing at 8 o'clock? Come and find out. We're taking a break. We'll see you in about 30 or so minutes from right now. From the Stream Center, Max Fender 8 meteorologist Eric Stone. I'm JB Biunno. We'll see you for the 8 o'clock advisory.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
The 8 o'clock advisory is in as we continue to monitor wobbles with Hurricane Idalia, and the 8 o'clock advisory tells us there is a drop in pressure that puts Hurricane Idalia at a point where we are getting closer to major hurricane status ahead of landfall some point on Wednesday morning in Florida's Big Bend. We are live on Tracking the Tropics to break down the 8 o'clock advisory. Hello there to you folks. Welcome back into the Stream Center. We are marathon live streaming, and we are back to answer as many of your questions as possible. We are here for you. Before we get to your questions and comments using hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB, we want to get to the very latest. Eric, I'm going to bring up your weather computer alongside you here so that you can talk to us about the 8 o'clock advisory and some of the biggest things that you've noticed that changed from the previous update 3 hours ago.
Yeah, the biggest thing is the pressure. I believe it was in the low 970s. Now it's 965. So when the pressure goes down, it means the storm going up in strength. And so you can see the maximum wind is 105 miles per hour. And again, it is expected, you can see that right there at 2 a.m., it will be north of due west of Tampa, and that should be the next advisory that puts us at a major hurricane, a Category 3 at 115 miles per hour. Now, we will see if we see any rapid intensification. Usually, with a storm that's moving this quickly, you typically don't see that rapid intensification like we did with Ian. But again, it is moving through 90-degree or so water. So you see the intensity increase 105, pressure lowered, and the movement still at 16 miles an hour. This storm is really cooking. It's moving quickly, in fact. And again, I believe that is what's attributing to the westward motion of these model plots. So again, the models won't change for another 30 to 45 minutes, maybe an hour or so. But again, the cone will change at 11 o'clock tonight. And if it doesn't move west, I think it's pretty much right on par to make landfall just to the east of St. Mark's, well to the west of Cedar Key, and of course, well to the west and north of Tampa. JB?
Yeah, it's interesting. We're going to get right to the questions and comments. First and foremost, there's some very kind comments coming in on YouTube. I see them. Guys, thank you. That's very kind. But try to keep things focused on the subject matter at hand, talking about Hurricane Idalia. And, I really love the starting point with this question. It's because Jordan is like a lot of people right now in the Tampa Bay area. And Jordan says, I have clear weather. Is that bad? And, right now, can you bring up Max Defender 8, Eric?
Yep, that's exactly what
because
I was going to do.
I want to show you guys how clear it is in some sections of the viewing area that don't have any rain.
It is,
and it's because the bands are cycling through here.
Right, exactly. And I'm going to get my little telestrator tool out. Oh boy, where did we go?
We went to Mexico. Clearly, you want to be on vacation.
We just came from Mexico. Idalia just came from Mexico. All right, let's go to our telestrator tool. Cooperate. So you see this huge band of heavy rain. There's embedded thunderstorms in here, the possibility of tornadoes. This is all moving to the north. He says he's in the clear right now. Not sure where he's at. He could be in Tampa. He could be in St. Petersburg. He could be Sarasota, Manatee. But what I'll do is I'll put this in motion. And again, you're going to see exactly where these storms are headed. There we are. They're headed primarily to the north. So this is the band of rain that I have circled with an arrow that's going to start to affect the Bay Area. I would say after about 9:30 into the 10 o'clock hour, and then eventually as we head toward midnight as well. So again, even though we're not seeing the heavy rain that's in the eye wall itself, we are seeing some of that outer band rain that could produce isolated tornadoes and severe thunderstorms as they move on shore anywhere from 9 to 10, 10:30-ish, even up to 11 o'clock, and they will push inland as well. So this is what we're looking at for the next immediate weather maker. And of course, there'll be some strong gusty wind in this strong rain band as well as it does move on shore over the next couple of hours.
Let's go to this question next. It's coming in from Scooter. Scooter on YouTube Live, #KGB. Do we still have Tampa Bay storm surge to worry about? You better believe it.
Yep, of course. I think we're still looking at least 3 to 5 foot realistically, as this storm is still well off to the west in Tampa Bay rather. But again, that's most likely to occur tomorrow morning into the early afternoon with the high tides coming in. And I know Jeff knows exactly when the high tide is in Tampa Bay tomorrow. Was it around lunchtime?
Yeah, it's right around lunchtime.
Yeah.
In our area, like late morning, early afternoon.
So that should be the worst in regards to storm surge, as we'll have that southwesterly wind pushing that Gulf water into Tampa Bay. So, yeah, storm surge definitely likely in Tampa Bay, Pinellas County, coastline, north, south. Not quite as hefty in Manatee and Sarasota counties, but yet again, we'll be dealing with that overnight, but mainly through tomorrow morning and into the afternoon with those high tides.
Yeah, that was Jeff Barardelli with a quick cameo. He says he has to do one more thing before he can join us on stream. Of course, him being the leader, the Max Defender 8 chief meteorologist, the leader of our weather team. Yeah, look, storm surge is still the story. And when we look at the headlines tomorrow nationally, I'm talking about the big news outlets. What are they going to say about Hurricane Idalia? They're going to point very, very specifically to the coastal communities and those storm surge impacted areas, because it could be pretty catastrophic. This is supposed to say, you know what? Let's fix that. I forgot your K, Kimberly. I don't know why it didn't load with that first character, and there you go. Kimberly, hashtags for us both. Do you think it will wiggle any more to the west? And I want to bring up Wobble Tracker, and I'm going to bring up I'm going to load the Wobble Tracker that I have preloaded into our system here, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to wobble east, wobble west a bit. Most of the strong thunderstorms are on the eastern side of the storm, so it's kind of what we say top heavy, but more right heavy. So that will cause the storm to meander to the right, wobble a little bit, and then kind of correct itself and wobble back to the left. Also, this storm going through eye regeneration processes, and that could affect some wobbles as well. But all in all, it's really behaving and almost following the line completely. You know what I mean? We haven't really seen, we saw a wobble to the west earlier this morning. Then we saw a very slight wobble to the east right there later this afternoon. But those two wobbles pretty much correct itself back to the initial position. So we may see more wobbles, but boy, it's moving quickly. It's not like Ian. Ian moved half of this speed, and so you're more likely to wobble and meander off course if you're moving slower. This is moving so fast. I just don't see that happening.
Wiggle Tracker doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah.
It's the Wobble Tracker, right?
Wiggle.
Right, you guys? This is Steve. I'm going to load up your question in the queue because it's a great one. But we're going to go first up to Florida Buckeyes. That's it's interesting. This comment, this username rather, could be considered sacrilegious to football fans because Florida, Ohio State, there's history there. But #KJB, how does a western wobble affect surge in Newport Richey specifically, Eric?
Now, if you said Michigan Buckeyes,
then that's really
there'd
bad.
be a whole fight going on, right?
Really bad.
Hey, you know what? Any wobble, basically, if it wobbles to the west, it's more like if it moves further to the west, it will improve conditions along our coast. But it would have to move, quite a bit, 10, 20 miles to get a lesser storm surge in Newport Richey. So, again, still a good 5 to 7 foot possible, especially during the high tides, the extra high tide with the supermoon. And again, we're having a high tide right around midnight or so, just after midnight, in the middle of the night in that area. And then also tomorrow around lunchtime or so, or early in the afternoon. The early afternoon high tide would be a little bit more pronounced because the winds would be out of the southwest, really pushing that water on shore. So again, 5, 6, 7 foot storm surge. If it wobbled a little bit to the west, I mean, you'd be looking at the low end of the 5 to 7 foot, but still, it's not really going to make much of a difference. Also, the strength, now that we're seeing this really picking up in wind speed, 105 miles per hour, the stronger the storm, it's also going to create more storm surge as well.
And we'll move on to another storm surge related question from MG asking #HeyJB, when should we expect the water to move out after this in Clearwater Beach? So the idea is that with the combination of tides, the combination of the supermoon, all of this rainfall, this what is expected to become a major hurricane sometime soon, there's going to be that storm surge. But then when will those waters recede, and when could things get back to normal, Eric?
Well, like when we saw Ian at Fort Myers Beach, did the water ever recede? No, not really. It kind of just pools in places in low-lying areas. And then eventually, the sun comes out, things start to evaporate, and the water doesn't really recede. It just kind of, evaporates into the atmosphere. So in regards to receding, I don't want to really use that term, but when would Clearwater be back to, normal? I don't think it'll take that long. Listen, this weekend is going to be very, very dry. Saturday and especially Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of next week, Labor Day weekend, most of the weekend is going to be very, very dry, and even the humidity is going to be low. This Idalia is causing a backdoor cold front to actually come through Saturday. So back to normal, I definitely think if there are, if there's areas of water in low-lying places, then this drier air, dew points back maybe even in the 60s, that's really going to help to evaporate some of that water.
Let's go to, okay, this is the question from Steve I was talking about earlier. That's just a great question, one that we should talk about. Why are people staying and not evacuating? Some people, some people will be in evacuation recommended zones, not in mandatory evacuation zones, right? Where it's recommended but not ordered specifically by the county in which they reside. Some people will, some people will ignore the mandatory evacuation. That, of course, will get you into trouble real fast. You don't want to be somebody who violates a mandatory evacuation order. It's done for your safety. It's done to keep you away from harm. And then there are some people that even in recommended zones that will still choose to stay. And Eric,
I'm not a psychologist, but I've seen patterns with people. Maybe they evacuated one time and went through all this trouble, and then nothing happened with the storm, right? And they don't want to go through that again. Oh, this will be nothing. We don't have to worry about this. We're not leaving. And I think some people get in that mindset that, oh, it'll never happen to me. You know what I'm saying?
Stubbornness. Jeff Baradelli, our chief meteorologist, sitting down, and we were just talking about this question. I'll hit the touchscreen here, Jeff. And why are some people staying and not evacuating? It's a really good question.
It is. Stubbornness is probably the right answer to that. I would also say experience with hurricanes. There are a lot of folks who've been fooled many times, you might say, meaning that they've been forced to evacuate, and because the storm didn't materialize in that area that time, they decide that they're not going to waste their time and do it again. I think past experience is a big problem because people always think that they've been through a major hurricane. But Eric can tell you, there are not many people who've truly been through a major hurricane, unless you've been through Michael or Ian in the center of it, not on the outskirts, but in the center of it, or Andrew. Most folks in the state of Florida have not truly experienced sustained winds of major hurricane status, Cat 3, Cat 4. And so because of that, people think they've been through big hurricanes when in reality, they've just been through Cat 1s.
I want to talk about the elephant in the room. I want to bring this up also. And it leans into what Jeff was just describing as well. We're here in the Tampa Bay area. A lot of people who haven't lived through a major hurricane, either because they just moved down here or just because, look, Tampa hasn't gotten a direct hit. It's pretty much a virtual certainty at this point now, Eric and Jeff, that we are looking at another storm that is going to just fly on by the Tampa area and miss us. Last year, Ian missed us and went south. This year, we're talking about Idalia going north of the Tampa Bay area. Let's just address this. What is it about this area? Is there something scientific, or are you just going to get the commenter, the commenter saying that the Native American burial grounds here are just pushing away this system?
I'm not downplaying the Native American burial grounds, but Eric and I sit next to each other, and Eric knows that WFLA News Channel 8 is doing a study right now with Columbia University. To be honest with you, we were tired of waiting for answers. said to ourselves, why is Tampa so lucky? Why do we miss so many of these storms? Are we just lucky, or is this just normal for the Tampa Bay area? So we embarked on a 3-month study with Columbia University in New York City, which is the best climate school in the world. And what they're doing for us, and they've done for us, is they've simulated over 1 million hurricanes, about 10,000 years worth of hurricanes with their computer model, to give us an idea of what is normal for the Tampa Bay area and what we should expect versus what we've seen over the past 100 years. Now, I'm teasing this because this is not something I cannot reveal the results of this. That's right.
I don't even know.
And if I told Eric, we'd have to do something with him. We couldn't have him. I don't. No, but in all seriousness, we have the results. We're going to be airing a story probably next week, and then another one the week after to tell you how we did this study, and then reveal the results of this study. And the question I got before was I surprised? Yeah. I was really surprised by the results of this study. And again, how often does a TV station partner with an Ivy League institution to do scientific research? So I'm excited about this.
Yeah, and maybe once and for all, we'll get some context as to is this just the luckiest area on the planet? And I know people are saying, JB, shush, quiet. You don't want to jinx it. The peak of hurricane season isn't in August, folks. It's next month. Last year we had Ian, then we had Nicole. There's storms are known to form, obviously, in September. We're not through hurricane season yet, so I do not want to jinx us, but this is another storm that is going to just graze the Tampa Bay area and impact another section of the southeastern United States, and it's just got to be talked about. It's got to be stated, and we're going to do it here on this live stream.
I want to venture a guess, and I know Jeff can't say anything, but I have a feeling there are a lot more storms that would have come through Tampa than you might think. But that's just me guessing.
The computer model, what it does for us is, because we have limited data, right? We can only really go back about 150 years with any reliability and tell you how many storms have hit the Tampa Bay area. We can go back a little further if we dig. There's scientists that actually dig into the ground and look for layers. But in order to really know what our vulnerability is, we need to replicate the atmosphere and then simulate as many hurricanes as we can based upon the climate of the past century or so. And we did that. And I am about to, no, I'm not going to tell you the answer. That we're going to, next week and the week after, I think, is when we're going to air these stories. And I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Look, to the weather nerds out there, and the ones who are just interested in that type of research. Look,
it's not just Tampa, though. By the way, we're comparing it to New Orleans and Miami too.
Yeah, I think that might be something that might get picked up in various places because it will be fascinating to see the results. Nice job. It's called teasing.
Do you know how? But do you know how? Do you remember how we came up with this idea on your stream?
Yeah, we did.
We had
we need to
scientist.
Collaborate more because we come up with great ideas on stream. Wobble Tracker was devised on stream when you and I were talking, and now this study.
That's right. Yeah, this study was devised. We interviewed Dr. Michael Werner, who's a scientist in California, very well-known climate scientist, one of the best in the world. And I said, we got to answer this question. Do you know any universities that can do this? He says, I only know of 2. He didn't tell me the other one was, but he told me Columbia University. Well, I am a graduate of Columbia University. It's my alma mater. So I called the professors who, turns out, are the professors I worked with when I was there. They're the ones that have this particular model that we needed. And we developed a partnership. And we're planning on doing another one next year, which is going to look into the future and climate change and whether or not our hurricane frequency and intensity will change in the future based upon this new climate that we're entering.
Yeah, Despicable Me reference inbound. Light bulb, sometimes you just get a light bulb eureka moment. Don't worry, your daughter will be watching Despicable Me in no time, and you'll get that reference. I know you guys are looking at me like I'm crazy.
Wait a second. I'm knee-deep in Coco Melon right now. Believe me, JB, you could laugh as much as you want.
I know.
You're going to be up to your waist in Coco Melon. Okay?
Yeah. Or Bluey.
Or Bluey. Bluey's a big one. That's big. Oh, and there's a new one. Dollhouse. Gabby and the Dollhouse. Yes, Gabby is big, JB.
Oh, man. Jeff and I are going to be collaborating.
Hey, Gabby, take it to the Dollhouse. It's
professional lives and our personal lives.
I'm just trying to get JB ready for this.
Yeah, people know. My wife is expecting, and we are just overjoyed. Tracy McDonald, did it move east or west in the 8 p.m. update? A reminder to our audience, the 8 o'clock update and the 2 o'clock updates, they don't have a track update. Those come at 5 and 11. But that's why we have Jeff and, of course, Eric have the wobble tracker. And to know exactly what the positioning of the storm is right now, we can compare the past track forecast track and the actual location on satellite of this system.
Yeah, I mean, it might be 5 miles east of the forecast track. I mean, it's not far from the track. So, I don't anticipate the cone really changing all that much at 11 o'clock.
How useful is that wobble tracker? I mean, it's so perfect for the means that we need it for, which is to see if it's deviating from its course.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
Have you seen the other ideas that we come up with on stream? And this was actually invented by Pickles yesterday morning. The dog,
okay.
yeah. We have the emoji reaction wall, where people can give us feedback to their stream experience with something as simple and primitive as an emoji.
All right.
So
we have
live
someone
emojis.
laughing. Are they laughing at us or with us?
No, they're laughing with us.
Can we have different emojis for at us and with us?
So laughing
we know,
at or laughing with.
Right, laughing with. If we had 2 different emojis, we'd know if they're laughing at us or laughing with us.
Yeah, can you use the light bulb emoji if you got my Despicable Me reference earlier? Because Eric and Jeff looked at me like I was crazy.
No, I just wasn't paying attention to you.
So look, you're going to start to see.
Wait a second. What is that?
That's
they're monsters.
They're dinosaurs.
Is that the monster emoji?
They look like dinosaurs.
Yeah, this is a way for people just to express themselves. That's what it is. Emojis are a version of expression. And
is that thing vomiting?
No, he's yelling.
I know. I'm just.
I don't know what that one is.
Just kidding.
Game over. That's the pinball.
Game over. There's pinball, fire.
Space Invaders. I like that.
There's light bulbs.
Let me ask you a question, JB. Are you able to control this, or is this going to happen? Like, if someone wanted to, could they do this for like hours and hours over our stream?
We could stream emoji wall here for hours.
Pickles.
Pickles. Okay.
Pickles.
Yep,
People
Pickles.
want Pickles the dog.
That's how this thing all started
Yep.
with Pickles, the Pickles cam.
Yep. A lot of alien emojis, which I'm still trying to figure that one
Pizza.
out.
Pepperoni.
Oh yeah, pepperoni pizza.
Oh, I don't even have to ask Jeff.
Hey, have you eaten
about
dinner, by the
pineapple.
way?
I did scarf down a couple pieces of pizza.
Yeah.
Making sure everyone gets their break here.
Yeah, thank you.
Not you, JB. You're not allowed to.
No, I know. I am
we took a half hour.
I'm a slave to this chair. Let's go to okay, let's address this. We're tackling this one head on, okay? Because Jeff and Eric are going to just speak serious truth on this next question. I am seeing this question now more tonight than I have all day long. It's coming in repeatedly, and I just want to squash this if we can with our expert meteorologists on stream. Nikki wants to know, I'm seeing now that this storm could actually loop back around and hit Florida a second time. This is the number one question I am getting right now.
I'm not surprised. I knew that this was going to become an obsession with people. I just knew it. I'm going to look at I'm going to look while we're sitting here. I'm going to look at the latest models and just see if anything's new with that, because there were more than one. There were a couple of models that showed it.
I think the aviation models.
Yeah, the
really
GFS.
brought it in.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, so today only one model does it. It's still the aviation or GFS model.
Yep.
And the rest of the models, there are a couple that show that same, like it stops and then it goes, and then it takes off offshore. But there's an indication that it will get stalled and stuck for a couple of days. Only one model pushes it back, the rest move it offshore. I have to say, I agree with Eric. I've seen this happen a few times. I'm not going to get fooled again.
Right,
It's likely not. It happens, but it's not likely to happen.
No.
All right, my weird analogy for this one is you know when you sometimes you lose spaghetti in the pot, you're just checking on the spaghetti and one kind of falls out of the pot because you're dealing with spaghetti that's in hot boiling water. That's the spaghetti strand that just somehow magically found its way out of the pot, right?
Which spaghetti are you talking about here?
The spaghetti
That one model, the outlier.
Oh yeah, the spaghetti model. That's just kind of
yeah.
done
Well,
screwy.
it was more than one earlier today. It was like 2 or 3.
2 noodles.
Yes.
The water was boiling and it just popped right out. That's all.
Yeah, just weird. But those are. Can we? Is it fair to call those outlier models?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the AVN is the GFS. It's the American model. So yes, it's an outlier relative to the other models, but it's one of the best models. Okay.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Let me look at the ensembles. Okay. So you know what, JB? Here.
I just want to.
Let me show you.
People the reality. You know what I
am
mean?
I able to put this in the camera so people can see? What I'm about to show you is the GFS model, but it's family members. So what happens is the powers that be will run the GFS every 6 hours and also run like another. I think with the GFS it could be 50 different members. They run 50 different versions of the GFS with slight tweaks. Maybe they change the relative humidity or the temperature or the wind or whatever. And then they run the model and the results. So let me see if you can see this. Do you see? There are a number of the GFS members.
Hold on, Jeff.
Yeah. You want me to put it closer? There are a number of GFS members that bring it back towards the coast. Now, that's only one model. It's the family members of the GFS model, okay? Now, I'm going to do something else. You can see, right? You can see how... All right. Now, let me do something. I'm going to go backwards, and I'm going to pull up the Canadian model, okay? Here's the Canadian model and its family members. Notice there are a number of them that bring it back towards the Bahamas. Most of them bring it offshore. But there are a number of the family members that bring it towards the Bahamas and then loop it back offshore. There's maybe one or two that bring it back to Florida. So... is this out of the realm of possibilities? No. It's possible, but it doesn't seem probable. Okay?
There you go. You have, folks, you have an answer from our chief meteorologist. And we hope, we just simply hope that it's just a one-time event. I don't know why everybody wants it to be a two-time event.
It looks like we just got put under a tornado watch for all counties.
Yep.
Wow.
In our area, which didn't surprise me. I don't know. Did you see rotation? I mean, I could pull it up here.
There's not much, but you can see some of those blue areas on the radar right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a little bit. It doesn't look robust, but, you mentioned it before. You were right. As those cells come towards shore and they encounter the friction of land, we might get them to spin a little bit more. So I think we're probably about a half hour away from seeing some tornado warnings. And with that said, JB, I got to eat something before I go back on the air. So I'm going to abandon you guys.
We appreciate...
It's no offense to anyone here. I just have to eat.
We appreciate Max Fendere, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Biunno. Thank you, Jeff, for stopping in, popping in.
My pleasure.
You're getting some very odd emojis
I'm not
for
really
your
sure what that
outro
means. I don't know what that
here.
really means.
Yeah, I don't know
biting their
either.
nails.
A happy face, and then some
claps.
claps.
Right,
Here, the applause.
Wait,
button
I
for
think
you.
that I can note that clap is my wife. So it's
All right. Jeff, you'll see him tonight, everybody, on WFLA News Channel 8. We appreciate his time in here, back with you on stream. We only have another 5 minutes. Reason being is because we are going to be working as a team to help out the equivalent of our program in Espanol, Noticias Tampa Hoy. We'll be doing a very special weather live stream and simulcast broadcast. It's basically going to be a simulcast of a broadcast on television and online. Look, we have a lot of Spanish speakers in the Tampa Bay area, Eric. You know this.
Oh, yeah.
So getting out information in a language as well that is so prominent in our area, that's really important to us. We're communicators for a living, and we can't communicate in multiple languages. That's bottom line is I'm so glad that we're able to do this in English and in Spanish. You'll be able to see it on WFLA.com coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Let's go to Eric's comment. It says, #KJB. Hey guys, from Facebook Live. Are conditions favorable for Idalia to strengthen right before making landfall, Eric?
Well, of course. I mean, those water temperatures right along the coast are in the low 90s. So, of course, that's what we call rapid intensification. And most of the time it happens because of these extra warm water temperatures. And we've been talking all summer. Jeff and I look at all the records, record hottest July, record hottest Gulf of Mexico, Atlantic. I mean, we talk about this almost every other day. So, yes, I mean, the possibility is there of rapid intensification right before it makes landfall. Definitely. I mean, we saw it with Ian last year.
Yep. Cat 4 in play?
It's moving a lot faster. If it was moving slower, I would say most likely, definitely. But at 16 miles an hour, it's moving pretty fast, and it's not strengthening. So let's put it this way. Let's say it strengthens 5 miles per hour every 3 hours until it makes landfall, okay? And it's been doing that the last couple of runs. So we're at 105. 11 o'clock would be at 110. 2 o'clock, 115. 5 o'clock, 120. 8 o'clock, which is due to make landfall, 125. It's got to get past that. I think it needs 130 for, yeah, 130. Okay,
Jeff's
either way, 130, 135. I mean, it could be close. It could be close. But if I had to guess, I would say it makes landfall at 125. That's my guess right now, just because of the forward speed. It's moving so fast.
Yeah, 16 miles an hour is pretty quick.
And it could make landfall even before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Aaron wants to know, hashtag, hey, again, so we've seen a lot of hashtag, hey, Chris. We don't have any Chris's here. Hashtag, hey, JB, how far does the storm have to be off the West Coast to not have to be concerned with storm surge?
That's a really good question.
This is actually a brilliant question. I'm glad that you agree.
It sure is.
Because if this were to wobble let's say another 20 miles, come on, help me out here. Is there any chance the storm surge is less impactful?
Well, yes, it would be less impactful, but I think he's saying not to be concerned at all. Again, it doesn't just depend on where the storm is. It depends on how strong the storm is.
Not to mention the tides and the supermoon.
Well, of course, the tides and the supermoon already are producing, tide levels of a good 3 feet, maybe even a little bit more than 3 feet. And so, you combine that with storm surge and, you're looking at those coastal flooding areas. Even if this storm was 50 miles to the west, we'd still be dealing with storm surge. If it was 100 miles to the west and it was a Cat 5, we'd still be dealing with a lot of storm surge. Again, it depends on the distance away from the coast as well as the strength of the storm.
Not sure, Lil Patty, what you mean by this comment. Maybe Eric, you want to help me out here? It says hashtag AJB or Eric opinion. Do you think a tornado is close to an inland hurricane? What does she mean by this? Are they similar?
Basically, a smaller. So, tornadoes are over land, right? And so hurricane is out in the Gulf of Mexico over water. So she's comparing basically a landfalling hurricane to a tornado that's over land. I mean, two totally different things. The only thing that you can't predict exactly where a tornado is going to form until you see the rotation within the thunderstorm. But you can predict a lot better where a hurricane is going to make landfall and impact areas. But no, I mean, you can't confirm, a hurricane versus a tornado or compare that,
One of the biggest differences between a hurricane and a tornado, other than just sheer size and completely, just different methods of development, not to mention the fact that hurricanes help spin up tornadoes, but also, too, tornadoes are very short-lived. What's the average lifespan of a tornado on the ground?
In Florida, very short-lived.
Really short, right?
You asked folks in the Plain States in Tornado Alley, and you could have tornadoes on the ground for several minutes. But usually, I mean, it really all depends. You're looking at an EF5 that could be on the ground a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour, and you're talking about the difference really in a tornado is you're getting devastation in a very small path, right? With a hurricane, your devastation, I mean, you go from Naples Beach all the way northward to Punta Gorda and Northport, that's a long area of devastation, right? Compared to the path of a tornado that could be a mile wide, not in Florida, but in the plains, Oklahoma, Alabama, maybe even up toward the Midwest and Iowa. So again, a tornado can actually have winds way stronger than a hurricane, 250 to 300 miles per hour, and it's in a one confined spot, right? Or within that mile of, imagine having a wind of 250 miles per hour, a mile wide, and just it's like a steamroller. It's just complete destruction. So you'll see, I toured Tuscaloosa and Joplin when I moved out to Florida in 2012, and I saw. Have you ever seen tornado? Have you ever been anywhere after an EF4, EF5 has hit?
Well, I'm trying to remember the tornado that I covered, and I hadn't. I think. Hold on.
Basically, in Alabama, I'm looking at a field, right? It looked like it looked like several football fields, but you know what? It was a neighborhood. It was a neighborhood because you would walk off the road and you would see steps that lead down to nothing. You would see
yes, that I
the
experienced.
pool that it used to be a pool and nothing. And then in Joplin, I believe it was an EF4 that hit. You would actually see. I remember seeing one house that all that was left was the bathroom.
Yep.
And their stuff was still there. And a hospital was literally, and I believe Jim Cantori, someone on the Weather Channel, was there, and the hospital actually shifted. It actually shifted in a circle. I mean, it was crazy. And I see, you know, when you see that kind of devastation, you don't typically see a hurricane causing that kind of devastation. Now, the water you do, right? There was houses on Fort Myers Beach that were floating. You know, things were floating. But I tell you, tornadoes, they level things, man. 250 miles per hour in that small area. And I say 1 mile being small compared to the size of a hurricane.
I did storm chasing one time in Alabama. And actually, it was so much storm chasing, it took us into Pensacola, Florida. I'll never forget this. Storm chasing is not... storm chasers, they have a certain makeup, I think it's fair to say. And just like being a live streamer where you have to have a certain... Like, we're all built differently.
Right.
And I wasn't... I've done hurricane coverage. I've been out there in flooded areas. I've done a lot of different storm coverage. But let me just tell you, being a storm chaser and documenting tornadic activity and documenting the aftermaths of tornadoes is a completely different job description, okay? And I did it one time. I kind of tested it one time for a station that I was working at, where I was basically working with a team that was chasing a particular... it was a severe weather station or a severe weather situation. It took us to Pensacola, and it was at night. I think that was the part
that's
that
the
gave,
worst.
That was the part that gave me the chills the most, because being able to see a tornado is scary enough, but knowing that one is out there and knowing that you have a touchdown and you can't see it, that's when things are particularly terrifying.
And I tell you, know, JB, it's scary when you see, because, you know, people say, oh, man, this tornado destroyed, or this hurricane. It's just like Jeff said, you know, you haven't really been in a major hurricane unless you were in Fort Myers last year, right? Or something along those lines. And when you see the effects right after a tornado hits, and you see like buildings and cars, I mean, everything, it's like Tinker Toys, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe this. And then you get emotional about it. I mean, when I went to Fort Myers Beach after Ian last year, I literally had a tear in my eye. I was like, oh my God, like, this is where I used to come. This is where I used to eat. And until you see something like that, you really don't understand the destruction of a tornado or of a hurricane.
No, you have a different understanding of it when you see it in person.
Yeah, versus TV.
That one day that I did, that one time I did it, the sun came up, and I did a live report for the CBS station I was working at the time. And I was standing on the front door steps for a home that was wiped away.
Yeah.
There were concrete steps that went up, and right where the front door would be is basically where I was standing on that doorstep, and there was no house. It was just obliterated and gone. And so, look, bottom line is we're gonna end out our 8 o'clock advisory live stream with this from Mortimer. #Hey Eric, will you be updating us on any tornado development? We're going to have coverage on WFLA.com in our newscast tonight on WFLA News Channel 8, because tornadic activity is expected over the course of the coming hours with Idalia.
It's definitely possible, yeah.
It's certainly, it's certainly possible. And it's one of the things that, even though the storm is out at sea in the Gulf, those spin-up tornadoes could be happening inland here in the Tampa Bay area and elsewhere on the peninsula.
Yeah,
as well.
and you know, I don't know if you remember Hurricane Cristobal. It was early in the season, and it came up from Mexico, and it was in the Western Gulf. Do you remember there was a tornado in downtown Orlando? I was watching the live coverage. I was in Fort Myers watching it. The live coverage from one of the stations in Orlando showing a tornado in downtown Orlando from a hurricane that is way further west than this. This was way out in the western Gulf of Mexico, heading toward the Texas-Louisiana border, and it spawned a tornado in downtown Orlando, even way east of us. So it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility.
It's really important to note. Tornado watches, tornado warnings. Listen to those warnings. So just be careful out there. This isn't meant to cause any fear in anybody or anything like that. We're giving, you know, harrowing accounts of our experiences with tornadoes, because they're just different than hurricanes. They're apples to oranges. They're completely different. But if you get a tornado warning, and look, it will blast through on your phone, even if your phone is in silence mode or in sleep mode. It will blast through your phone tonight. Just be on the ready and understand your plan for what happens when a tornado warning is in effect. It's just really good for us to remind our audience that you have to take it seriously. Moving to an interior room and just taking all the necessary precautions to protect you and your family. Because I think that there are people out there that are resting a little bit easier tonight, looking out their front window. Oh my God, it's barely raining. I don't see anything from Idalia. And
we do on radar.
Not knowing that also too that an outer band could swoop in soon, and then also as well, there's always the potential and the possibility for pop-up tornadoes, spin-up tornadoes. So it's just something that we really have to caution
and
our
we're
audience.
talking about the tornadoes that we see in the Midwest and the Plain States. You know, we don't get the EF4s, EF5s, thankfully, here in Florida, but even an EF0 that's spun up by, Idalia can do a lot of damage. So you want to stay away from your windows, go into your interior room, as JB said, and, we're going to ride this thing out with you, all the way through tomorrow.
Yeah. So with that, we are going to be keeping our live stream activated, but we have to pivot and get ready for Noticias Tampa Hoy at 9 o'clock. We're going to be hopping off stream, just stepping away from the microphone. We'll be leaving our live stream up on WFLA.com, as well as the WFLA YouTube page. But please allow me to explain our coverage plan going forward. I have been given a direct order from management to rest.
Okay.
And you have to.
I have to.
This is news. I'm breaking news to you.
I like when they tell me to go to sleep.
Yeah, that's basically what we have been told to do, folks. We would love to be with you guys on live stream all night. Just caffeinate up and be. Cups of coffee, Red Bulls, or whatever it would take, and just be with you guys on live stream all night. But we have done an exhaustive amount of coverage here on stream going back to Sunday. It is now Tuesday night, and we don't take commercial breaks. These are long live streams, and we do our very best to be at our best for you. But management has given us the directive to go home. The reason being, we'll either go home or to rest up, depending, of course, on where we live and travel advisories and being safe. We're going to figure out exactly how we're going to get our rest. But let me explain. We are needed for landfall coverage tomorrow. That is why basically the powers that be here at WFLA, they want us on live stream, of course, for that moment. And the moments really when we have Idalia moving ashore, because that, of course, is going to be the most catastrophic impact or moment, really, rather, over the course of this event. So that is going to be happening tomorrow morning. And if we go all night, and you guys get the gist, I don't need to explain it. But the idea is that we are going to be taking a break from the live stream tonight to get some rest, and then be back early tomorrow morning for landfall coverage. The exact time to be determined. I might be able to provide that in a little bit. I'll tweet it out on my @WFLAJB Twitter. I'll tag Eric as well. Might be able to put it on Instagram, Facebook, and other platforms too. Don't know what time our coverage will resume tomorrow morning, but the plan is for Eric and I to be able to provide landfall coverage for you here on Tracking the Tropics from the Stream Center. So we hope that everybody is understanding of that. We'll try to keep the live stream channels open so that you guys can continuously talk back and forth with one another. But that is the coverage plan going forward as we get ready to bow out for Noticias Tampa Hoy in Espanol. Any final comments here, Eric, before we wrap up?
Look at the wobble tracker. It looks like it's wobbled back to the west right over the red line. So again, I just really don't see this deviating from the path that it's on. It's just moving so quickly. And again, that's good news for us here in Tampa, but still, we're going to be watching this storm throughout the night and be right back with you early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we really appreciate everybody joining us here on this live stream. Eric, you're a champ, man. You're not just in pinball, in meteorological circles. Really can't thank you enough.
It's my pleasure. Trust me, I wouldn't miss this. I begged to work yesterday. You have no idea.
Yeah. No,
that's how I am. It's like, no, I don't want to miss this. Come on.
And I very much enjoy working with you.
I do too. I have a great time.
Jeff, Rebecca, Amanda, Lee, Val, our entire weather team. And also, this is just a quick look. There's a lot that teamwork makes the stream work. And I just have to shout out the news department, our digital team, Nathaniel. I'm looking at them out there. Casey, Kevin, Nathaniel, Rachel, Dylan, others in our newsroom that are actively, Caitlin, Athena, Colleen. There are a lot of people in our newsroom writing up the very important articles and also, too, sending out the alerts to help keep you and your family safe. These are people in our newsroom that just deserve to have it, at the very minimum, just have their names heard on this live stream. And I'm forgetting Sarah as well. Can't forget Sarah. That really, our digital team is top notch. And then lastly, an enormous thank you to our moderators, Michelle, Chelsea, Team Brittany, D, Yaya, all you guys. You guys are just terrific. Thank you for being here with us for extended coverage and keeping our comment section kind and welcoming as all. Saw Duty Ron pop in earlier. That's an event, man. I hope Duty Ron's okay. I've been meaning to reach out to him. He's a friend of mine. A lot of great people out there that join us in the YouTube Live community that help make WFLA the special destination that it is. So thank you so much for joining us on this live stream here, folks. I do not know when the next live stream will be, other than I can assure you that in about 12 minutes from now, Noticias Tampa Hoy will be live streaming on our website and on the local airwaves here in WFLA's market, the Tampa Bay region, on Great 38 coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern. I'm serious. If you know somebody in the Tampa Bay area that really only understands Spanish, please let them know. Shoot them a text, a Facebook message, a DM, tag them. Just let them know. It could help them, especially if they have family up in the Big Bend area, just trying to get out really helpful, potentially life-saving information to people, regardless of their preferred language. Thanks so much for joining us here on Tracking the Tropics. We will be back tomorrow morning, Eric Stone and I, for landfall coverage tomorrow morning across all platforms as we continue to monitor all developments on Hurricane Idalia. In addition to our live streaming efforts and, of course, our news content that we publish on WFLA.com, the real-time wobble tracker, one more time, will be continuously live streamed on WFLA.com. If you just want the wobble tracker, you can find it there and monitor the progress of the storm as it gets closer to the Florida coastline. Thanks so much for joining us, and we will see you in a little bit on Noticias Tampa Hoy. Our Spanish language team will, and Eric and I will see you tomorrow morning for landfall coverage here on WFLA Now's Tracking the Tropics. Have a safe night out there, everybody.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.